Τεστ, ένα, δύο.
Good morning. Obviously, there are problems with traffic today in Athens, so we are late. Just to ask Antonia, shall we start or shall we wait some other audience? Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning, everybody. I'm happy that you could arrive to this meeting. Just for beginning, a nice color of the European problems with earthquakes. You see that here on south we are quite in hot red area. North it's much colder, and that's why in civilizations in the lower part of Europe developed on very dangerous places. And so that's why we are also having today a little bit to talk about, to have a little discussion. But as a first, I have to thank Professor Antonio Moropoulou to bring us together, to give us opportunity to express our thoughts about the problems with earthquake in this panel. And it was very, very interesting all these days, and I expect today as well. Please, next slide. Yeah, I will. Okay, thank you. Sorry. So here is very eminent group of panelists today. I'm going to moderate together with Professor Spirakos, not here, but I will do my best. Professor Stavroulakis Georgios is a reporter. Thank you. And here we have 3 presentations which will be on web. Antonio Formisano, Dritsa Stefanos, and Papa Nicolaou Corina. And most of us, we are almost here. So I would invite Professor Penelis Georgios to give his presentation. Please do. Sorry? When is the controller? Oh, yeah, sure. It's only one. As I said, it's early morning. I didn't wake up yet.
Good morning, everybody. I will try to summarize some milestones for the structural restoration in seismic regions. The basic principles in restoration are the following 2. First, authenticity must be considered the most important parameter, and second, life safety of the users must be considered equally important. However, authenticity and safety are two components contradicting each other. Authenticity asks for preservation without intervention at all, if possible, while safety usually asks for interventions for strengthening of the structural system, which might falsify the genuinity of the culturally protected building. These interventions become crucial in case of monuments in seismic regions. In this respect, the archaeologists, the architect restorer, and the structural engineer involved in the restoration of a culturally protected building are asked to find a common topos of coexistence so that the outcome of the restoration could satisfy both authenticity and safety. Here in this picture we present the 3 main areas with the requirements: historical, archaeological, restorer, architect, and structural engineer, each of them, they think that in the beginning that his requirements are the most important. Then they have to approach each other until a common place may be found, so that the common area in the second three circles, so that the restoration may be applied. In order to minimize the extent of the structural interventions, the following parameters must be taken into account seriously: the form of the structural system, its history, and its modifications, the materials, the construction techniques used in each phase of the building, and their mechanical, chemical, and physical properties, the existing damages and deformations, cracks, spalts, drifts, settlements, and their time history, and finally the load, and particularly the seismic actions, as there is not any guarantee for their ceiling, for the ceiling of their value. I had a long discussion in Istanbul for the Hagia Irini, for which earthquake should be analyzed for the next of its life. It has survived 12 years, 1200 years, and for how many years, and with which earthquake should be analyzed. There is not a ceiling. Diagnosis and analysis are the basic pylons for the structural assessment. The structural assessment of the bearing capacity, particularly for seismic actions, cannot rely only on analytical procedures, despite of the storming development of the computer science in the recent years. The low reliability of material properties, existing cracks, drifts, and uncertainties in seismic actions, to which I referred just before, influence seriously the guide for the structural assessment. The basic guide for the structural assessment should be the evaluation of the in situ and laboratory findings, form, materials. All these are called diagnosis, and diagnosis makes possible the qualitative connection of the causes and effects based on mainly on facts, which are the cracks, the material quality, the inclinations, and so on. And in this respect, it constitutes a deductive procedure of higher reliability than that of the analysis. The qualitative information of diagnosis must be the basic criterion for the level of reliability of the quantitative results of the analysis. In this flowchart, we have diagnosis on one side, quantitative safety evaluation, that is analysis, on the other. If they compile, if the conclusions of these two activities are compatible, we proceed to the choice of intervention scheme. Otherwise, we have to rehabilitate, to reconsider mainly the quantitative analysis. Based on the structural assessment, the structural restoration scheme is decided. For the suitable choice of the techniques and materials, irreversible and reversible techniques together with compatibility and durability for intervention materials should apply. for the formation of the structural restoration scheme, there is a need of a close cooperation, mainly between archaeologists, architects, and structural engineers, as I mentioned from the beginning. Closing, I would like to say that having a vast experience in research and structural restoration of prominent monuments, but also in modern buildings in the last 50 years, I am sure that the collaboration between the above professionals may be more effective and fruitful if each has some understanding of the other's aims, needs, and approaches. Below, I will show you 2 or 3 pictures of monumental buildings I was involved in, and also a modern one nearby. Rotonda of Thessaloniki, it was restored 40 years ago after the big earthquake of Thessaloniki. Theological School of Halki in Istanbul, it is now under restoration. The Church of Xenophon Monastery, it was restored. The restoration had finished 1 year ago, and then there was a rather big earthquake in Aion Oros, in Mountain Athos. And anew, the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center nearby, which was put in use in 2016. Thank you.
Professor Panelli, thank you very much. Maybe one comment, I very much agree that interventions should be limited as much as possible. Yeah. But we also have to give the message that the proper maintenance during the lifetime of monument should be performed.
Yes.
Thank you. I would like now to invite Professor Formisano Antonio to give, I see here already we have, to give his presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, sorry, it's wrong. Antonella, I'm sorry very much. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So please.
It's online.
Oh.
It's mine or Longobardi?
I don't know.
This is me.
Yeah, but here I would like to have this, Antonella. Yes, but is that going on?
Okay.
You have it? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Zarni. And I would like to thank Professor Marupoulou. Oh, sorry. Professor, would like to thank Professor Marupoulou for this for the invitation to join this panel. That is very important for me because we are all in with the same problem in a very seismic place. And when we discuss about heritage, we all often think about monuments, but I think for the monuments, the process is more robust. And we have also to think about the diffuse heritage that are important component, also our memory, our heritage, but they are not often protected in a strong way. So, and then when they are mostly Masonry, and when we think about Masonry, we think always the structural behavior of a box, and then we think that the behavior and the models which interpreted the seismic behavior of this element would be simple. wall with stiff elements that are loaded mainly in their plane. However, when we instead see the pictures and the damages of the past earthquakes, we observe unexpected behaviors that are not coming from the box-like behavior. So, and then the question is, what is not working? Seems that there should be sort of gaps between the effective behavior, the real behavior, and the structure models that we apply for the interpretation. So the assumption seems very far from the several common situations with regular flow levels, with line of buildings, irregular openings, irregular intervention, a lot of mesory discontinuities that are always affecting our historical center. And then we assume that the problem is not still very clear from technical and conceptual point of view, including cultural point of view. And it is a problem that is still not clear from also the code point of view. And sometimes it's difficult also to identify or define which are the structural elements because of the complexity of the geometry, the unknown connection between each heritage building, the mesory properties in the case, and the characteristics of the structural elements, and again, the change of the structure in time, because the 7 intervention made a very complex structural element with weakening caused by the lack of connection, with sharp discontinuities connected to the historical phases with infill openings and so on. All damages, lack of connection, which can, of course, weaken all the structural organization, and during the earthquake, this can trigger to overturns during the earthquakes. But again, we have to consider how, for example, common elements like the chimney flues could affect the behavior. And again, the mesory quality that can vary and be more complicated of what we could understand. And other point are the several past interventions. In fact, at least in the last earthquakes in Italy, we found that the damages were not, of course, considered by the models, structural models, but also the retrofitting techniques that were common till the from 2000, I mean, and led to create a sort of hybrid behavior between masonry structure and the new addition that they were usually in reinforcing concrete, but this means that the compatibility between these materials were not considered, and all the process, including the compatibility, all the process related to the control of the intervention was not considered in a proper way. I mean, till a certain point, we believe that reinforcing concrete could solve all the problems of the masonry building. So in some cases, the lack of compatibility with masonry or the poor application led to, of course, this brittle behavior, particularly lack knowledge of the masonry characteristics, particularly stone masonry, that of course is the most brittle, but also some of these applications, so the concretized roof and floor substitution led to unexpected at the time behavior, but if you think about well, the detail what could happen, so we can understand that is well, lack of compatibility with massive intervention and masonry structures, and the intervention, the damages were very clear, particularly about also when we substitute a floor or a roof with reinforcing mix tile reinforcing concrete structures. And the damages here are very clear, but also some strengthening technique applied to the masonry itself, like, for example, jacket walls in some cases were not effective due to the lack of connection, discontinuities between the application, but also simply the durability of these metal nets that, of course, in presence of moisture and the base of most of the historical heritage building is wet due to rising damp, led to the corrosion of the protecting elements. So in any case, also the application of grouting, that we believe that grouting was effective, but in most cases the masonry is not injectable at all because they have a poor quantity of void. So the idea to reinforce this building, for example, with the few spots that you can recognize in this picture, was not clearly enough for the effectiveness of the structural behavior of the structure. Then we have the review of the codes, and since 2003 we have some new requirements. So we have to take in account that the building should be known, starting from a simple step that was a geometrical survey, but also within this geometrical survey recognizing which are the elements that were transformed, and then historical research is part, and a very important part, of the structure assessment and of the past intervention. Again, material and decay and damage survey, so the present state of the building with this material and its state of conservation, the mechanical characteristics of the materials that we have to evaluate for the intervention, including ground foundation. And the knowledge must be continuing time, considering monitoring within a process, as Professor Zarni said, of continuing control and maintenance of the building. But even if the knowledge connect the code connect the knowledge of the building with the safety through some codes. It's very curious that also now probably the memory of the most important in earthquakes decrease, and in many cases the knowledge approach is less robust because a lot of part of the professional community consider it as a waste of resource. And I remember yesterday that Professor Papayani in the panel 9 that said, yes, we are studying mortars, and we found in laboratory that the behavior is more effective, but people knows about cement mortars and they continue to use them. And also if the code said that you must know before the building, and And if you know the building very well, you will select a more effective intervention. So people prefer to have a lower knowledge and to carry out a more massive intervention, because probably they are not trust also in some idea, even if it was diffuse. So then we have to take in account another thing. Yes, one important thing that Professor Paiani always said about AI. So what is the database? For the Masori, the database changed a lot if consider before the 2000, after the 2000, and the present. Because now we have, in many cases, new technique, FRP or other, the new materials coming from other fields, like in this case. We are doing a lot of tests about structure behavior, but which is the real effective application? And again, which is the durability of these new materials? So we have not to do the same mistake in the systematic application of reinforcing concrete. We have also to collect information about are they effective? Is there any database of the behavior of such element in new intervention, and how is the intervention after 20 years, 30 years, and for the earthquakes. Also the durability seems very low. We can conclude that the analysis knowledge is the base of the seismic assessment and vulnerability mitigation. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much for this very brief overview of our problems. And I would like to ask other reporters to be, within the limits of time, because we are a bit late. So now I am inviting Antonio Formisano. I made a mistake before, from University of Naples. I think it is online, if I remember well.
Good morning, everyone. I speak on behalf of Professor Formisano. I don't know if he informed the organizers. Okay, just a moment.
Please go on, it's okay.
Okay. Good morning again, everyone. I am Giovanna Longobardi, an engineer that worked with Professor Formisano, that unfortunately was not able to participate to this panel discussion. But we would like to thank all the organizers for this kind and interesting opportunity. We prepared this small presentation, mainly focused on Italian cultural heritage. As well known, Italy is one of the European countries with the highest number of cultural sites spread all over the peninsula. And this cultural heritage includes not only archaeological monuments, let's think about Pompeii, but also historic villas and palaces and ecclesiastical buildings, churches, cathedrals, bell towers. Most of these constructions are nowadays in advanced state of decay due to the natural aging of materials, but also for a lack of maintenance over the past centuries and decades. And for these reasons, such constructions could be affected by different types of mechanisms, both of local and global type. For example, concerning local mechanisms, they involved single portion of a structure called macroelements, and they are associated to overturning and bending phenomena. If these first mode mechanisms are neglected, there is the global response of the entire structure with the shear phenomena across the perimeter masonry walls. But we can consider in in some way, as part of cultural heritage, also clustered buildings, since they characterize the landscape of historic city centers, not only in Italy, but generally all over Europe. What are clustered buildings? They consist of several structural units erected in continuity one to each other, and they also represent the results of an unplanned urban development occurred in the past centuries without any regulations. And as depicted in this picture in the bottom part of the slide, their construction process could last several years. The process originated with two single buildings identified with the letter A. Then we have the construction of a building such as the building B in continuity. And then in order to fill the space, the empty space between two individual original buildings, there is the construction of the so-called saturation units. In this way, we obtained an aggregate, a mesory aggregate. However, cultural heritage clustered buildings in most of cases are placed in area having high seismic hazard, as evidenced in this picture. So there is an urgent need for a consolidation plan in order to improve their seismic behavior. How to define a proper and an adequate consolidation plan? Obviously, it is necessary to conduct an evaluation of the seismic vulnerability. For example, we can use the provision given by Italian guidelines for cultural heritage, which propose 3 distinct evaluation levels analysis, starting from the territorial scale up to the individual building scale, in order to investigate and to understand the behavior of the structure and of its single part. Based on the results, we can select some seismic retrofitting solutions, ranging from traditional methods, which include scucci and cuci, consolidating injections, and innovative solutions. Particularly, that innovative solutions try to combine the improvement of the seismic performance with energy efficiency. And for example, we can recognize the plaster reinforced with the natural fibers. So in some cases, there's innovative solutions used sustainable materials, natural materials, in order to reduce the environmental impact. So in conclusion, this topic is very important, but it is also very challenging because it's not easy to acquire structural geometrical information about cultural heritage, but it is very essential to understand their behavior and to consolidate such constructions in order to avoid the loss of this huge patrimony and obviously the loss of human life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very efficient and short but clear presentation.
Thank you.
So we are now calling Professor Ioannis Psycharis to give his presentation.
Okay, thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be in this panel, and I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for giving me this opportunity. I would like to talk about the earthquake response of classical monuments. And as you all know, the columns of classical monuments are made of drums, which are placed one on top of the other without mortar. So during earthquakes, the horizontal forces are transmitted mainly through friction, and the drums are allowed to rock and slide. This makes them kind of spinal constructions, and for this reason the seismic response is highly nonlinear, very sensitive even to very small changes of the parameters, and very complicated. And of course special analysis methods and software are needed to calculate it. Just to get an idea of how this structure responds to earthquake, this is an experiment on the shaking table. These are columns of the Parthenon in a scale of 1 to 3. Apparently, they three columns are the same, but there are very small difference between them, construction difference, which, as you see, produce very different response, and this is the sensitivity I was talking about. And this is another experiment showing you how these columns in the corner formation respond to the earthquake. You see that during the earthquake they can be close to collapse, but after the earthquake they might be stable again. So the question is, can such structures survive strong earthquakes? And the answer is, despite that their apparent instability, classical monuments are in general earthquake resistant in their intact condition, meaning when there is no damage. This can be proven analytically, and here I show you a graph showing the possibility of collapse of a single column of the Parthenon. This analysis were made for 3,500 artificial near-fault ground motions, and you see that the possibility of collapse is very, very small, except of a very strong earthquakes of magnitude larger than 7 and very close to the structure, less than 10 kilometers. But even in that cases, the possibility of collapse is less than 40%. The stability, of course, is also proven from the fact that many classical monuments built in seismic-prone areas have survived for almost 2,500 years. However, we must have in mind that many ancient temples have collapsed. So what are the factors that affect the risk of collapse of these monuments? First of all is the slenderness of the columns. The more slender is the column, the more vulnerable it is to earthquakes. The second parameter is the absolute size of the structure. This means that smaller structures are more vulnerable to earthquakes than larger structures with the same aspect ratios of dimensions. Similar structures, but larger, are more stable. The third one is the predominant period of the ground motion, with long period excitation being much more dangerous than high frequency ones. Of course, the connections between the structural members play an important role in the structural response, and finally, the damage is very, very important. So, because today these structures have damage, interventions are deemed necessary to reduce the risk of collapse to an acceptable level. Typical restoration actions include addition of missing fragments of the drums, restoration of inclined columns to the vertical position, addition of missing and replacement of existing connections with new ones, usually made of titanium, and fixing foundation problems. Such actions bring the structure close to its initial intact condition, but again, the structure, the today surviving structure, is only a part of the initial building. So even after interventions, there might be danger of collapse during a strong earthquake. Unfortunately, enhancement of the stability of these structures is very difficult or even impossible because the aesthetics and the original architecture have to be preserved. This is what Professor Penellis mentioned before. And for this reason, each monument is a special case that has to be looked individually, and interventions to be applied have to be chosen carefully and after appropriate analysis. One way to enhance the seismic stability that we propose is this so-called tendon system. This is a tendon which we propose to be placed inside the columns, passes through the columns. They are unbonded tendons without any bond, and the tendon is anchored at the foundation at the top of the column. During the seismic response, due to the rocking, there is an elongation of the tendon, and this produces a restoring force, a compressive restoring force, which tends to bring the column back to its initial position. The restoring force increases as the deformation increases, so we end up with a controlled rocking system, we would say. The advantages of this system is that the tendon is not visible, so we do not affect the aesthetics and the architecture. And the intervention is reversible in a way, except of the small hole that has to be drilled at the center of the column. We proposed to apply this system at the restoration of Pythias of Poland on the Acropolis of Rhodes. In that case, the columns will be restored with totally new material, so to drill the hole for the tendon is not a problem in this case. And the results show that the proposed system with proper selection of the tendons enhances the seismic stability, preventing collapse in the anticipated seismic motions that we examined. And just to show this, this is the response of a single column of this monument to 30 seismic motions. The open circles are without the tendon, the solid circles are with the tendon, and you see that without the tendon, the column collapses in about 40% of the seismic motions. With the tendon, does not collapse to any one of them. So this seems to be a promising solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting, innovative approach. And now I would like to call Professor Mouzakis Paris to give his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present you some tests we perform at the Laboratory for Earthquake Engineering with a masonry structure, two-storied masonry structure, reinforced. And this is a cooperation between the University of Shinshu in Japan and our university. The structure has two floors. We perform triaxial tests. It's 1:2 scaled the specimen, and it was constructed with a double Flemish bond of 2 bricks thickness. The first story has a timbrel vault, and on the second story, timber joists and planks exist. That's how this masonry was constructed. We used bricks of 30 by 50 by 100 millimeters. The joint thickness is 5 millimeter. The compressive strength of the brick was 14 megapascal, and the mortar had a strength of 6.3 megapascal at the time we performed the shaking table tests. We started with some initial tests to find the compressive strength of the initial material, and then of the confined material. I'll explain later about this confinement. Then we perform tests for 4 bending tests perpendicular to the bend joints according to EN 1052-2. And you can see the crack failure during this test. And then we perform a similar test with 4-point bending parallel to the bed joints. The timbrel vault is a structure that typically encountered in Spain, especially in Catalonia, and is made of tiles. You can see here how the vault intersects the walls of the structure, and that's a photo of the top from the top. and from the bottom. Then we performed triaxial, we placed the triaxial accelerometers. We used wire displacement transducers and a system with stereoscopic videometry using targets on the specimen, which has an accuracy of 0.1 millimeter. Here is the test of the original structure. The peak acceleration is 48% of G. Many cracks appeared, but all these cracks mainly can be attributed due to bending and not to the shear sliding of the bed joints. Then we decided to strengthen this by using steel beams, and we did 3 different arrangements. In the first one, we strengthened for bending all the piers, and then we calculated the we find the shear strength, taking into consideration the capacity design of the moments, and then we strengthen also for shear the structure. For the second series of tests, we took out all the the beams, horizontal and vertical beams that were used to strengthen in plane for shear. And at the end, we took out also the 4 angle beams that were used at the 4 corners of the building. The maximum acceleration the structure suffered without any damage was now 1.5 G, about 3 times higher than the unreinforced structure. In the second case, exactly the same acceleration, and for the third case, we reached the same acceleration without any damage. You can see here the 1.5 G test. This looks like that it's a very stiff, and it's not needed to strengthen for shear. Then we repeated the test. And that's the last one, where no corner beams exist on the specimen, none of the beams. Oh.
Thank you very much for very interesting and very instructive presentation. Well, it reminds me on the classic strengthening with the wooden planks. So it's obviously the old masters understood earthquakes as well. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor Dritsos Stefanos. He is with us on web. Dritsos? So, floor is yours. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Share screen.
Can you give us your presentation, please?
Sorry,
Can you give us a presentation?
just a moment. Probably.
You have a technical problems?
Can you see my? Can you see now my presentation?
Yes.
I have already shared. Can you see? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see. Okay. Okay. I apologize for these problems. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Rocco, for to be here in Athens. We are glad to see you. And of course, I want to thank the organizers and specifically Tonya for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel and try to give a sense of CAVET, which is the code for the assessment and structural derivation for assay structures, which can be used as very useful tool also for heritage structures. The objectives of CAVET, I'll just very quickly say that set the rules for the inspection, the surveys, the investigation, the documentation of the structure, and there are specific references to monumental and preserved structures. Also, they set a specific criteria for assessing the seismic response of the mastery structures and give the appropriate approach to select the appropriate measures for the interventions. Also, there are criteria for the redesign and the retrofitting of the structure. The field of application covers all the mastery structures that formed by mastery units and connected with mortar. However, it is evident that the underlying main principles of mechanics are for general use. Dry stone mastery structures are not included. Preserved buildings and monumental structures is included. It is a main part of the code, and also including structures that are made from tip and frame masonry and from composite beer body structures. The obligation of the code provisions depends on the expressions that are in the text. Somewhere you can find it be must, apply, may, propose, and the comments that are in the code have the same force as in the main text. Also in the code it is allowed a partial satisfaction of the requirement of the code. This is under certain conditions. And either with an explicit reference to the code, this is these exceptions, or by a relevant decision of the parking authority. Also, it is allowed to use other evaluation methods besides those of the code under certain conditions. And in the code, you can see that the main concept of the damage, the performance level or damage level or limit states that are included in all the assessment codes are included in the code, including all these different performance levels that concerns minimum damage or significant damage or excessive damage. Concerning the seismic actions, which is the design, earthquake, and assessment, the pro or after a retrofitting work, which is the return period that should be selected, should it be the same as the new structure? The answer is not, no. But it is a decision of the owner or of the public authority. And in the question, which is the maximum seismic action that leads to the accepted damage profile of a building? This is the accepted damage profile that the owner or the public authority want. And in this, to answer these questions, so different seismic classes are provided. So any structure can have can be evaluated and assessed for a specific damage profile, and depending on the capacity of the structures we can categorize the structures in different seismic classes, and this is very important for the heritage builders. For the intervention in masonry, for all the traditional and conventional techniques are included and described how this should apply, and also with the design work. And also it is focusing in the intervention with steel elements and other modern materials, also the technology and the design procedure. Some photographs from the main concept of the code, that the masonry with steel ties and other modern materials in order to provide the box behavior of the building is focusing. And that's all, and thank you for your attention. Here is the site with the English version of Cadet, which just published before some months. Thank you for your attention.
Stefano, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. This Cadet is something what should be used around, not only in Greece, and I hope your presentation will be available to be downloaded somewhere. So now I would like to invite another speaker by web, Professor Corina Papanicolaou. So please, Corina.
Hello, good morning from a rather gloomy and cloudy Patras. It is rather chilly as well. It's so nice to see all of you. Thank you, Professor Zarnitz, for your introduction, and special thanks for the honoring invitation by Professor Moropoulou and the organizers to this conference. I'm not sure whether I have to spare my presentation because I sent it yesterday by email, but I can share it, no problem. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it. Please go on.
Okay. My initial decision has been proven correct, meaning that my background includes 2 decades-long research regarding the use of innovative composite materials and systems, namely inorganic matrix composites, textile reinforced mortars in particular, in seismic strengthening of structurally deficient masonry, for the most part masonry structures. So when I was invited to this panel, I decided not to even try and make a summary of this knowledge, but because the task seemed impossible for the 5 minutes that I was allocated. So I made the decision just to simply provoke the discussion on a very, very limited list of issues which I think are in rise right now. So it is an undisputable fact that our building stock is aging and that it is in peril. What I want to highlight and provide as a food for thought is that what needs to be contemplated is the combined action between seismic actions and other causes of risk, such as weathering, differential settlement, and fire. So multi-hazard protection is needed. As an example, I provide the example of fire following earthquake. What is our level of understanding regarding to this? Not much is done. FFE, as it is called, it is at its infancy right now, and there is actually a virgin field of research that lies ahead. Also, earthquake following fire is another issue that has to be taken into consideration. Another issue is the fact that the existing, and dear Antonella's presentation already included that. You might mention, dear Antonella, saluti, long time no see. The existing already in place strengthening means have already aged, and Antonella showed a photograph of it. How do we assess them? How do we treat parent system versus strengthening system, differential aging? So it all rolls back to the long-lasting issue of compatibility. Now compatibility has also a time aspect along with it. And last but not least, and there was also a mention from Antonella regarding Professor Papaioanou's presentation in another panel, how do we integrate the use of artificial intelligence in strengthening and rehabilitation of historic structures? In this context, we have to bear in mind that what AI does is by machine learning, knowledge discovery from data, KDD, and data mining, TM, AI is trying to find patterns and fill in the blanks for data that is missing. From the other hand, the result of machine learning and all these very nice approaches is only as good as the input data and the knowledge of the person managing the data. So by going through the very, very, very limited literature on this and citing the work of Perhaver and Kamnik, one can see that there is a need for building digitization in a strictly controlled format in terms of database. And this needs to be tackled with within national level and then communicated internationally if we want any meaningful results to come out from this exercise. From the other hand, it is my personal belief, and this is not on the technical side, this is more on the philosophical side, AI will never fill in the shoes, let's say, of us engineers in terms of inspiration and even apophenia. Apophenia is a Greek word meaning that one has the ability to perceive meaningful connections between seemingly unrelated things. So yes, it might be a very interesting tool we might want to look into, but at the end of the day, it's the engineer who possesses the higher function abilities to decide on the intervention of historic and monumental structures at least. So this is from my part. I hope I was brief enough.
Thank you very much, especially for the last philosophical thoughts, because I think that we should not be strictly oriented only on technical part, but we have to understand the wider aspects. So now I would invite Professor Nikos Pneumatikos, who will have a speech together prepared with author who is here on our...
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I actually replaced my colleague Phyllis Triandafylos Kokinos. He has an unexpected obligation and couldn't be with us today. First of all, I'm very glad to be here among so prestigious and experts in the field of earthquake engineering and structural rehabilitation of heritage structure. I'm not make any presentation. I just want to share some thoughts together. And the problem of earthquake rehabilitation of heritage structure is a compromise problem. We should come compromise with the different contradiction aspects. So we have structural intervention of one side, and the other side we have architectural intervention. Or we have the value of safety lives from one side, or from the other side we have the historical, aesthetic, architecture values. Or even though this come out to seismic force and how much seismic force we can calculate versus to authenticity of the structures. So this is a decision, this is a compromise that we should do all together with different directions, scientists with different directions. If we manage to find the equilibrium point, that's okay. If we don't, it's better to leave the structure, to pray not an earthquake happen, and to leave the things for the next year, for maybe other group of people from different direction can communicate and to find this equilibrium point, and or maybe new, better technologies come up and they find a solution. But of course we try to find this balance point. Some important issues should be taken into consideration. In order to see a better, a clearer picture, we have to understand from the structures the load-bearing mechanism, the path load, very clear picture to have about this subject. Also, we have technology test for material, for in situ, in laboratories, in order to understand the mechanical properties and to help us to make a better model to be analyzed. Also, we should have clear picture about the pathology, what the reason of cracks, what kind of cracks it is, not only how repair the cracks and all these things, in order to make a better model with good support conditions or other clear or other specific things during the structure to be modeled. So, and having a clear picture of this is a part of structural part of view. We should make some like a AutoCAD which has layer overlapping the seismic risks, overlapping the values of the structures, the architectural values, the historical values, or the heritage values, and then to use some theoretical techniques like multi-criteria analysis or use AI tools in order to find this equilibrium point. And if we find this equilibrium point, then we start to continue to apply the techniques that we decide all together from the archaeologist, the historical, and all the aspects. And this is the good scenario. But closing, I don't want to spend more time. I think I listen in every conference and a lot of things, and we focus so much in how let's thought that we find this equilibrium point, and we do the job, and we do the good job. Then what? So I see a lot of very good churches which have been restored and then is empty, and nobody goes there to pray and to connect the structure with the social life. Of course, someone can say, but it's not our job, it's not our fields to go beyond the restoration. It's just a point of other social scientists or social matters. But I think social scientists maybe fail to connect or to motivate people to go beyond. So it's our also which we help in order to motivate the society to live with that in such structures. Or we see archaeological temple and no people philosophize. So we should, closing, I say, let's rehabilitate, restore the structure, and let's help also rehabilitate and restore our souls and ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are very much in line with the whole conference. And I think that one of the words, one of the issues is adaptive reuse, which can bring life back, also in economical terms. So I would like to invite Giovanna Longobardi on web to give her presentation. Giovanna?
I made my intervention before.
Please.
With Professor Formisano.
Okay.
I already made my intervention.
Is it no? It's
already presented.
Is it already presented? Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem.
So now I would like to invite the Stavroulakis Georgios, please, to present your. Yeah, just a moment.
Thank you very much. I have prepared some slides before the discussion, so allow me to show you some thoughts which have been done before this discussion, and then I have the privilege to close the discussion and summarize what has been told. Well, we are talking about modern tools, computational mechanics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, image recognition, etc. And I would like to add here the structural health monitoring and the digital twins, and for good reason. What we are doing at this time, and you are invited to attend the technical presentations, is to use data within the structural analysis. That means to integrate experimentally or numerical calculated data within the structure. And this data can be updated during the life of the structure if they are available. This is an example of what we can do if we know the composition of a building, the composition of the wall. We can do numerical homogenization in order to put all ingredients in the mechanical behavior. At another level, we can take measurements of the whole structure and update the model during the life of the structure and take into account in a holistic way altering and all changes during the life of a structure, including, of course, damages due to an earthquake. We have done on the computer experiments comparing results with the predictions of artificial intelligence, and we have shown that this path works. This is an example of integrating the microstructure by means of artificial intelligence tools and make possible to use what was impossible several years before, multi-scale analysis within classical everyday structural analysis tasks, because the classical FEM square, we all know it's very expensive tool. Well, the last thing is that we can introduce into artificial intelligence tools the classical mechanics, the classical rules of mechanics. And the modern trend is to create the so-called physics-informed neural networks. Instead of comparing measurements with the prediction of a network, you use the network itself, you differentiate the network, and then you try to fulfill the partial differential equations of elasticity, what we have done in the classical mechanics in the first years of our study. Well, other kind of tools, which will be presented in parallel sessions, are optical recognition of the shape, of cracks, of damages, whatever is required to fill first the WASP questionnaire and the questionnaire of FEMA, first step of evaluation after an earthquake of damages, and then to create a quick model in order to predict the results. Here is an example of what we can do. For example, if we have a picture of a masonry structure, we can evaluate from this picture directly the response or the collapse. Behind this is a database created by classical modeling, and then on top of it, it is an evaluation tool based on deep learning. Well, the reality, of course, is that we have in front of us old structures. We need a lot of information. We have to capture this information, as the other people have already mentioned. And we have now in Greece this canopy, Professor Drissos has given it in his talk, which gives a categorization of structures, performance levels, and seismic classes. Okay. If we think, in some sense, out of the box, on the other side we have sensors, but with limited life span. In comparison with the host structure, masonry structure, could be there for centuries. An electronic circuit will be useless after some years. So there's no guarantee on there, and the data, there's no guarantee how to preserve them for the next 10 years or so. If we resolve these problems and we have reliable sensors and reliable gathering and evaluation of data, according to my opinion, the optimal goal could be to have a reliable structural health monitoring system that warns us about the health of a structure and allow for further usage depending on the real condition of the structure. That means an updated structural digital twin, and not on the provisions of any canopy. Of course, this is not accepted for the time being from the law. This dilemma has to be discussed and resolved in the next years in the scientific community. Well, I stop here my presentation, so I have to...
Excuse me, one presentation is missing. I left mine to the end.
Okay.
So still, by intention I did it, so before your report.
I will continue then with the report after your talk.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can you give my presentation is in envelope there, in file? Yeah, for the first Jarnic and the second presentation. Yeah. No, up. Yeah, here on the second, yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. I will be short. I just left for the end. Well, I have a little provocation regarding the Eurocode 8 and the problems of cultural heritage. The problems which we meet every day. I experienced some such problems when I was involved in some design of post-earthquake retrofitting in Croatia after earthquake. And let's see one fact. Earthquake engineering is old at least 25 centuries. Yeah, the first base isolated recorded building still now visiting 1,000 tourists is the Cyrus the Great Mausoleum, which has base isolation. On the level of stones, there is a level of sand and another level of stone, so it survived all the earthquakes. But I'm proud to say that in Slovenia, in Ljubljana, we have the first known modern base isolated building, so-called skyscraper. It is infill frame building from 1933. And this building we, in our country, have as a starting point of the earthquake engineering in Slovenia, which is now 90 years. Well, Eurocodes, we are all familiar with them. Many of us are working on it, we're working on it. This is a story 45 years already, since the start. But we have two cases of Eurocode for repair strengthening. It was the first version, 8.14, which was replaced by Eurocode 3. The problem is that cultural heritage is even less addressed in the last one that was in the first one, which from my opinion, of engineering opinion, was practically more usable than the, but it's not critic, it's just my understanding. When we try to intervene in heritage, we have to somehow combine with conservation standards, national heritage laws and other things. So yesterday in panel 9, we had one very good statement in the last slide regarding this. I didn't know for that before. So, and also Stefanos showed us today some of possible solutions, what is developing here in Greece, what is very good point on. So we are using different tools. I'm using, let's say, Tremuri software, and the part of Eurocode can be fulfilled by assessment. But what is missing, it's not addressed. Preserving historical materials and architectural authenticity, working with conservation constraints, adapting intervention techniques to fragile and non-engineered materials. They're all open questions. And why? There is a problem. I'm a civil engineer, and I work with architects very well. I can also work and work with conservators. But sometimes conservators do not understand our problems because they're more concentrated to their problems. So when it comes to decision making and signing the project, it's always debate how far civil engineers, architects can intervene, what is in conflict with conservator rules. So some kind of, I don't know, regulations, especially in laws which comes in countries after earthquake, these problems should be somehow addressed to help both in conservators, architects, civil engineers to cooperate better. So we should discuss in future how far can the future development of Eurocodes address the specific issues of the interventions in cultural heritage. Do we need more precise requirements of the national post-earthquake retrofitting regulations regarding cultural heritage? Should precise requirements cover the retrofitting measures, including requirements on the appropriate material use and types of materials, including emerging ones, what we heard today? And can it contribute to better understanding and cooperation of investors, conservators, architects, structural engineers? And now the last slide to support Professor Moropoulou, because Athena is waiting for her declaration. And we started to think about heritage resilience since our project EU-CHIC, European Cultural Heritage Identity Card, in the same framework. It's now 15 years ago. And from that, we were thinking also of resilience. And that is some exercise here, which I did with my colleagues, how to understand the resilience of heritage. First, what we have to have is complete data as far as possible, because a value, or let's say value, of monument, which was in the moment when it became in life, we cannot recover. We can try to understand, to get as much data as possible. But we have to know that at the end, when we are retrofitting, what I'm doing, we cannot bring back the whole value. But we have to work to do as much as possible. And that's why we need some declaration. Athena is waiting, and I hope this activity of Professor Moropoulou will be successful. Thank you. So, please, Rapporteur, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
We have it. I have some more to give you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had the privilege to hear a lot of interesting presentations and ideas from well-known colleagues in the topic of cultural heritage and earthquakes. First of all, Professor Penellis mentioned the milestone of structural restoration and the need of finding a common topos between archaeologists, architects, and structural engineers. And he mentioned also the question of finding a suitable design earthquake for a monument that already has a long history behind it. He mentioned also that the structural assessment can rely on computer science, but there is a need of making first a meaningful inspection and diagnosis, which is the first and most important step before using the modern tools of computer science. Professor Saissi then mentioned the question which investigation should be done for its intervention, and mentioned again the importance of evaluation of the current condition of every monument, and then she presented a critical review of relevant strengthening techniques and the problems each one of it may have. Then she mentioned the code requirements and listed all the requirements concerning knowledge of geometry, history, material, ground, and at the end monitoring. All of these topics introducing uncertainties which must be taken into account in order to safeguard the safety of the structure. At the end, she mentioned experimental database and the question how this could be integrated and applied in view of using new materials. Mrs. Lagobardi with Professor Formisano then contributed to the discussion by clustering, showing buildings and clustering of monuments. with different structural methods and construction processes. And they pose the question of vulnerability assessment for all these different types of structures. Then Professor Psicharis presented a very specific but very important for our region topic of classical monuments, in particular columns composed of drums which are interconnected and there the friction and the contact plays a crucial role. He presented a number of examples and shown that the risk of collapse depend in a not straightforward way on several parameters, for example, the slenderness, the size of the monument, the period of the ground motion, and all these things. At the end, Professor Psicharis presented a novel tendon-based system for stabilizing these structures, and this system has already been applied to a monument in Rhodes. The next presentation came by Professor Mouzakis, who presented two experiments. One experiment of an unreinforced masonry building with different interventions, different strengthening measures, and the corresponding experiments. And a picture, an example from mainly used in Spain and other countries, timber vaults, which represent a specific case of masonry structures in urban areas. The next presentation came from Professor Dritsas, who is an expert and a leading person in cadet regulations. And he presented he mentioned several topics that cadet allows partial satisfaction of its own requirements, depending on the provision of the authorities, introduces the mention of performance levels and the seismic classes of the structures, and allows for a more flexible handling of different requirements between usage and cost and requirements of rehabilitation. Professor Papanikolaou then mentioned a number of threats and ways of using of rehabilitating structures, FRPs, mentioning the fire, mentioning the compatibility issue, and poses some interesting thoughts on further usage or abuse of artificial intelligence in the field of rehabilitation. And of course, the need of keeping a digital replica, digital information about the structures. Professor Pneumatikos then contributed to the discussion by mentioning again the compromise that must be taken between the various stakeholders of the procedure, that means structural, architectural, and conservatory requirements, and mentioned that this the decision at the end is certainly a multi-criteria optimization procedure that could be assisted by artificial intelligence. Professor Rocco closed the discussion by mentioning by providing a critical evaluation of the Eurocodes, and he also mentioned that a decision must take into account all partners that are involved, and the need to include all these aspects in the next generation of Eurocodes and in the research activity within European countries. Thank you.
So, thank to you all. We are quiet on time almost. And so I think that we continue now in another room where there are presentations of papers regarding to cultural heritage and earthquake engineering. And thank you, Professor Moropoulou, again for bringing us together.
I thank you for your valuable contribution. I know that some of you came even yesterday because of the strike, like Professor Penellis, but all of you came, my friend Rocco Zarnic came from Slovenia, Antonella from Milano, and all of you came, Yorgos from Crete, Yannis and Nikos from a difficult Athens, and Haris as well. So we very much appreciate your dedication, and not only because you came here, but because of the great work that all of you have performed and you are still performing in the level of monuments, historic structures, and structures. And we are expecting your message to Athens Declaration. Thank you very much.
are stuck in the road traffic, including Professor Christoforou and many of the members. This panel is titled Advanced Non-Destructive and Structural Techniques for Diagnosis, Redesign, Health Monitoring and Quality Assessment of Materials and Preservation Interventions. First of all, we would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for compiling such a multidisciplinary and very esteemed panel. And this panel will show that NDTs are covering a wide range from the micro scale to the macro scale of the whole buildings. We will see that from all the talks that they cover from fundamental research to applications of NDTs. And from just my quick intervention is that I feel the future of the non-destructive testing lays in digitization. It's a challenge, actually, because many of the NDTs have not reached the level of other techniques that are used in other fields, like, let's say, geometric documentation, as I said yesterday. But we are trying to do that. The clear danger is that since our society and since our scientific community is accustomed to nowadays to virtual reality, augmented reality, that we are expecting to see same results in non-destructive testing. The danger, as I feel it, is that since we are expecting to see something three-dimensional moving around and rotating and things like that, we are losing much of the fundamental science. And many of our esteemed colleagues will show exactly that it's, we have to understand what's happening behind what is the final result, because obviously sometimes what you see is not what you get or actually how you got it. We're talking about many techniques based on electromagnetic spectrum, on visual and all this, and it's difficult to interpret the results and present them. So one of the challenges is the digitization. The other one is that we need to move to a spatial approach. We need to combine all these non-destructive results into one big platform of a structure of a cultural heritage asset, something like H-beam. We have not reached that yet because many of the techniques have not reached that level of actual georeference and so on. And the third is AI. We have the similar panels before, yesterday about AI. Again, entities, I don't think it's a clear danger that AI will substitute our profession, because much of the beauty and much of the workload on entities is how you interpret the results. AI, I don't think it has reached that level yet. Obviously, it's the future. Obviously, entities section will exploit AI. They have started doing that, mostly in image processing techniques. But as our colleagues will show, it's a way ahead. So now, after that, is Professor Asman connected or not? Online? No. How about Professor Zhang Hai? No. Professor Amditis, is he connected? Okay, so Professor Amditis has the floor from National Technical University of Athens, Institute of Communication and Computer Systems. He's a research director of this institute. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Mr. Moropoulou and to the conference that you have invited me. I will try to share my screen. Give me a second, please. I don't know if you see my presentation already.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So, as Professor Moropoulou said, many people arrived from different places of Europe to the conference. That was much easier than us staying in Athens to navigate and come there ourselves. That's why I'm also speaking to you online right now. So thank you very much. As it was mentioned already for our moderator, I'm coming from the National Technical University of Athens, and specifically from one research center of NTUA, which is called ICCS. ICCS stands for Institute of Communication and Computer Systems. and it's related with all aspects of electrical and computer engineering science in all different areas, one of them being exactly what we are discussing here in this conference, especially looking at it from the technologies point of view. And that is why I'm going to try to discuss a little bit with you. Just for your information, our organization consists of more than 1,000 researchers and scientists right now in all the fields that you've seen on the right part of this slide. And together with NTUA, we're #1 research organization today in Greece and in the top 20 list of Europe. So what I would like to discuss a little bit with you today, and this is of course not new, it was also mentioned by our moderator today, is all these possibilities that are opened up the increasing advances in digital technologies, which are quite impressive and ever-growing. So from 3D tech to artificial intelligence and virtual augmented reality, these are all being used not only to ensure preservation, but also to support our work, our knowledge, and our experience with our cultural monuments. So there has been an explosion, actually, of digital innovations over the last 20 years. And such technologies include 3D modeling, AI and ML, machine learning algorithms for prediction and tracking, UAVs for monitoring, gamification, also digital restoration simulations and digital twins, but also social networks and the use of information systems to support also the inclusion of users, of citizens in all our work, what we call the crowdsourcing today. So all of them are applied today, all these technologies, to preserve cultural heritage in different parts of the world. Three-dimensional digital technologies are mainly widely used in the preservation of material cultural heritage, and it has been applied in buildings of different types, such as castles, churches, sculptures, archaeological sites, among many other things. Concepts also as the virtual museums are being adopted more and more all around the world. The European Commission, through extensive policy, coordination and funding actions, supports member states and all our institutes and universities and organizations to even more advance their cultural policy with a special emphasis on digitization and on online access to cultural materials and digital preservation and curation. So I would like to briefly talk to you today about a couple of these projects that are being supported by a European Commission, focusing mainly on the deterioration of cultural heritage, which is becoming more and more one of the biggest challenges in conservation. Aspects like building technologies, materials, structural responses, preventive measures, and restoration strategies, resilience and adaptation methodologies are always and continuously considered. Also, we need to be able to assess quantitatively, but also qualitatively, the impact of various climate and other parameters on the sites, develop strategies, and also an overall resilience and reconstruction planning framework for all our historical areas. I will briefly mention to you today, introduce to you two major research projects, European research projects, where we are applying all these innovative technological tools in order to monitor, to preserve, and to create prediction models that we are working and we are also coordinating. So one of them, the more recent one, which is quite active right now, it's called Thetida. And Thetida is using exactly technologies with the main aim to support and to improve, if you like, resilience, especially for underwater and coastal monuments related to all issues related with climate change, with natural hazards, and other environmental aspects.
Dr. Amditis, if you can please be a little more brief, because we need to put the floor to the other speakers and we are running on time. So if you can be very brief on each project, just to get an idea of the whole spectrum you have.
This is what is my plan.
Thank you.
So CETIDA consists of 17 partners from 8 participating countries and has a duration of 4 years, so it will run until 2026. Hyperion, on the other side, is another project that we have been looking at also in this conference in the previous years, and has been related mainly with the effects of climate change, ravage of time, intense geological phenomena, and other related issues. So very fast, I will try to give you an overview of these things. So in CETIDA, we are looking especially on underwater and coastal monuments, where we are trying to look on coastal threats, erosion, heat drought, earthquake, and many other issues, but also underwater threats related to temperature, to water pollution and acidification. And we have 7 different pilot sites with a number of monuments, from castles in Mykonos, for example, the castle up to underwater like wrecks and underwater monuments that we are been working with. So this is just a very fast overview of the different technologies that are being used, from remote sensing to wearable sensors to autonomous underwater vehicles and to smart tags, that all of them are being utilized in order to work, as I mentioned, to the aspects I mentioned before. So this is some pictures of the work that is being done right now, as we are trying to analyze different materials, and also to look at specific issues like wetting, deterioration, seawater acidification, using different type of sensors and technologies. Very fast also for Hyperion. Hyperion was doing also something more quite interesting. I was trying to involve end users, so citizens, if you like, through platforms, in order to assess exactly, to have a better understanding of the dangers and threats to tangible cultural heritage, making decisions for a swifter and more effective response, and contribute also to the sustainable reorganization of the historical regions under threat. This is some pictures from the medieval city of Rhodos, where we have done a number of things there with sensors and with the use of with the participation of citizens. So I would like to close this intervention with just mentioning about the EU Green Cluster on cultural heritage. Already from 2021, the Commission has issued 3 different calls of proposal and has selected more than 10 research projects looking on all these aspects. And all of them together have created a green cluster in order to work together on all the aspects I mentioned before. The overall goal of the Commission is to support transdisciplinary joint efforts of researchers to develop sustainable preservation and adaptation plans. So, thank you very much. This is just a slide to show you future prospects and extensions of this work. I truly believe that the wider application of technologies that will support our work, and we have a number of aspects that we are looking today. And in this slide, you can see also a few of the items that are under investigation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Atmitis. And you have seen that the compilation of all this information through all these type of platforms, and these are very crucial, because otherwise all the specific fields of each entities are just isolated. We are bringing them together through platforms like presented here, in order to have interdisciplinary analysis, co-analysis of various data, so that everybody can speak the same language and understand what everybody else is doing. Platforms is the future. We should orient our specific techniques towards being accessible and usable by such platforms. Thank you. So the next,
thank you very much. Thank you.
The next speaker, the next panelist is George Karagiannis from Ormilia Foundation. He's a scientific director. Dr. Karagiannis, the floor is yours. Please present us your exciting things.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor.
Labropoulos. I thank Professor Moropoulou for the invitation to be here today. Well, I think with this, yes. I'm George Karagans. I'm coming from our Milliam Foundation. I would like to tell some things as a case for discussion. The bottom-up documentation of cultural heritage objects, not only for the conservation science, but also for authentication cases, and also for historical and aesthetic documentation of the object, which is itemographies and infrastructure that we have developed in the lab, covering non-destructive documentation of cultural heritage objects. I'm going to tell about how we could organize the data based on DICOM, which is the DICOM protocol. Professor Christoforou has just arrived. Okay. And how there is the DICOM protocol for the non-destructive test techniques, and how can AI, which is now already applied to the data, can support all the above mentioned work. Well, this is our Milliam Foundation. I'm passing. The objective is the identification of the material and the structural composition of cultural heritage artwork and in general cultural heritage object using various tomographic imaging, spectroscopic with various excitation and waves techniques. The implementation is to utilize all these methods through the corresponding devices in order to make non-destructively an object transparent and see what is the state of preservation, the corrosion, the materials, the pathology, the story, the authentication in all the bulk of the object. And the challenge is now we have passed this challenge actually. We have designed and we have autonomous, as also Professor Avditi said before, and systems in order to make the scans and the appropriate mechanical and robotic systems in order to acquire the data from the cultural heritage objects and monuments. And now we are in the position to apply AI, artificial intelligence techniques, in all this kind of data. Well, this is the infrastructure which we have already, and this is improved from the previous time that I was here, which involves various kind of imaging, various kind of tomographies, various kind of remote sensing, and various kind of spectroscopies and combination of them techniques, which all of them now are portable. Also the mechanical scaffolds that we use for this in order to go on site and according to the kind of the object, if it's easy to move it or not to move it, to place it in a horizontal or perpendicular in direction in order to scan it using all these kind of the techniques. For instance, here we can see various kind of the XY adaptable robotic system in order to have the possibility to scan using portable X-ray tomographer the various kind of the object. This was specially developed for the case of Vergina. So we are in the position, and all the teams that are working now all over Europe, we are mature enough and we are scanning objects having resolution from micrometers and the possibility to scan micrometers up to meters with the appropriate resolution in order to make tomography and material identification and, as I said before, corrosion, pathology and authenticity from micrometers to centimeters to millimeters, centimeters, up to meters, as you can see here in this transparent, even to the excavations. And I'm going, how can I activate the video?
Just press this.
Yes, this is it's too high. Maybe we can reduce the noise, the sound. This is in real, the eye tomography in situ, in the way that the most modalities were set up, and all the robotic cameras you can see here scanning with various systems of ultrasonics, electromagnetic waves, spectroscopies, in order to document all these very important objects coming from the tomb of Philippus II. So it's deserved to see this, and then I'm closing. You see, we're rotating the object in order to make X-ray in situ tomography. Here we identify materials, the various masses of materials coming from the tomb, assembling the X-ray tomographer, placing the object with the appropriate probes on the spectrophotometers, observing real-time the tomography, the X-ray or ultrasonic tomography in order to see with the archaeologists what is happening. You see here we are rotating again another object in order to make CT tomography. Sometimes the manual procedure is also very useful, not so, and many times you have to use it because the automatic procedures sometimes fail for specific reasons, of course. So this is the case of the in situ. I think that, yeah. And the final result is that we have documented all these kind of objects, which are, I think, yeah, it's coming from the tomb of Philippos the Vicar, the second. And as you can see here, we have a big database. Okay, no problem, I can go back. From various kind of objects from all the historical periods. And we have done work in situ all over the world. So this is I cannot touch each kind of the data. We deliver this kind of, this is a case of what we deliver. This is a DICOM file, actually, where all the information is embedded in one file. DICOM file is well known from the medical sector, from the medical scientific diagnostic field. And there is the decoder, the corresponding protocol in order to store the data from non-destructive testing technique in general. This is the case of cultural heritage, where you can see all the tomographic images, the spectroscopic information. What is a decoder file is covering and describing the kind of the data that you have and the whole procedure. You can trace the whole procedure that these data are acquired and how they are interconnected among them. So we follow this protocol, which is the STM-E2339, and I want to come here, yes. And this protocol in general covers the possibility to store the data coming from all the kind of the geometries, like an artwork or an object that we scan in the industry, which involves scanning procedure, providing cube imaging, cube data, where we have the X, Y, Z information, which in the Z dimension we have the raw signal, the one-point signal, which can be an ultrasonic signal or X-ray signal or a spectroscopic signal or a reflectance coefficient, whatever. So now we are in the position to store these three or n-dimensional signals in the Iconde file, which covers the entity techniques. And we are now at the era of where we are working in order to identify the most information that we can extract from this kind of the data. So this is important, the high fidelity of the way that we are acquiring the information, to be very strict and secure in order to have a high level of data in order to use this big data, because we have thousands of data now in Europe on cultural heritage, in order to apply deep learning without involving errors or minimize the errors that we have due to the fact that we scan this with the robotic arms and the high fidelity procedures. And then now we are applying neural networks, which is actually the technique of artificial intelligence, in order to work on the conservation science many requirements, on the authentication services requirements, on the historical and aesthetic documentation requirements that we have. And the AI can be applied, and now we are applying it, of course, in the 1D data, the 1D signals, of course, in the 2D signals, the slices, and, well, it's difficult because all of us will have to have the same way of storing the data and the same way of scanning the data in order to apply this to the 3D structure or to the ND dimension, to the many dimension structure, which involves various kinds of objects, as I told before. Here we are now, and this must be one of the targets in order the whole community work on this very powerful tool that we have due to the fact of the big data of the artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. I want to just mention that 9th to 11th of May, we are organizing the Pan-Hellenic Conference of Non-Destructive Testing Techniques in Ormilia Foundation.
you are invited all to come. And there is a session also besides the industry and biomedical sector, and a session about cultural heritage documentation using non-destructive testing techniques. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. And thank you for the AI slides. We realized that AI can actually be applied earlier in the signal processing. That's probably more convenient and more efficient because it can help us interpretation rather than afterwards when you're just trying to compile a lot of data, as you said, big data from platforms and trying to figure out what's happening. Thank you. And the next speaker is Professor Loutas Theodoros from University of Patras, Department of Mechanical Engineering. As far as I know, is he still online?
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm over here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Theodore. Yes. The floor is yours. Let's all try to be on time and just be brief, up to the point. Thank you.
Of course.
Do you have a presentation or? Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah, I am sharing. Can you see? I think you can see my presentation.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, Kyriakos, and to Professor Moropoulou. My best regards to everyone. I'm Theo Loutas. I'm professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Aeronautics, and I will try to give you my view in NDT or SHM for cultural heritage preservation, my view on the, let's say, future events in the sense of AI or machine learning. I'm going to use these terms interchangeably. Let me tell you that we do not work directly in cultural heritage, but we have a long experience, a multi-year experience in the aeronautics and space and materials field. So I think where we use NDT and SHM many years, and the last at least 10 years, we are trying to see how the new developments, new tools and sophisticated tools and algorithms can help us do perform our tasks in an even better and more effective way. So let me not take much word on this. I think these are things that you have covered yesterday or today and tomorrow. Modern challenges, you are very well aware of this stuff. Rapid urbanization threatens historical sites, mass tourism, climate changes, and of course, the funding, critical funding gaps that hinder the efforts that you in the community makes towards the cultural heritage preservation. The new tools, AI tools, machine learning tools come into play, and they can be very helpful and very crucial to be integrated in the traditional NDT or SHM tasks that we want to do. So in the diagnostics field, AI can, I think that it can significantly enhance with the difficult or peculiar diagnostic tasks. For example, it can enhance the detection, localization, and sizing of internal defects that are not visible from the surface. It can assist with the early detection of developing structural issues. It may detect biological colonization, for example, like mold, algae, insects, and stuff that are difficult to be diagnosed with the simple tools, let's say. You can even use it to detect incompatible restoration materials from previous interventions. Another field that I personally very much like and work in research level the last 10 years is the prognostic field. So how can AI enhance a prognostic task? And in your field, in the cultural heritage preservation field, you can use AI to integrate real-time data with prognostic algorithms that are based on machine learning. You can predict the evolution of progressive deterioration phenomena, such as pollutant deposition or biological growth patterns. You can use AI to forecast environmental impacts. And even more, you can use it to support predictive maintenance planning. So if you want to move from the periodic maintenance paradigm and go to a condition-based paradigm, prognostics is an essential tool. It is an essential tool as well to estimate the remaining useful life of structural elements that you may use in your applications. So a possible pipeline, as we call it, could look like this. You start on one end you have raw entity data, which need severe preprocessing to remove noise, normalize data so as to ensure the consistency across different scans and scales. Then we have the step of intelligent feature extraction. This can be done especially to 2D data or 3D data. It can be done with, for example, convolutional neural networks, so as to identify and extract significant features that otherwise it's very difficult to extract. The next step comes the hardcore machine learning things, deep learning stuff such as CNN or LSTM combined with LSTM architectures, or even more sophisticated architectures like graph neural networks, more modern things. All this to recognize pattern, detect potential defects, and even predict their evolution and their progression in the materials. A last and very interesting step could be the transfer learning. So to leverage pre-trained models on similar materials to enhance the accuracy and efficiency of defect detection and classification in other materials, in other classes maybe of materials, or in other types of structures. This is the transfer learning stuff. And to close my short presentation and intervention, the clear message to the community is to share. We have to share our entity data in order, and this is understandable, because in order to form effective and powerful machine learning algorithms that can do whatever you want them to do effectively, you need very good training data. So everyone has data, but we do not have, I would say, maybe the culture to share them in an open and free manner. And this is my takeaway message from today's intervention, and I thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Professor Lotas, and mostly thank you for clarifying all this pipeline of transforming raw data into something useful for AI and for further elaboration. And you're right about that, at least at this stage, the majority of the scientific community does not have still the culture of, first of all, sharing the data, but more importantly to prepare the data in such a way that can be exploitable at later stages like the ones you explained. Thank you very much for these clarifications and food for thought. The next speaker, the next is Professor Vice Rector of Economics of International Hellenic University, Professor Stelios Xanthos from the School of Engineering, Department of Industrial Engineering and Management, and we are waiting for your intervention.
Thank you, Professor Labropoulos. I will try to present you our work related not actually to the health of the structure of a building, but actually the impact of building materials to the health of people that they are visiting these historic buildings using non-destructive techniques, but also using some non-destructive testing for detecting cracks, for example, that affects our work. Our work is around radiation protection and around exposure, radiological exposure. So one of our projects, among others, had to do with estimating the radiation exposure from post-Byzantine churches in Thessaloniki, among other historical buildings. You know that the problem with these buildings is that you cannot have samples from the building materials in order to measure them in the laboratory, but have to go there and perform in situ measurements. So this is our case, performing in situ gamma ray spectrometry measurements for determining the external radiation exposure and also for estimating the internal radiation exposure. We are measuring radon. Radon is a radioactive gas, a natural radioactive gas. Mainly, what we are measuring is natural radioactivity, and of course, it is not nuclear radioactivity coming from technical artificial elements. And these are some of our. These are the 8 post-Byzantine churches that we studied: St. Athanasios, St. Antonios, St. Gregory Palamas, Παναγία Λαοδηγήτρια, St. Minas, Νέα Παναγία, Παναγούδα, and Ipapante. So what we are interested in is finding what we are calling sick buildings. Are the historical buildings sick buildings? We have to see this. Okay, this is the definition for sick building syndrome or building-related illness. It's building occupants experience acute health and comfort effects that appear to be linked to time spent in a building, but not specific illness or cause can be identified. So we have to test actually the building materials that they are built from. What we are interested in measuring is the indoor air quality. We are focused on radioactivity from building materials, radon, gamma radiation. When we say indoor air quality, we mean particulate matter. And of course, some others that we are not interested in is chemical contaminants and biological contaminants, that they are not so serious for human health. Okay, this is in order to show you what is the mean average dose the people worldwide are exposed to and are taking. You can see that over the years there is an increase of due to medical treatments, increase of dose due to medical treatments, and also you can see that the most significant part is radon exposure, the air radioactivity in air, that is in indoor areas mainly. So this is to show you a laboratory that that performs gamma spectrometry measurements. Okay, and this is what we're measuring, what we want to identify. It's lead 212. This is the radioactive elements: bismuth, actinium, potassium 40. We ourselves we have potassium 40 in our body. Thallium 209 and artificial one, that is cesium-137, that comes from Chernobyl accident. This is what we're measuring, but if we want to measure radioactivity, we have to take samples from the buildings. This is the geometries that we are using. This is not the case in historical buildings, so we have to perform in situ measurements in order to estimate radiation exposure. An alias to us is that we have also simulation. Simulation is a very critical thing to our work because we can easily, with simulations, extract the factors, extract the coefficients in order to convert radioactivity to dose exposure. Also in some non-destructive testings, For example, when we want to perform an X-ray in a column or in a building material, we can find the perfect adjustments to our X-ray tomography or to our radiation source. We can use radiation source and detector also in order to see what is inside in a column, maybe iron or whatever. And with simulations, we can have much more information easily, and we are exposed less to radioactivity, to radiation. This is the radiological risks and what is the recommendation from EU for building materials, external dose and internal dose from radon. What is interesting here is that the risk factor is 5.5% per sievert. That means 5.5% having exposed to one sievert, they will have a lethal cancer. So you see how important it is to measure radioactivity in buildings, even in historical ones. These are instruments to measure radioactivity from home, let's say, detectors to more sophisticated one, Pacific and active ones. This is the radiological risk for radon in intake, and this is, as you can see, for every 100 becquerels per cubic meter. The limit is 300 becquerels per cubic meter. For every 100 becquerel, this is 16% increase of radiation of risk. And this is instrument in order to measure particulate matter, the indoor air quality, the way it operates, the principle of operation is this one, a laser in a chamber, a dark chamber, reflection to the dust of the laser beam, and then the photodetector detects the light. The more the dust, the more the signal from the photodetector. These are the regulations from EU. What is interesting here is that for every 100 micrograms per cubic meter of particulate matter, of PM10 for example, the lung cancer rate roses 22%. And okay, of course, we are monitoring this using low-cost microprocessor, an Arduino One with GSM, in order to send the data to the laboratory and then to present the data to a platform. We are oriented to open data treatment, and also our work, finalizing my presentation, we are interested in cracks because from cracks radon exhales to indoor air. So we wanted to automatically detect them and erase all the other things that they are in the marbles or in the stones and so on. So we developed some, let's say, image processing techniques in order to eliminate all the other holes and so on that we are not interested in, or some other holes, or even some plates that we want to eliminate, and just hold the cracks. And also, of course, using infrared monitoring in order to see energy loss from these historical buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xanthos. And this is a demonstration that entities cover a really wide spectrum of scales, techniques, spectrum, and so on. So this is the beauty of this panel, that you can see from big research centers to fundamental research by universities, and covering the whole range from small to big to structures. So don't get used that entities are in the field just climbing on a structure and trying to do things. We have laboratories that excel in this research. We have about half an hour left, so I urge the remaining speakers to be as brief as possible, so that we give the opportunity for Professor Xanthos to wrap up everything. No, not now, after the end. So the remaining three speakers, unless Professor Osman and Hai are online, try to be as brief as possible. So the next speaker is Professor Nicholas Prematikos from the University of West Attica, Department of Civil Engineering, and he's going to present us his own perspectives of NDT.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank also Professor Moropoulou for the invitation to be here with you today. A lot of things have been told, so I'm not spend a lot of time. I look the subject from the way of civil engineering, and just to say, we speak for destructive, non-destructive, or semi-destructive testing. We have to cover a whole area for examination and use the data not only to measure some material properties, but to examination. We use destructive for examination, for inspection, or for evaluation, or retrofittive techniques after the construction and the retrofitting. And of course the philosophy is to measure some property which is related to another one, but we sometimes don't don't forget to take account the environmental loads in the structure. I mean, what kind of conditions is in static load, is in dynamic load, is in fatigue load, and have into consideration this. Also, the environmental aging due to climate crisis accelerates a lot of aging and damages to the structure. There are a lot of methods, a lot of tests. I don't want to mention, they are very well known. What I want to say is we should kind of merge these techniques, or to combine a lot of times some these techniques to make some more reliable results, and a combination. And we should also link the expertise of those who involved and link together, because they look sometimes in different directions. Also, there is a subject for methods in small scale or in upscale, in situ, as already mentioned, and also in, as we say, common language for different people, for different directions. We should link all of them together. Chemical, mechanical, electrical, civil engineering, architecture, archaeologics, historians, material science, surveys, all of them should speak in a common language. This, of course, drive us in an education issues and all, how to understand each other. And another big issue is, as again already mentioned, is about a lot of data from all these tests, and we should manipulate all this data using AI tools, deep learning, machine learning, and all these things, all these tools. So not only to manipulate in order to repository them, but in order to manage to be this information accessible, understandable, and useful for everybody for those categories that I mentioned before. So we have also to think about how this data will be accessible and understandable, and this also drive us again to education level of in the group of science, in the group of practitioners, in the group of technicians, how they communicate each other. So other thoughts, I don't want to say a lot. I close saying that it's a good to have, like in BIM technology, like a federal model which include all these informations, where we have the geometric model, we have all the analytical information of each piece of this. So all this information, all this data should be included in a federal model with multi-layer information of levels, and this will help us to have a better picture and to intervene in more precise and effectively way. For this, thank you very much for your attention. I'll be...
Indeed, Professor Plematikos was right about that, about the education on NDTs. I think the Hellenic Society of Non-Destructive Testing in Greece plays a crucial role in that, and standardization. Yes. Because we need to listen to other scientists and they need to listen to us. Yes. So communication before we actually present results. The clear danger is that the future generations of engineers may be accustomed to something that is already prepared through AI, through automation and so on, and they lose all the science and all the physics and all the analysis for that, and they may misinterpret things without really understanding that. Exactly. Thank you very much. On behalf of Professor Matikas, who could not be present with us, we have Dr. Dimitris Exarchos from the University of Ioannina, Department of Material Science and Engineering, Laboratory of Mechanics, Smart Sensors and Non-Destructive Evaluation. And he... Do you need that?
No, I don't have a presentation. Professor Matikas, first of all, I have to say his greetings. He's in a trip with International Atomic Energy of United Nations and Tunis, and that's why he cannot be present with us. And also he wants, first of all, to thank a lot Emeritus Professor Moropoulou for the invitation, and he hopes that with the new emblematic action Evlogon, that we will have a even more close collaboration to the non-destructive evaluation of monuments and cultural heritage protection. When he told me that I have to be on his behalf, I asked him if he wants to make a presentation, and he told me, no, don't make a presentation, it's a panel, and you will understand when you are up there that why you don't need a presentation. And it is clear that everyone before my part of talking, he has already discussed many advanced non-destructive techniques. The idea is not only how we make new advancements in non-destructive evaluation of cultural heritage, but what the last speaker said, how we can all of them merge them together, how we can find the best results of it, and how we can all of them involve them to how we can make a better preservation techniques, how we can convince other, we are from the side of mechanics, okay, we can understand what it needs to happen, but it is an interdisciplinary aspect. We have to convince, for example, archaeology that we need to introduce inside the monument some sensors and to have a real-time monitoring of the condition of the monuments. Also, we have to take in consideration how the different non-destructive techniques become better and how we can have some of them even used in real time. I mean, if we can now, there are technologies that allow us to have very cheap non-destructive sensors embedded in monuments. The bigger problem there is, again, how you can take how you can convince archaeology and everything to embed them in the monuments. I think that it is part of our work, our job, except the research, is to have a fruitful discussion with all the needed parties and find a way to implement all these very good, very international accepted work that we do to make it real in the monuments, not only in our country, but everywhere in the world. I don't want to take too much time more. I want just to say that because this session has 4 aspects. It is the advancement in non-destructive techniques, the structural techniques for diagnosis and redesign, and the health monitoring. For example, for Dr. Karakiannis, what they already do is amazing. I don't know if you use a 3D model of the icon or you just use a digital image.
In the case that is needed, yes, we can. For the paintings, no, but yes, in the case that is needed, we use a 3D model.
Yeah, because that is even a step higher, because maybe even in an image, at least we have found some an image that was from the 2 sides painted during the centuries. They have painted even the back side.
Yes, of course.
And we made a 3D model of this. And okay, there it is even more difficult to introduce all this data, but I think that's the future also for not only, maybe paintings is not the only thing, but imagine anything from the archaeological side that you can have the 3D model and in each side you have the whole information of non-destructive evaluation of the object.
The issues there are the registration.
Yeah, definitely the registration, but we are here to try to solve all of that. And also AI, I say I'm a bit probably younger from all of the others here because it wasn't my position here. AI is a useful tool. We don't have to demonize the AI. AI is the future, at least at the moment. We don't know what will happen in a few years, but AI solves many problems in a very, if you know how to use it, and if you do the machine learning correctly, solves many problems in a very quick way, in a very accurate way, many times even more accurate than a human can do. Thank you very much. I hope I was on time.
Thank you, Dr. Exarchos. And I think you just press a button about cooperation. At least in cultural heritage, the biggest difficulty is how the non-destructive techniques community can convince archaeologists or people that don't understand much of engineering that we know what we are talking about. Obviously, with the development of NDTs, things are getting better because we don't need to teach them how to read a radiogram or something, a very specific technique. Nowadays, we give them final results that are easily understandable, easily they can be understood, taken for granted much easier. So the floor now is on...
Can I say something here?
Yes, please.
You know, even better than me, that there is, in order to apply a non-destructive testing technique in the archaeological objects,
you have to ask for a special license from the Ministry of Culture. And the question here is, we have so many portable modalities that are very useful and on the field, so that the restorer or the restorer mainly can take some measurements fastly in order to make a fast decision. This is not so easy to stop, ask for a license, and then come back and take the measurement and show the results. And then after showing the results,
anyway,
use them.
The situation is improving. Cooperation is much better because we have shown them the merits of these entities techniques, and things are getting better. And this is the future that, since we have platforms and we integrate all the information, they can appreciate it much better nowadays, and things will get better in the future. So, Professor Christoforou, you have about 15 minutes. You have the most time among us to present your perspective and to wrap up of your of the panel of what you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
He's obvious, I forgot to say, to introduce him, Professor Christoforou. He's from the National Technical University of Athens, School of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and he's represented from the Hellenic Society of Non-Destructive Testing. So he's the most appropriate person to discuss about the whole, the big picture of NDTs and in Greece. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think that there are several people in this room and in the audience, the remote audience, I mean, that are excellent in performing NDT, and especially in NDT for cultural heritage. You will allow me to present with a few words the activities we are running these days in cultural heritage entity technologies in the laboratory, in our laboratory, and then I will be honored to sum up things we heard during this panel session. Well, to those of you who know about the activities of our laboratory, the Laboratory of Electronic Sensors of the National Technical University of Athens, we are mainly doing magnetics. We work on magnetic technologies for the still health monitoring, and due to this activity, in the last conference in this very place, we presented technologies related to monitoring the structural health of metallic, unseen metallic, items. And I think this was rather not at the very central focus point of the conference. However, today I have the pleasure to present you a new technology we are developing in the laboratory concerning, as you can see the slide, concerning another activity which has been initiated in 2021 in our laboratory, which concerns optics and plasmonics, and for cultural heritage. Actually, we use optics and plasmonics not only for cultural heritage, but also for continuous emission monitoring, for bio applications, and for agricultural food tests. But it's also usable, as you will see, for cultural heritage studies. So, during these years, we have developed our own instrument, which I must say it is somehow inexpensive and can be used in remote areas. This means it is portable and can be connected with cell phone, with laptop, etc. How it works? It uses a laser source as an input signal, laser source or white light source, which excites the material under test, according to which fluorescence and absorbance as well as scattering are developed. And absorbance and fluorescence can be actually detected by a Hamamatsu microchip reducing dramatically the cost and the size of the instrument. So, using this technique, we are able to monitor fluorescence and absorbance. Apart from that, we also use a carefully selected camera, which can be used to measure the scattering of the light, either laser light or white light, LED white light. In the beginning, we have initiated the first generation device, which was limited from visible, let's say 400 nanometers up to 950 nanometers. However, during the last 2 years, we have developed the second generation of this device, according to which we can detect fluorescence, absorption, and scattering from 200 nanometers up to 1200 nanometers. A little bit more than this slide says. And this we have done thanks to the pioneering work of Dr. George Yolakis, collaborating with us from the University of Creta. According to this arrangement, we were measuring cultural heritage stuff, like we gave emphasis actually in paintings. So with these devices, we observed classical fluorescence and absorption responses, which actually didn't give the precision, the sensitivity that we wanted to achieve. For this reason, we entered in deep waters. Deep waters means we entered in plasmonics. So what we wanted to do is to enhance, to amplify these signals coming out of the fluorescence and absorption measurements. And to actually be able to see how plasmonics can help you in that way, you must understand how the plasmonics operate. And allow me to say, to explain in simple words, how the plasmonics enhanced our measuring ability. You know, plasmonics is the following thing. You have a dielectric base matrix in which you apply with a matching handle, let's say, in certain positions, metals. Metals in sizes of from 10 nanometers up to 100 nanometers. This way, you are able to generate electric, you can generate electric density, higher electric density at the boundaries of the metallic dots, and therefore any kind of light excitation, this means fluorescence or absorbance excitation, is used to amplify the motion of these electrons, which in turn generate secondary waveforms that can be detected by the spectrum analyzer I described before, the Hamamatsu chip, if you remember. For this reason, we have developed our own plasmonic films based on silver nanodots. These silver nanodots have been made by plasma spray technology, and this way we can say that we have controlled the production of 20 nanometers plus minus 2 nanometers diameter and powders from 30 to 50 nanometers, more or less, with a normal Gaussian distribution. And finally, silver nanopowders up to 80 nanometers. And the whole spectrum of this size of silver nanometers allowed us to have an amplification of the fluorescence and absorption response from 200 nanometers up to 1200 nanometers. According to this arrangement, we were able to detect the response of different types of paintings. And doing this, we were able to detect actually the material that has been used to make these paintings. For this reason, we can say if the painting is original or fake, and this sort of activities, of characteristics. Now, of course, there is a long way to walk if we want to actually develop this instrument to an operating device, a commercially applicable device, and as you can see, as I have written in this slide, we want to test it in different applications, and for this reason, we need to collaborate with entities, with laboratories that use complementary technologies, according to which we can perform interlaboratory comparison tests in order to calibrate, evaluate, and optimize by corrective actions this instrument. I'm afraid I took more time than I was expecting, and now you will allow me to say a few words about what I heard and what we have done during this session. The first thing is that we have heard very interesting sensing instruments. This means we have heard technologies, for example, from iSense that Dr. Amditis presented. iSense is a very important laboratory in the National Technical University of Athens with a huge amount of projects and budget, able to perform, among other things, able to perform cultural heritage activities. We have heard also about CT tomography, X-rays, practically tomography, IR measurements, ultrasonic measurements from Ormilia, and I have to say that since last conference, the presentation of Dr. Karagiannis today was significantly advanced in terms of, not only in terms of the instrumentation he presented, but also the results they achieved during their work, during their research work. Also, I would like to mention the radon detectors mentioned by Professor Xanthos, which is actually significant for not only for cultural heritage areas where tourists or visitors are commuting, but also to health monitoring of people, house measurements and stuff. Apart from that, Dr. Exarchos has presented some smart sensors. He mentioned about the smart sensors and NDT technologies their laboratory is doing, and we know very well the work of Professor Matikas and his team. Apart from that, this session didn't finish only in sensing elements, but also presented the needs and technologies for data analytics. This means, Professor Loutas from Patras University, Professor Pneumatikos also from West Attica University, presented and emphasized actually the corresponding technologies for data analytics. And allow me to say a few words about that. Data analytics are not only artificial intelligence and machine learning. Of course, this is the final goal. But at the beginning, the important thing is to compare results. This means to decrease the uncertainty of measurements. To do that, we need to actually develop algorithms for this purpose. In this way, mathematics are really important for that. Developing artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning algorithms is a crucial procedure according to which we can be more and more closer to the true value of what we measure. For this reason, it is actually a good opportunity to achieve not only monitoring of our cultural heritage, which starts, several thousands years from now, but also to work in health monitoring and observing all this treasure we have in our country. For this reason, this gives me the opportunity to say a few words about an entity that can host all these activities. This entity is the Hellenic Society of Non-Destructive Testing. The previous chair, the previous president of the Hellenic Society of Non-Destructive Testing, Professor Prasianakis, has initiated a lot of work in this field, and we are aiming at continuing such activity. Actually, in this panel, there are two members of the board of directors of this society, the Hellenic Society of Non-Destructive Testing, and we are, it's Dr. Karagiannis and me, that we are inviting all of you interested in in heritage, in cultural heritage technologies and applications to join the activities of HSNT. And why I say that? Because HSNT extended their activities from industrial entity towards cultural heritage entity, as well as medical entity. So you are all of you welcome to collaborate with this non-profit organization, which can actually promote the collaboration of all these laboratories and entities in general working in this field. And with that, I would like to also invite you to the event, to this annual event, the annual conference of NDT in Ormilia Research Center, which takes place, I think, George, in between 9 and 11 of May, which is just after Easter, our Easter celebration, where we will be able to further discuss what we have addressed in this panel. I hope that in the next conference we will be able to discuss advanced technologies based and extended from what presented today in this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Christoforou. Thank you, Professor Christoforou, for the wrapping up. And I would like to point out that, as you have seen from the interventions and from the whole field, we start from physics, mathematics, we cover the whole engineering, but we need to extend this dialogue not only through HSNT. We have to create competence centers that we can integrate all this knowledge and all this expertise so that we can do much more in cultural heritage, and exploit all the know-how we have from other fields like medicine, structural, and so on. Since we are running out of time, we can probably have one question before we move to the next panel or not? I guess not. Yes, quickly.
So, thank you very much and congratulations for your panel. Very, very interesting. I would like to ask the following. AI means data, yeah? High quality of data. Who is certifying in all over whatever you explained earlier that the data that you produce or that you find to use for the AI is of high quality? At the moment, when we know that there are ethical issues concerning AI, and of course, it has to do with cultural heritage, it has to do with authenticity and identity. It's more than accurate, high quality of data. Yeah.
At the first place, the laboratories follow the orders or specifications of ISO 17025, according to which we are audited for the quality of our measurements. But furthermore than that, we are actually based on what is the soul of this audit process, which is the interlaboratory comparison tests, which means that our measurements are compared with similar measurements of other institutions, as well as with other technologies, other kinds of measurement, which show different responses. For example, allow me to say about, for example, X-rays. X-ray technologies. The accreditation, the Greek accreditation entity inspects the process. In order to provide the proper agreement, let's say, on these measurements, we have to provide measurements in the laboratory comparison tests with respect to other institutes that perform also X-rays in order to see the difference in the responses. This is applied also in any other technology in which the laboratory is accredited to. But it is not enough. What I mean? For example, Ormilia tests with CT scans, for example, or IR scans, and determines a certain quality of measurement which is accredited by our ESIV. This is the name of the national accreditation entity or system, as George corrects me, which is additionally evaluated by other types of measurements. For example, with optic measurements, with far IR measurements, etc. So, to answer your question, we do two things. First, certified laboratory measurements, and second, interlaboratory comparison tests with similar instrumentation principles, like PTB, for example, in Germany, or INRIM in Torino, or NPL in London, as well as with other laboratories.
Thank you, Professor Chrysophor, for clarifying this. Professor Moropoulou, you have to comment.
So I want to thank you all for your presence, a difficult day in Athens, and for your valuable contribution. And I want to assure you all that within the project Evlogon, we are going to incorporate at the level of non-destructive testing the experience, the know-how, and the practical capacity of all the entities you are representing here, because what is most important, apart from the accreditation, is the hands-on approach of cultural heritage, which is assuring what we say, what Marino said, authenticity. Because what you are evaluating has to be the actual body of cultural heritage, whether it is the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem or Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, Istanbul of today, or whatever. So that means the open labs we are planning for cultural heritage will be really open, not only to the public, but to you as well. So thank you very much. I would like to invite the panel for Green and Blue Deal. The alternate Minister of Economy and Finance of the Hellenic Republic, due to commitments, have sent a video to us, which we will attend. So I'm inviting the Secretary General of Environment, Mr. Petros Varelidis. Petros, welcome. The Secretary General of Agriculture and Rural Development will be represented by Mr. Manetas, since he is ill. I would like to invite Elena Constantinidou from the National Technical University of Athens, Professor of Architecture, Professore Stefano Dellatore, Politecnico di Milano. Va bene, prendete il vostro posto. Δίπλα μου. I think Nikos Kambanis from 4th is connected because he couldn't come from Heraklion. Yorgos Petrakos from the Research Institute for Tourism is here, Director General. Please, Yorgos. And we welcome all the soul of this research institute that are here. Karamanis Kostas is here or he is connected? He is connected.
Connected.
Okay, from Yanina. Welcome,
Good evening
Kostas.
to all. From Ioannina.
And Hadjipetru Athina, former CEO of the Hellenic Development Bank, but always active in the field. And last but not least, Kostas Laskaratos, Dr. Laskaratos, who is a journalist of Hellenic Broadcasting Corporation, and he will be the rapporteur. Thank you all to be here in such a difficult day. So we will start with the video of the alternate minister for national economy, Mr. Nikos Papathanassis. Can you please put this on?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great
Πιο δυνατά, πιο δυνατά. Δυναμώστε τον ήχο.
TMM-CH even remotely. This is an important institution that strengthens collaboration for the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers and all the participating institutions for this outstanding initiative. Tourism and cultural heritage are fundamental pillars of economic development, social cohesion, and sustainable progress. However, their management must be conducted in a modern and innovative manner, taking into account the need to protect the natural environment, support local entrepreneurship, and transition to a green and sustainable economic model. At the Ministry of Economy and Finance, we are working systematically to create an investment-friendly environment that encourages the sustainable utilization of our cultural and environmental resources. The transition to a green and blue economy requires strategic investments, innovation, and appropriate financial instruments. In this context, Greece is leveraging significant resources from the Recovery and Resilience Fund and the Partnership Agreement 21-27, promoting green and sustainable infrastructure in tourism, strengthening entrepreneurship, and protecting our cultural heritage. A key factor in the transition of a sustainable development model is the strengthening of small and medium-sized enterprises, which play a crucial role in both local development and employment. Particularly regarding our islands, through the Just Transition Fund, 2 funding initiatives can be launched aiming to support existing, newly established, and upcoming small and very small businesses in the Aegean and Crete, in islands with a population of up to 3,100 residents. In conclusion, I would like to wish every success to the conference proceedings and express my confidence that the discussions and proposals that will emerge will contribute significantly to shaping a new strategy for the protection of our cultural heritage, while simultaneously strengthening the economy and improving the quality of life for all Greek citizens. Thank you very much for the invitation.
I want to convey our thanks as well to the alternate minister, because he is always nearby to our efforts for local sustainable development, using cultural heritage as a resource and providing to the natural environmental resources a way to be used and protected. I will continue on the economic level with Athina Hadjipetru. Athina.
Good morning, all. I'm Athina Hadjipetru, and I'm here more or less because of my background in finance and in my capacity as through a research that I've done on the impact of cultural tourism a few years ago on the GVA and the GDP of our country. So, if my presentation can be uploaded? No? Α, οκ. Το έχω δώσει, το στικάκι. Το στικάκι μπορείς να το δώσεις.
Να συνδέσουμε τον κύριο Καραμάνη.
Ναι.
Ωραία. Συνδέστε τον κύριο Καραμάνη.
Good evening to all.
Ο Κώστας Καραμάνης is a professor at economic studies at the University of Ioannina, deputy director at the Open Greek University, and a member of the governing board of the University of Ioannina. Costa, welcome.
Professor Ms. Moropoulou, dear Tonia, thank you for the invitation to this interesting panel. I'm so sorry to be in Ioannina and not there with you. For a sustainable development of less developed regions and isolated areas by creating new tourist resources and products, we certainly need an updated blue and green deal for tourism. I have a short presentation, and can I share it with you? It's okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. We need an updated deal, blue and green deal for tourism. In other words, we need a set of actions aimed at 4 axes, such as green development and sustainable tourism, blue development and marine tourism, local culture and authenticity, innovation and smart technology in tourism. Analytically, for the green development and sustainable tourism, we can indicate actions such as restoration and promotion of cultural moments using environmentally friendly techniques, ecological infrastructures like green hotels, renewable energy and smart buildings, waste and water management in tourist areas. Several tourist areas currently have a significant waste and water management problem. Sustainable mobility for visitors like electric vehicles, cycle paths, pedestrian paths. For the blue development and marine tourism, we can mention indicative actions such as smart management of tourism flows to avoid over-tourism, protecting marine and coastal ecosystems through controlled activities and clean coasts, promoting underwater cultural heritage like shipwrecks, archaeological sites, and development of sustainable marine activities like diving, sailing, and blue routes. It is also important that the agreement, the deal, includes further measures to promote local culture and authenticity through supporting local gastronomy, crafts, and traditional events. These activities, we can say that, are characteristic of the Greek countryside and tradition, and strengthening local communities through the development of cultural education and experiential tourist programs. In addition, strategy and action for innovation and smart technology in tourism are needed, such as digitization of cultural resources for accessibility and knowledge dissemination, digital enhancement of cultural heritage through VR, AR, and smart applications, and use of blockchains and AA in tourist management. As conclusion, we can say that the consistent implementation of such an agreement at national and European level can make tourism a driver of green and blue growth while ensuring economic prosperity, environmental protection, preservation of cultural heritage, and sustainable development of less developed regions and isolated areas. This is the one short presentation from me.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Professor Karamanis. Thank you very much. Our regards to Yanana, and I have the pleasure to invite my friend, Athina Hadjipetru.
Okay, presentation? Okay. I will try to drag your attention because we are in the start of this panel, which is excellent, and I'm always admiring and trying to learn from the, let's say, idol to my eyes, Ms. Moropoulou, Professor Moropoulou, because she has been so competent in so many fields. So in my own field that I've tried to inspire a little bit finance people to be actively involved on cultural heritage and cultural assets, I will try to drag your attention from the bottom of the presentation, which is, in reality, the impact. Now, what is the impact? Let's a little bit see how we perform in tourism, which is our main industry, in the past 15 years. So in the past 15 years, we know that tourism is doing great. Also during the financial crisis, was doing great. But let's focus on two main issues. One is that we're not that good on increasing the per day spending on the tourism, the per day income. And although the overall is performing well, what is a little bit of a concern is that the average stay of our visitors has been decreased from 10.7 days in 2005 to 7 days now. So we lost, in reality, the interest of average stay of 3.7 days. And this is what we need to bounce back. This is what we need to trigger in order not to have many arrivals or not to expect that these tourists will spend differently their activities, but we want to drag their attention to extend their average stay. And we want to make our country more interested. And then our country has a middle name. We are very well known for our culture. This is the branding of our country, and this is where we need to capitalize as many of us, we capitalize to our strengths. This is our strength. Is this strength, though, obvious in the impact that we see? Just to have an idea, if we manage to extend 1 day in the average stay, this would give us 3.6 billion euro. Only with 1 day. We can do the maths because most of you come from NTU. So if we go back to the average stay of almost 11 days, this will be tens of billions of euro to an economy that we need to support, to an industry that we need to support. Going back to see how we do it, how we can do it. Πώς πάει πίσω? Okay. These are some other charts from a study that I've made recently during my Master of Arts in Cultural Heritage in 2020, a little bit before COVID started. Now, today, the notion of cultural heritage is taking on a whole new dimension because we have a global shift towards information societies, where wealth creation and development stem from intellectual capital, knowledge and know-how, and to a cultural heritage perception that is not anymore the abstract prism of culture, but can be seen as a capital to build upon, as a collection of assets and services that occupies a strategic economic role. And at the same time, we need to use heritage as a projection into the future and implement models of society expressing an identity. We saw in the previous panels the impact of AI and the common interest in the sharing of values. In that context, the forming of models of society that express sustainability, identity, and the need for a fitting quality of life for everyone forms one of the major development challenges of our time. Let's a little bit focus on how we define cultural tourism. Most of people believe that cultural tourism is travel with the purpose of learning or experiencing another culture. But there is also another opinion that states that it has been observed that all travel in some form of cultural tourism that is omnipresent and omnipotent. In Greek, πανταχού παρών και παντοδύναμο. Let's a little bit connect to the theme of this Congress. Heritage attraction design requires what we define as digitalization technologies. Digitalization technologies are instrumental in transforming people's experience, and it's all about experience. Traveling in our days is how you feel, how you entertain, how you learn, and how you pass your limited time of vacations. On the index enabling environment that you see on the screen, ICT readiness plays a very significant role and continues to have to show an important pace on increasing. Facts and statements. Greece enjoys almost 41 million tourists annually, which is 4 times our population. And we have 275 archaeological sites and museums. But in 2018, and still, a visitation, meaning the number of tickets that are issued in archaeological sites, are almost half of the visits of the tourists' arrivals, which has a huge potential, and it's not the benchmarking across other countries that we want to follow. According to UNESCO, the role of culture is an enabler and driver of sustainable development. This is another thing to have in mind. My analysis had 2 pillars. Evaluating the impact on GVA. GVA is closely related to what we know better as gross domestic product, and is actually applies to the economy as a whole, whereas GVA refers to the activity of individual organization and has some econometrical models that are called input-output. So we measure what would be the impact of a region, of an area, according to its visitation and the impact of incremental visitation. And we measure it as a future benefit to the seasonality. We all know that the seasonality of our cultural heritage is not related to the sea and sun branding. We can measure it as the ability to actively influence the current visitation patterns towards what we call low attraction. And you can see on the board how is the development of the tourist towards the low attraction destinations and the high attraction destinations that have completely different behavior. We can see how this will also have an impact on what we call social return on investments, the SRI, that is different than the GVA, which is a type of social accounting which includes non-economic costs and benefits. What's that mean? Reduction of welfare payments because of employment, because of increased qualifications, increase in tax receipts from employment and from increased qualifications. And this total outcome is something that we can set as a target and we can set as a strategy. And how we can set this strategy? We can see the means that technology is offering us. And the means that is offering us is through the awareness creation, which is enhancement of the awareness for the less branded archaeological sites and museums, through internet, through a common characteristic, what we call storytelling, around the uniqueness and the local character. I have a chart here that reflects where is our ranking in culture and our, let's say, measurement, which is quite low in an area that we all believe that is our strength. And you see compared to Spain, that is 6.64, ours is 3. France, Italy, even Turkey is higher. And we need also to see how this can be associated to our UNESCO sites. Why I'm referring to that? because the spirit of exceptionality of the UNESCO site creates a heritage that deserves to be seen, that deserves to be consumed, that deserves to drag attention. Why we have so few UNESCO sites? This is something we need to see and we need to address. Yesterday, I was in Olympia. It's amazing, not the archaeological sites, not the monuments, it's amazing the landscape. And Ms. Moropoulou, this landscape and the whole attention that has been paid to the area is driven by engineers, is driven by civil engineers, by landscape engineers, that gives you a completely different feeling than the feeling we had in ancient Corinth, even in Mycenae. That was not at the same standard. I saw it from the eyes of two visitors that I had coming from Australia and the States. So storytelling is important. Enhancement of the awareness is also important. Seeing, let's say, expressing the exclusivity and the uniqueness of UNESCO site is also important. And to my eyes, the use of technology as a tool to create awareness, but also to provide content, is among the backbones of the policy making that will inform, engage, enthuse tourists and convince them to allocate time. And by allocating time, they will extend their average stay. By extending the average stay, they will make tourism much more impactful in terms of GVA, primarily in areas that are not developed in the same way as, for example, Athens, that has this overcrowded of Acropolis. Thank you so much. I hope this gave you a little bit of a teaser for future policy making. Ms. Moropoulou is the advocate on that, and we thank her.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hadjipetrou. It was a great overview of the economic importance of the quality of tourism concerning the revealing and the reuse of cultural heritage in its planning and consistency. Thank you very much. We are now passing to Professor Petrakos, Professor of Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, and Director General of the Research on Tourism, the institute which is called ITE. Please, you are having the floor. Μας δίνεις αυτήν. Thank you. Την παρουσίαση του κύριου Πετράκου. Η πρώτη.
Hello, everybody. Let me check this one. Okay. The implementation of ESG sustainability practices in the hospitality industry is of great importance due to the industry's intensive use of natural resources and wasteful characteristics such as energy, water, food, and consumables. Adopting sustainable practices is fundamental for lodging providers and want to stand out in the market and contribute positively to the environment and the society. Last year, the Greek hoteliers invested more than €1 billion for repairs, renovation, and maintenance of their hotels, 20% of which contributed to sustainability actions concerning the environment, the local community, and the cultural heritage. Furthermore, the majority of hotels work with local products and services, empowering the local communities and offering a unique touristic experience. According to various qualitative surveys from the Institute, namely focus groups and in-depth interviewing, with most of the leading Greek hotels, they tell us that their customers not only expect, but they take for granted that their host, the hotel, have incorporated in their business strategies all the necessary initiatives and measures to achieve sustainability, and furthermore, reach for restoring ecosystems beyond minimizing impact to the regenerating tourism ideal. The findings of the Institute field surveys shows that the majority of luxurious 4- and 5-star hotels in touristic areas mainly incorporate in their everyday business life initiatives and measures towards all sustainability dimensions. Furthermore, they have undertaken and implemented corporate social responsibility initiatives related to the environment, the cultural heritage, and the local community, sending a clear message and paving the path to the rest of the touristic enterprises that are willing to upgrade their products and services. But hospitality is not only the hotels that count for the 42% of the accommodation potential. There are also rooms to let at 20% and short-term rentals, the Airbnbs, at 37%. According to the latest available data, the total Greek accommodation potential is over the 2 million beds. So the message is addressed not only to the hoteliers from all categories, but also to the owners and investors of the other types of philoxenia, where sustainability data and measurements are limited if existed. Transforming Greek hospitality requires a structural approach that builds towards sustainability. Success depends on establishing industry-wide standards while sharing best practices throughout the Greek hospitality sector. The Greek touristic product and the experience that offers could be marked as green or blue if and only if all the stakeholders involved with the philoxenia realize the importance, perceive the urgent, and adopt sustainability in their business strategy. Thank you.
I liked that, a collective responsibility for sustainable tourism. It is indeed a collective and corporated action, and it will express an alliance between society and entrepreneurs in tourism, because sustainability of tourism is ensuring the sustainability of social and economic development.
True.
So let's keep this point, and we can pass to Nikos Kambanis. Is he connected, please?
Good
Nikos,
morning,
he's the
Tonia.
director of the laboratory in Heraklion. He's talking from Heraklion of coastal mechanics and marine engineering of the fourth. We were together with Nikos and Yorgos at a program for local sustainable development, which in a few words I will present later. But I want to hear his perspectives, and I'm sure you will very much appreciate it.
Good morning, Tonia. Good morning, everybody. Unfortunately, this specific date was difficult for me since I'm not a native Athenian and I don't know the secret ways to move around during a strike. So I prefer to stay home and connect with you through telco. Well, yesterday evening I stayed on my office and I made some thoughts, which I put on some transparencies, and I want to show them to you. Let me share my screen. I hope that I hope that you have it now. Is it so? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Let's see how I proceed. So what is the question? A shift towards sustainable tourism model, several ideas like eco-conscious travel experience, low-impact activities, and always addressing climatic change and resilience in tourism planning, while taking under consideration the role of Green Deal and Blue Economy. What is Green Deal? Promotes carbon neutrality and circular economy, to remind ourselves about it. Blue Economy encourages sustainable use of marine and coastal resources. So the investment in nature-based tourism and green infrastructure is essential. What is the importance of cultural and environmental assets? They shape unique identity, attractiveness of destination. They safeguard traditions, historic landmarks. It's vital for long-term destination competitiveness and community well-being. So let's see what one considers as the Green Deal pillars. We focus on climatic neutrality and the just transition for all sectors, including tourism for sure. Encourages energy efficiency in accommodation, transport, infrastructure, etc. Promotes low carbon travel options, public transport, cycling, walking and electricity. Supports circular economy practices in tourism like waste reduction, local sourcing, etc. And the Blue Economy pillars, sustainable development of ocean-based sectors like fisheries, marine tourism, and renewable energy, while protecting marine ecosystems. For example, something that might be well known to Dr. Varelidis, marine protected areas and responsible tourism policies, encouraging the coastal communities to be involved in economic planning, and in parallel, investing in resilience and climatic adaptation of the coastal zones. The cultural heritage, we have the tangible dimension like monuments, historical buildings, archaeological sites. We have the intangible dimension, music, dance, gastronomy, festivals, whatever. Which all these create a potential for creative tourism, storytelling, and experiential travel rooted in authenticity. Let me see how I move. So what is the challenge then? There are threats to coastal heritage, many threats like the coastal erosion, the sea level rise, the extreme weather events, while also where tourism is potential threats on fragile heritage areas and local infrastructures, the urbanization and unregulated development which disrupt the cultural landscapes. The environmental degradation, like marine and coastal pollution from waste, plastics, untreated wastewater, which is with all these limits that we pose now regarding water, the use of seawater, for example, in swimming pools and then throwing back to the sea, habitat loss due to tourism expansion, construction, decline of marine biodiversity, affecting ecosystem services related to tourism. So all this create the need for an integrated protection, which means cross-sectoral collaboration, environmental, cultural, tourism, and planning authorities to be involved, application of heritage impact assessments and environmental safeguards, promotion of resilient design, adaptive reuse, sustainable visitor management, and all this under a holistic approach that values the natural and cultural capital quality. What is the vision then? For me, vision is integrating heritage, environmental sustainability, and tourism. As you said before, we did it in a common project. Create synergies between cultural preservation, ecosystem protection, view cultural and natural assets not just as attractions but as living systems to be safeguarded, and develop tourist models that contribute to the conservation of both heritage and nature concurrently. Regenerate tourism principle, beyond do no harm, to actively restore, revitalize, and regenerate destinations. This is a need for local communities and cultures and ecosystems. We need to encourage visitors to become participants in conservation, not just consumers, and prolong long-term resilience over short-term economic gain. Collaboration across sectors, diverse actors, local authorities, NGOs, heritage bodies, tourism operators, citizens. They should align strategies on planning, heritage conservation, coastal zone management, climate actions. So to foster public-private partnerships and community-led initiatives for an inclusive governance and shared ownership of development paths. Action and strategies. This is what one should see in the end. Restoration of cultural sites with eco-friendly techniques, sustainable materials and low-impact methods, climate resilience restoration against sea level rise and extreme weather, extend the use of nature-based solutions like dune and wetland restoration to act as natural buffers, coastal reforestation and habitat rehabilitation, green infrastructures, solar-powered, eco-certification for accommodation and tourist services, and point out strongly heritage trails and eco-paths, low-impact walking, cycling paths, interpretative signage to enhance understanding and appreciation, and also use of digital tools for storytelling. Some case studies we have mind coastal forest turned cultural hub, for example, traditional fishing villages for ecotourism, UNESCO heritage coastline preservation. So we expect to see some benefits in the end, like reduced footprint, increased green and blue jobs, increase the sense of place, and stress the sustainability of destinations, and to call to action, promote experiencing, respecting, reviving and encourage tourism beyond sightseeing, empower local actors, invest in nature, culture, and community. Well, that was my point of view.
Thank you, Nikos.
Some seed for thought. We want to discuss something.
A call to invest in nature, heritage, and sustainable development. Thank you, Nikos. We are passing now
Thank you, Tonia, for this excellent conference.
To the architects and planners. I will start with Stefano Della Torre, Politecnico di Milano.
Thank you. I have some slides. May you upload. Meanwhile...
Το δεύτερο, παιδιά.
know, I can this one. Just a few slides. First of all, I want to thank Tonia for the organization. It's always a pleasure to be here, very inspiring, and I'm also passing the greetings from my friends in Italy, from Bressanone and so on. The Bressanone group is here with me. So my point of view is exactly the point of view focusing on architectural preservation and planning, which is the name of the UNESCO chair in Politecnico di Milano. Now I am the new chairholder. And I have to work exactly on this architectural preservation and planning to be climate resilient. It's very good to be climate resilient, not so easy. And my point is exactly what we can do, starting from our experience, the experience which prompted our perspective in Italy. And I want to start from a moment that is the flooding of Florence and Venice as well in 1966. A point where the attention to climate and the understanding that our policies on cultural heritage have to be understood in a bigger frame was exactly what promoted the idea of planned conservation, not just restoration as the pleasure to see something, but the responsibility for long-term planning and conservation. Some now 50 years of research and developments. And another point is that to preserve architecture, we have to use architecture. And use requires the compliance with standards, codes, including energy efficiency and the reduction of carbon footprint. Okay, obvious, but not so easy if you have to design the reuse of a building and you have to keep authenticity and to get climate resilience and to reduce carbon footprint and so on. In the last years, we had good reflection on this point, developing a performance-oriented approach. So not just copy and paste the standards, which threaten authenticity, but understanding which is the target, which is the performance we need, and then using our skills to design solutions which can exploit our understanding of the traditional building materials, building systems, also working with human behaviors, human requirements. So maybe if you get involved in sustainability, you can also reduce your standards and your requirements. This is good, but my question is if it is still enough, as day by day we see that the level of the alarm is growing. So now we have to develop what I call the co-evolutionary approach. That is, we work on keeping authenticity, but understanding the many dimensions of authenticity. I speak from Italy. So you know that in Italy, we follow a one-dimension approach to authenticity, that is material authenticity, and it is an effort to understand that there are other dimensions, more intangible, and so on. Okay, we understand all the dimensions, and we understand that conservation is the management of change. So based on our understanding of the values of authenticity and so on, we actually manage the change in order to keep the value of the presence of cultural heritage in our common future, where the presence of heritage can steer, let's say, the evolution of society. So preservation is not freezing the past. This is good for the conservation of other things. And old buildings can be modified, keeping the dimensions of their authenticity for this purpose. In this sense, what we need is a strategic approach and this approach to conservation design. And I am here with two papers, actually. One is on the case of Rimini. I hope everybody knows Rimini. Rimini is one of the most famous seaside resorts in the Mediterranean Sea. But it is very interesting because it is a mix of over-tourism and under-tourism. There are a lot of tourists for the sea, for bathing and so on. In summer, the number of persons are 6 times the number of normal inhabitants. I am speaking of a town of 150,000 people. But in summer, 6 times the number of people. They are all beyond the railway. And before the railway, there is the historic city. The historic city is a Roman city with a Roman bridge, the Augustus Arch, a wonderful museum, the Leon Battista Alberti, Tempio Maltestiano, and so on. But they are underexploited. In the last years, in the last 15 years, Rimini municipality started new integrated and strategic policies, working on the seaside because they realized that due to climate change, the quality of the sea is dramatically decreasing, was dramatically decreasing. So there was a problem of sewages and so on. And what was more interesting for me in choosing what to present in this conference on the green and blue, they based their policies on studies on tourism, realizing that tourists are changing their preferences because summer is too hot in Italy. So they are moving their preferences, looking for something else. And many international tourists now are attracted by sustainability, by the image of a sustainable policy in the place. Based on these ideas, they are preparing a strategic, the name is the Strategic Plan for Culture, which keeps together all the policies on mobility, on the sea, and so on, and also culture with the new museum, with a lot of information technology based, and so on and so forth. So, very interesting, but what is interesting is the strategic approach involving people. And the other case I presented about coevolutionary thinking was the reuse of a grain silo. We have a lot of grain silos in Italy from the 30s, more or less, and most of them are going to be demolished because they are no longer useful. and only few of them have been protected, and now we are trying to reuse them for new functions, which should be, in this case, the flagship of a plan for agriculture. So agriculture, new agriculture, is part of the Green Deal, but this will be the flagship because this is a monument to innovation in agriculture. And this will be very interesting. Actually, we are fighting with the ministry about introducing a photovoltaic roof because we need clean energy. And so we think that it is legitimate to change a bit the building to make it more proficient for the reduction of carbon footprint. And it is where we have different visions. But the life would be boring without misconceptions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefano. This dynamic approach is really very interesting because you told us that to attract external economies, we need to convince the visitors that our strategy is sustainable. That means to reaffirm their own identity, that they want to be citizens of a sustainable world. That's great.
And it is also very important to involve the local people in these strategies. It's exactly what they did.
Because it is the same footprint in their identity, the footprint of sustainability that they believe will bring them to the future. That's great. Thank you. We are passing now to Elena Konstantinidou, professor of the National Technical University of Athens in the School of Architecture. Elena.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Ms. Moropoulou. Hello, everybody. Sorry. Okay. A few words about this program, this postgraduate program that I supposed to be represent today, the protection of monuments that offers high-quality education in cultural heritage management through a holistic interdisciplinary approach, enhances the expertise of professionals in methods for protecting monuments, holistic historic buildings, sites and landscapes viewed as interconnected parts of heritage. Recognizing culture as a key driver of development and heritage preservation as essential to sustainability, the program trains students to incorporate sustainable practices into the management of cultural assets and the historic built environment. Thus, we could say that today's discussion addresses the core concerns developing within postgraduate education. So, the Reviving Cultural Heritage Environmental Assets through the Green and Blue Deal for Sustainable Tourism initiative presents a comprehensive and transformative vision for tourism, integrating environmental protection, cultural preservation, and inclusive economic growth. Based on the principles of the European Green Deal and Blue Economy, it seeks to balance tourism development with the sustainable use of green and blue resources while revitalizing cultural heritage in an ecologically responsible and economically sustainable way. This strategy emphasizes low-impact, nature-based tourism, the restoration of heritage sites, community involvement, and the development of green and blue infrastructure by promoting circular economy practices and integrating digital innovation The initiative enhances tourist experiences while ensuring the authenticity and integrity of local cultures and environments are preserved. A key dimension of this strategy focuses on the sustainable development of less developed regions and isolated areas. These regions often face socioeconomic challenges, depopulation, underutilized cultural or environmental assets, and the initiative proposes to create new touristic resources and products by analyzing, documenting, and modeling cultural assets using innovative ICT applications. And these technologies enable digital preservation and promotion of heritage sites, including those that are remote or physically inaccessible, making them valuable for sustainable tourism. This approach promotes sustainable tourism that benefits both cultural heritage and the environment, ensuring economic growth while preserving both tangible and intangible heritage for future generations. By embracing innovation, the project enhances visibility and accessibility of lesser-known destinations, encourages balanced tourism flows beyond overcrowded areas, stimulates local economies, preserves intangible heritage, and ultimately this initiative positions tourism as a driver of resilience and regeneration, particularly in fragile or undeserved areas. It envisages a tourism sector that not only protects nature and culture, but also empowers communities, bridges development gaps, and contributes meaningfully to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I was very honored to work work with Ms. Moropoulou in this project. I'm sure that you present. Okay. It would be better if you did it before, but I can say 2 words. I'm very honored to be also part of this very important project, specifically in the development of guidelines for utilizing the cultural and environmental assets of the study areas through the creation of local urban plans. I would like to share some thoughts, very brief. Tourism development in underdeveloped areas rich in cultural and environmental resources is essential for their sustainable growth. However, in my opinion, tourism should not be the sole driver of development. It must be integrated into a broader multidimensional approach that respects local natural and cultural environments. To ensure sustainability and accessibility, the following principles must be addressed: compatibility of tourism with local characteristics, preservation of local identity, through the management of tourism intensity and carrying capacity. This is very, very important. Development of social and technical infrastructure to support both permanent and seasonal residents. And of course, legislative protection to safeguard valuable cultural and natural elements and buildings. And ultimately, tourism should be an integral part of a broader strategy that ensures the long-term sustainability and viability of these areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. I think it's time to pass to the presentation of AI project that my 3 colleagues, Petrakos George, Nikos Kambanis, and Elena Konstantinidou, have already presented in many dimensions. Can you please bring my presentation? Okay. Ποιος έχει το point?
Εγώ, sorry.
Thank you. So what we said yesterday In the COP panel, the panel concerning cultural actions for climate change, in order to address climate crisis, we said that it's not enough to reduce carbon footprint and augment energy efficiency in order to address the climate crisis. We need, from the passive strategy, which is this, to pass to the active strategy. And the active strategy is to plan a new pattern of development. That means the soft, environmental and cultural friendly development. Because only through that, not only these assets will be protected, but they will actually channel development against climate crisis. That was a very strong conclusion, and this will characterize the Athens Declaration. Already the Secretary General of Europa Nostra and Andrew Potts have sent me the results of this panel, and I will present at the end. Within this panel, I presented that this project, i.e., that means sustainable, was in a way a rationale, proving the efficiency of this strategy. And I would like to start saying that the challenges of over-tourism and climate crisis have to be addressed simultaneously. For instance, after several meetings at the Association of Touristic Enterprises and the intervention of the Greek Prime Minister, there is a trend in Greece to reshape the touristic model, to reshape it in a way that the innovative character of tourism should be adjoined with environmental performance, less energy-consuming design, decarbonation, and new services based in revealing and reusing the cultural and environmental resources. That means that even today, it is planned in Greek hotels, the quality assurance of their environmental character by new standards. Not only the standards, the conventional ones, that first quality would be if we had so many square meters in the bedroom or in the common places, but standards of environmental efficiency. And according to these critical restrictions of vital resources like water or critical management of sewage and solid waste, require proper innovation applications and programs to ensure biosafety and sustainability towards circular economy. This is the link between our sustainable planning, which is actually feasible, and that's the importance of the project and the general planning of sustainable tourism. So I would like to say just a few words because Elena presented in an excellent way what we are doing at AI with National Technical University of Athens on the board, Technical Chamber of Greece, Fourth Research Institute for Tourism, Consortis and Telesto, in many remote areas of Greece, small islands, Kassos, Chalki, Symi, Castellorizo, islands like Chios and Euboea, and mountainous areas in Etolo-Acarnania and in Mani, where external economies, that is the tool to develop remote areas, were attracted by a proper touristic plan within the integral plan for local development, and the documentation through a proper methodology showed out that this cultural and environmental reserve, including the traditional settlements, provides a density and a dispersion on the land level that could actually ensure a development plan. That means it's not a wish, it's a fact that we could be based in planning development on these assets. So neoclassical unique settlements or other traditional settlements on mountainous areas could become the core to exercise this type of sustainable tourism, and development proposals starting from cultural roots of many characteristics, which I cannot analyze right now, were the driver for these external economies to be attracted. But not only this, the planning of sustainable agritourism, the revealing of gastronomy, the use and revealing of primary sector of production are very important, and they are incorporated into the matrix and the identity of these locations, as well as the infrastructures that are a critical dimension in planning, accessibility, and environmental protection, on which I won't speak because we have the proper governmental representative here, the Secretary General on Environment, but I will only say that projects for necessary infrastructures and environmental protection are necessary to take us to the next day, like for instance in Chalki, the establishment of this renewable energy park, which is now developing a quality of life for the local people. And of course, speaking here today, I have to extend the proposal to organize an open international and interdisciplinary laboratory of sustainable development, interdisciplinary one, like this panel. And this could be a virtual laboratory with hubs all over Greece and the world. When we presented this at the European Union and UNESCO was there represented, that was an attraction. So we have to go there. Concerning implementation, I will only say that all the parties of Greek Parliament, when we presented this, were in agreement. That is a unique case. Of course, the most important is that now, with all ministries, there are channeled policies to implement this, because new tourism products require a coordinated action. And of course, all the WebGIS environment has been developed, platforms with financing tools in order to bring together private and public sector to invest, and the touristic platform of this work with socioeconomic results upon 1 million of euros investment, There is a regenerated locally more or less one, and peripherally, regionally, and nationally another one. And concerning the new job creation, it is developing per 1 million 50 new job positions. More or less 40% on a local level and 60% in regional and national level. This is discussed around the globe because this is of global interest. And it takes us from the small islands and mountains of Greece to the globe. I believe that this is justifying the feasibility of an active strategy to combat with climate crisis by reviving environmental and cultural resources to a sustainable local development. Thank you very much. I have now the pleasure to pass to the implementation actors and call chemical engineer, this is important, Petros Varilidis, the Secretary General on Environment and Water Resources from the Ministry of Environment and Energy.
Thank you, Tonya. Of course, the issue of tourism, environment in the broader sense, climate change, cultural heritage, they are all linked together. In a country like Greece, we don't sell massive tourism, or we don't sell massive tourism that much as in Spain, for example, or in Turkey, or in other places of the world that have been literally destroyed by that type of development model. Some areas in Italy, I might say, as well. But of course, Italy is a very well-preserved country, generally speaking. The towns are like small diamonds, I think, like small pearls, or larger pearls, some of them. What we are selling as a touristic product is a pristine environment, together with a lot of history, cultural heritage. I think we don't sell cultural heritage as much as we could, to a degree that has to do with the fact that we have made very modest rebuilds of the ancient monuments, despite the approach followed in other countries, like in Egypt, where they have rebuilt it, everything, even with cement. If you look carefully at cement, sometimes. Okay, that's an approach. I'm not saying it's the correct one or the wrong one, but it's the approach that we follow. We are very cautious on that. And at the same time, we're a country where the pressures to the environment are not that much, because we're not an industrial country, and surprisingly, we're not even an agricultural country. We don't have strong industry, we don't have strong agriculture. The only strong thing we have is tourism, actually. We have also shipping, that this has more global aspect rather than a local aspect. So the main pressure towards the environment is tourism. So we need, us as a Ministry of Environment, we need to find the right balance between the need for touristic development and the need to protect the environment. And especially when it comes to Natura 2000 sites, that is about 30% of the Greek land, so it's a lot. And typically it's in the most beautiful places, so where the demand for touristic development is higher. And the only way to properly protect our nature is to put it together with business opportunities, with development opportunities, because we need to transform in the minds of the local people the protection of the environment. We need to transform it as an asset to bring more development. It has to be a tool that will bring more prosperity to the local people. And this is something, it's not easy, but it can be done. We have examples of that. Typical example is the Samaria Canyon in Chania, in Western Crete, where about 3,000 visitors every day in the peak season are going to the canyon, and that brings a lot of prosperity in the area. But they go with under very strict conditions, with guides. We have very strict restrictions as regards the allowed uses in the area. Actually, it's the only example where the Greek state bought a whole village, because it was a village in the canyon once upon a time, and the Greek state bought that village about 35 years ago, when the father of the current prime minister was prime minister. That's when that happened, where we bought the village, and so that it's purely dedicated the canyon to nature protection, and of course gives the possibility to the visitors to come and visit every day for 6-7 months. So there are examples that we can use nature to bring more prosperity, and we need to work more on that. We have, of course, in some areas, symptoms of over-tourism. Over-tourism is a really bad management of tourism. That's what it is. That's why we call it over-tourism. Again, in Crete, there are 3 areas, Balos, Elafonisos, and Phalasarna, where they suffer from over-tourism. They're great areas, but if you go in summer, you better go to, the beach at Vouliagmeni rather than go there, because there are tens of them, maybe thousands of people there. So we try now to put some rules in order to safeguard the beauty of the area and the unique environment of the area. And we believe that is something that, again, works well and has been accepted by the local communities, which is a prerequisite for success. Now, when we talk about environment and tourism, we need to understand that the environment is not only trees and animals and plants, whatever. Environment has to do with proper waste management. There can be no good environment, there can be no touristic development without proper management of waste. It has to do with proper management of wastewaters, again, very important. What we don't see doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It exists and affects the quality of life and the quality of the product that we sell, which is our country. And also drinking water. Drinking water is also important, possibility to be able to have good water where you go. Good water and in the quantities that you want. We talk about over-tourism. This is absolutely connected to the availability of good water, because that's the main obstacle. If you don't have enough water, you can't have more visitors, because they don't have water to drink. It's that simple. And in Greece, in Athens, we're lucky to get water from the mountains, very unspoiled areas. It comes through gravity, so very good quality water, excellent quality water. It's not good to drink bottled water in Athens. I don't recommend it. It's much better to drink the tap water. But in other areas, especially in the islands that are, the main destination of tourism, there the challenge for water is very high. So we need to do whatever it takes to ensure plenty of water in excellent quality, which is a big challenge because the infrastructure works that are needed are huge, are in the range of magnitude of tens of billions, actually. So it's a big challenge how to cope with that. Anyway, as a ministry, we hope that by the end of 2025, we will finish all the environmental studies for the Natura 2000 sites. Most probably this will happen. So it will be already clear to everybody what uses are allowed in the different areas of the Natura 2000 protected sites. Again, I say it's 30% of the land cover, and that would be a good tool so that the tourist industry knows where and under what conditions can invest in different places. Also, before stopping, I want to say that we have completed a very interesting study where we studied the fauna and flora that we find in archaeological sites that are in Natura 2000 areas, where we found that the archaeological sites are in reality hotspots of species because they have been unspoiled by the rest of the human activity for a long period of time, maybe for 200 years or something, because we started protecting the archaeological sites from the very beginning of the Greek state. So in some areas, it's already 200 years of protection. So that has established a very interesting environment. We found some unique species there. So we see how the cultural heritage and nature protection not only can coexist, but the cultural heritage can contribute to have a richer natural environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petros, and because you are coming with us to these remote areas, you are discussing with people, and this is the most important, to have this contact on the local level and ensure to them that what we are discussing, it will be implemented. This is the most important. Thank you very much. I don't know if it is connected from the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Manetas, on behalf of the Director General. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Manetas. On behalf of the Secretary General, Mr. Dimitris Papagiannidis, on European Resources for Agriculture. Όχι, ο κύριος Καμπάνης μίλησε. Το κύριο Μανέτα.
Ναι, καλημέρα. Εδώ έχω συνδεθεί. Μ' ακούτε?
Ναι, σας ακούμε.
Ναι. Good afternoon. On behalf of Secretary General Mr. Papagiannidis, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I am the head of the Managing Authority in the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. Managing Authority is responsible of planning and implementing the National Strategic Plan of Common Agricultural Policy. And I would like to make a short presentation of how green and blue deals are incorporated into Common Agricultural Policy, and especially to the perspectives created for synergies between agri-food sector and the tourism in our rural areas. Green and blue deals as a European Union's central policy choices for protecting the environment and tackling the effects of climate change constitute the roadmap for the coming years in terms of local and regional development, as they provide for significant reforms and interventions relating to the existing development and production models. These strategies affect all sectors of economic activity in the Union, including agriculture, fisheries, and of course tourism, thus also determining the future of our rural areas. They also highlight the need for the green and digital transformation of the Union's agri-food system and rural areas, setting individual policies and targets to ensure that the intended transition takes place in a sustainable, fair, transparent, effective, and balanced way. This will be done under conditions that will ensure, for example, the Union's food sufficiency and food security, the production of quality products of high nutritional value, the participation of all links in the agro-supply chain, the linking of agriculture and fisheries sectors with tourism and other economic activities in our rural areas, and of course attracting young people to these rural areas. The objectives of the green and blue deals necessarily govern and are also considered in the architecture of the new Common Agricultural Policy, which as a ministry we have designed and through which we expect to achieve the green transformation of agriculture fisheries at our rural areas as well by planning and implementing a comprehensive transition plan. One of the main priority axes of this plan includes the support for the diversification of the local economy and the creation of new businesses and job opportunities in rural areas that are significantly affected by the transition towards a climate neutral economy. To this end, an important and proven tool available to Common Agricultural Policy for the appropriate plan and financing of such local development policies, including tourism, is the LEADER programs. LEADER local development programs are prepared and implemented by local collective socio-economic actors and local government, have a multi-sectoral and multi-fund character, and seek through integrated public and private interventions to ensure conditions of economic and social sustainability of the rural areas in which they are implemented. In this context, they incorporate and serve European Union national strategy of our Ministry for Rural Development, the territorial cohesion of the regions, and in general the economic and social cohesion of our rural areas, ensuring the interconnection of agriculture with tourism, promoting tourism entrepreneurship and cross-sectoral synergies of primary sector with tourism as well as with other sectors of economic activity at national and regional level. For example, specific forms of tourism embedded in a more comprehensive thematic tourism framework that adequately identifies specific tourism products and services based on highlighting and exploiting the comparative advantages of regional and local economies and societies, have to offer significant benefits in terms of income and employment, as well as improving the living conditions and living standards of inhabitants in these rural areas, especially rural tourism in all its aspects. For example, agrotourism, wine tourism, ecotourism, geotourism, and fishing tourism exploits the potential and advantages of developmental socioeconomic models such as the multi-activity and multi-employment model and the diversification model of economic activity of spatial units through the enrichment of the tourist product, the creation of new employment opportunities, as well as the strengthening of the offer of services that may concern specialized scientific and technical services, for example, medical or educational tourism services, with what this entails in terms of the extension of the tourist season, etc. The main objectives and impacts of a development model based on the adoption and promotion of policies, interventions of thematic forms of tourism and synergies between agriculture and tourism are restraining the local population, and especially the young people in their place, is the creation of local supplementary income, the creating of new jobs in rural areas, the fairer distribution of local wealth, and the promotion of natural environment, of cultural heritage and local tradition, the connection with the local production of agricultural products, and of course the promotion of collective action in our countryside, the networking through the promotion, the bottom-up approach to the development, the so-called participatory approach. This development model presupposes a holistic, integrated strategic approach to the development of specific spatial units based on the adoption of policies to promote cross-sectoral synergies between different sectors of economic activity. And in this direction, for example, synergies could be exploited with the primary sector through the so-called green and blue economy. For example, through the ever-increasing awareness of consumers of products and services for quality, identity, safety, and respect for the environment. Similar opportunities to encourage tourism entrepreneurships are offered using areas of high natural value, the Natura areas and other rural areas that can act as poles of green development, the production and sale of certified quality products from these protected areas, the production and sale of organic farming and livestock products, as well as the development of ecotourism. Such synergies are particularly important for areas of the country facing increased problems, natural and other constraints due to their specific characteristics, such as the mountainous, island, and disadvantaged areas. And of course, local leader programs that are financed by common agricultural policy offer in these regions incentives to invest in thematic and alternative forms of tourism, such as agrotourism, for example, through interventions such as multifunctional and visitable farms, or cottage industry, ecotourism, gastronomic tourism, etc., making a significant contribution to highlighting the local identity, tradition, and quality agricultural products of rural areas, as well as connecting tourism and culture with the primary sector and the environment. The objective is, of course, creating and maintaining sustainable jobs to strengthen the social cohesion of our rural areas and addressing the humanitarian crisis, poverty, and social exclusion by highlighting the social dimension of entrepreneurship and by providing opportunities for employment and support for specific categories of the population in these areas, such as women, the unemployed people, the young people, the migrants, etc. Of course, an important parameter of successing in this framework, encouraging the development of cross-industry synergies is quality. The quality is a concept inherent in the provision of products and services in the tourism sector, the safeguarding of which should be pursued through the adoption and implementation of certification procedures. And in these directions, important steps have been already taken. For example, the special agrotourism label, the multifunctional visitable farm label, etc., but they need to be consolidated and further enriched. This plan you gave me the opportunity to present is, as you understand, one of the most important objects in the context of the implementation of common agricultural and fisheries policy to support our rural areas through cross-sectoral synergies and complementarities aimed at consolidating and implementing the principles of the Green and Blue Agreement. Closing, I would like to thank you again for the invitation and stress that, in my opinion, the most crucial factor that will determine the outcome of our efforts to promote green and blue transition is the participation and the will of all of us to change our way of thinking and to adopt the reforms and changes needed with an open-minded good intentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manetas. Please convey our wishes for recovery to Dimitris Papagiannidis. It was a valuable contribution. Thank you. I have now the pleasure to invite Kostas Laskaratos, a journalist from ERT, to conclude for all of us.
Thanks a lot. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Viennidis Foundation as a speaker at the 4th TMM-CH International Conference. I would like to sincerely thank Professor Tonia Moropoulou for the kind invitation. I'm going to share just a few thoughts, as the topic of our panel is especially timely and important. The protection of cultural heritage and the risks it faces due to the environmental crisis has also been a central concern for us at the Travia Politismou Cultural Notebooks, the historic scientific journal I have the honor of directing for about 3 years. A couple of editions ago, we decided to publish for the first time the complete study by Eleni Nikolaiti and Nikon Bouchas, which outlines the best case, the worst case, and the intermediate scenarios for the island of Delos up to the year 2150. The changes expected in Delos coastal landscape due to rising sea levels will be dramatic, the research notes. According to the most adverse scenario, the threatened areas could reach approximately 18,500 square meters by 2050, 41,500 square meters by 2100, and 54,500 square meters by 2150. The shoreline is projected to retreat inland by as much as 220 meters by 2150. This highlights the serious risk posed to the archaeological remains on the island. In our most recent issue, we also feature a study by Professor Kostas Kartalis, who emphasizes that addressing the impact of climate change on cultural heritage and the broader cultural environment is now recognized as one of the most pressing global challenges faced by governments and the scientific community. Beyond the physical threats to heritage sites and monuments, climate change can bring profound transformations to natural landscapes, transformations that disrupt traditional ways of life and local customs, ultimately affecting the values and identity of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. In turn, the degradation of natural and cultural landscapes undermines the social and economic vitality of local communities. I deeply believe that anyone engaged with culture and tourism must also engage with the environment. In Paris, at one of the city's most recent cultural and tourist landmarks, the Pinol Collection Museum, they have adopted practices that actively promote respect and sustainability. From the moment a visitor enters, even in the restrooms, they are informed that the water the water from the taps is non-potable, as the museum has chosen to use rainwater in an effort to conserve natural resources. The Pinol Museum is backed by one of the wealthiest businessmen in France. There is a well-known saying, traditional museums were created by the few for the few, but today it seems that the few are being called to listen to the needs of the many. A growing number of cultural institutions around the world are now working simultaneously to reduce their environmental footprint and to educate the public about sustainability. Energy-saving strategies, waste recycling programs, and the replacement of plastic materials with paper or biodegradable alternatives have all been adopted on a broad scale. A recent study I encountered while researching for my latest book, Museum Influencers, surveyed over 100 cultural organizations in New South Wales. It showed that many cultural institutions recognize their role as leaders in raising public awareness on environmental issues. So now the path is clear. What remains is for us to walk it with courage, with commitment, and with vision. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable contributions. I believe that this panel is self-concluded after the fact that each one of the panelists has given a message. All these messages conclude that Green and Blue Deal with cultural heritage and environmental assets in the epicenter might be a drive for sustainable development combating climate crisis. Thank you very much. You can
Just a second. We need to bring another one. My presentation? Can we go to the presentation mode? Yes, excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for coming to the panel discussion number 17. We will try to be so short as possible and finish on time. I know that this is the most difficult part of the conference. It's directly after the lunch. It's one of the most interesting parts. So we have some guests which are from abroad, from UK, from Malta, from Italy, and Greece here. So the event is hybrid, and it's all about digital twin, from the digital twin to the memory twin, a new horizon for cultural heritage documentation. We heard over the time during these 30 days a lot about the digital twins. We heard about knowledge, we heard about the story, we heard about memory, but never about the memory twin or what it means if we digitize at the end of the day. Digitize, it means digital documentation at the end of the day, and why we do that. The next slide, please. So the panel consists from Antonella Frezza, the coordinator of the EU project Oerica 3D XR, Boraz Miguel, the coordinator of the EU Heritalize project, Anderson Janet, the coordinator of the EU project e-archiving, Heines Ronald, who is in charge and the chairman of the IIIF 3D Standardization Committee, the committee working in the 3D standardization, Casa Anthony, the director of the digitization unit of Heritage Malta, then my colleague Stelios Roumeliotis from the NTUA, and the good friend Nikos, happy to see him again here with us. So now, after my short introduction, focusing on this, what it is currently ongoing, we move to the presentations as it has been listed earlier. So, a general definition. It is what? a virtual representation of an object or a system designed to reflect a physical object accurately. We are talking about cultural heritage, digital twins. Have you seen in this definition anything related to cultural heritage? No. This definition is coming from engineering, but not from the humanities. Let's do it in this way. So now, let's see. That's an object, as it is stated in the definition above. And this is the accurate replica. Yeah? The digital one. Yes or no? Up to now, correct. And this is the one-to-one replication of the object. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the Lambusa trawler in the Pan-Hellenic area is the only existing boat, fishing boat of this type, and it is in Limassol. It is a property of the municipality of Limassol. It has been digitized from us, it has been modeled, and it is now going to be the first float museum of the island of Cyprus. Yeah? So this is, and this object, of course, it has been digitized, it has been modeled, and it has been harvested in Europeana, the digital cultural heritage library of Europe, the only one existing in the world and the biggest, the largest, from our Deputy Minister, Lina Kassianidou, last year in a special high political meeting at the auspices of the European Commission. But let's go and see about the memory twin, and I want to link this presentation with the two previous panels of this morning, which were very, very interesting and helped me a lot to modify the introduction of our panel here. So a memory twin, and it's all about the jewelry of 2,300 years old that you see over there. And now let's see the definition of the memory twin, and please compare it to this what I showed to you earlier, goes beyond the replication of the physical characteristics to incorporate the historical, contextual, and experiential information associated with cultural artifacts. This evolution reflects a shift from a focus on physical accuracy to a broader, more holistic is a special one word, and we heard that, we experienced that during the second panel discussion this morning. Holistic understanding of cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an artifact. It is a unique artifact. And not only that, it is so unique, which has values. How the ICT of the 21st digital century now can do what? Can document the values of, let's say, cultural heritage objects. In the other way, if a monument belongs to the UNESCO list, then we are talking about a universal and outstanding value there. How? Whatever we heard, whatever it has been discussed up to now, can do what? Document the universal and outstanding values of these objects, which are unique for the humanity, to be preserved for the generations to come, and if it's possible, to learn from the past to improve the future. We have Europeana, 50, 60 million objects there. Go find one, which reflects exactly this challenge. If you find one, then we can talk together and continue. Now, let's see if this is a first attempt of such a documentation. And you see, we set up a new system and we say, let's think the memory in the way how a human can set it up. It's a tangible, it's a movable, it's a wearable, it's an ornament, it's a jewelry, it's, and so on, object. And by each one of these definitions, what do we have? At the end of the day, a set of other or subsets of other data and information. And if we move, and you see there on the upper part, I think I have to stand up and show to you. Yes, if you see here, then it's much better the X-ray investigation, where we got a lot of examples from this morning. And then the specification of how we try to define it. I will use this microphone from there. So now, having that in mind, and we move further, then we can observe what exactly this, what it has been discussed during the second panel of this morning, the detailed investigation, documentation, the interior as well as the exterior, okay? And the chemical analysis, chemical investigations, and so on. The entire details. At the end of the day, we, coming from the informatics, from the cultural informatics, from the digital documentation, from the digital heritage, we are interested at the knowledge graph. And the knowledge graph is that which brings all the information and data together. To do that, we have the memory identity. Identity means high quality, exact, authentic documentation. So for the documentation, for the digitization, for the modeling, for the visualization, for the use and reuse, if I want to use it, then I want to use an authentic story and not a whatever imagined story or a story which is more or less describing the great Alexander, yeah? The Alexander the Great. And of course, how during the time of missing standards. Imagine that you have someone sitting here saying to you, I can write, I am the specialist in the Greek language. You tell to the person, please start writing Greek. And he writes in the way of what? He's using his own grammatic and his own semantic rules. What are you going to do? You start laughing, okay? That's what's happening at the moment. Of course, we are not laughing, but we are not serious. We need, as Europeans, to be more serious so far as the digitization of the past concerned. So, knowledge, that's the story, that's the memory. It's all about paradata, it's all about metadata, it's all about data. It's all these words here are, the three last at least, Greek words, born here, yeah? So we cannot change that. And paradata, this is what? It is the certification of the quality of how the metadata and the data have been created. And we heard that from the second panel this morning. And that's how you can prove that your data, that the results of your investigation and documentation are correct and of high quality, of course. That was a part of the results coming out of the Orica 3D project. And if I want to use a nice overview image, but before that, to show to you what it has been achieved in this project, before I will hand over to the coordinator of the project, the first speaker of the panel, please scan the two QR codes. Here is where you can get some of the documents related to the project, but also to the study, to the European study related to the paradata. The study tried at least to change the horizon of creating the memory or documenting memory by saying first, let's take care of the quality of the results that we achieved during the documentation. If it's not authentic and of high quality, then why to document? Yeah? So, now, by saying this, there are another 3 QR codes for you to download. I brought one of these hard copies with me. The first one, 3D digitization, guidelines, step to success. Then the Oerica 3D, Oerica, you know, it has been the word Oerica here, invented. The Oerica 3D, and then of course an open access publication recently on the net and available for everybody, 22 of December last year, and up to now more than 22,000 times downloaded from around the world. And that's the overview image. Coming to the introduction, to the end, we have the digitization. That's the boat, that's the Lambusa, the only trawler which has been produced here. And the story about the boat is it has a lot to do with the ironic way of how we work in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a time ago, 50 years ago, where the boat is not very old, it's 80 years old. You know what? The European Union invested money to produce these boats. Why? For the people to go fishing, and no fishing to bring bread, to bring money, growth home. Yeah? And what happened? Overfishing at the end of the day. Now we need to save whatever it has to be saved. Destroy all the boats. Yeah? That they gave a lot of subventions to produce. Now they give you money to destroy them. So lesson learned. Yeah? So, and now, digitization. Digitize that, bring it up, but take care of the paradata, of the metadata, of the data, high quality, bring them up to the cloud, make it in such a way so that there is an authentication, an authorization there, then over the cloud, give it up or harvest that to Europeana, make it available for the people to download it for use and reuse, and of course, for the e-archiving, that these data sets have to be preserved. And for that, there is the e-archiving initiative of the European Union, from which we are going now to hear from the coordinator. And I would like to hand over the floor to the coordinator of the Oerica 3D XR project, Antonella. Antonella, are you online? Excuse me, is Antonella online? Can we see the online participants, please? No, Antonella is not online. Then we can go to the next one, which is Miguel. Miguel is the coordinator of the EU Heritalize project, which started on the 1st of January. And it's all about digital documentation in cultural heritage. And Miguel, the floor is yours to explain to us not only what the project is, what the mission of the project is, and what the community, the society, can profit out of this EU investment, and how the project can change the horizon so far as the digital documentation concerned. Thank you. Miguel, floor is yours. Yeah. If you can share your screen, please, if you have some.
Yes. Just allow me 1 second. Wait a sec. I know why I'm not being able to share this. Let me know if you can see the presentation now.
Yes, we can see it, but yes. You have to go to the presentation mode.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent.
So again, thank you, Marinos, and your team for having me and organizing this. My name is Miguel Boraz. I'm the coordinator of Heritalize project. I will be presenting it shortly and hopefully having the time for later on having some questions and answers and proper discussion. So just a quick summary of our project, of Heritalize project. Its full title is Heritage Buildings and Objects, Digitization and Visualization within the Cloud. IDP is the coordinator. We have 17 partners from different 7 countries. It's a 4.2 million euro project plus 0.8 million euros coming from the UK funding body. It's a 4-year project, so it has effectively started January this year, so it will last until 31st of December 2028. We have a lot of challenges and goals ahead of us, but in a nutshell, what we intend to do is to provide and research and develop and provide digitization techniques in terms of data acquisition and processing based on AI and machine learning techniques, which give way to the provision of different models. In this regard, we plan to digitize not only the tangible cultural heritage, but also the intangible. And by intangible, we include physical information, but also not physical, so referring to stories, memories, traditions, etc., etc. All of these, in the end, we plan to make it available for the ECCCH cloud through kind of standardized methodologies, API services, etc., etc. One just final comment on these. The idea is that with all this digitized data, we provide end users and cultural heritage stakeholders with certain services that optimize and boost and improve the kind of operation and running and use of the cultural heritage towards multiple cultural heritage stakeholders, tourism, education, etc. So we have different pillars of development of research. So pillar 1 is kind of the CH digitalization requirements and methodology definition. So a proper also state-of-the-art review. This is carried out mainly by Marinos and his team. Then we have pillars 2 and 3, which are aimed at the digitalization tools definition and development. Then supported by the CH data processing supported by AI, which will give way to the models and the paradata, metadata, and everything that Marinos has mentioned before, and with which we will make use through different services, such as GeoHBeam-based digital twin environment. Now, this was a proposal stage name. Now we refer to the HHBeam, so holistic HBeam models, which we built a digital twin platform based on it. In addition to these, we have the AR, VR, XR visualization of cultural heritage, also based on gaming engine techniques, cultural heritage conservation module based on data coming from sensors. So, for example, humidity, temperature, irradiance, vibration, etc., and also CT scan based 3D print. Again, all these we plan to make interoperable within the ECCCH. So we will work on an ICT architecture, also linking the digital twin and all the data models, metadata, paradata, etc. And finally, pillar 6 is the replication and scalability strategies based on these and with which we plan to affect and engage more cultural heritage institutions in addition to the ones that we have in Heritalize project. I won't spend too much time here. This is a really complex diagram, but I think it's very useful as it puts together all the pillars I mentioned before in terms of general objectives, including all the different techniques, technologies, solutions, services that we plan to bring in. So an outcome we can understand from this diagram is the complexity of the project we have ahead and the many things we want to put together, and the many data, paradata, metadata models that we want to integrate and bring together.
Miguel?
Sorry, yes?
Miguel, once when you finish, please let the image there. I would like to add something to that. Yeah? Thank you.
Great.
Sorry.
Yeah. And again, this is a proposal stage diagram. But here, just I want to pinpoint that we mentioned digital twin, but one of the objectives we have, and I above all have, is bridging that digital twin or those digital twins we develop for the different demo sites in Heritalize project towards this memory twin concept, which it's kind of the current or like the future of digital twins, let's say, or the present maybe. Now, with this, I want just to briefly present the 4 demo sites we have. We have 2 demo sites in Scotland. The first is the West Highland Museum in Fort William. Here, one of the highlights is that we want to digitize the Jacobite and Carmichael collections. So we have all of our, like many objects coming from the region and the country of Scotland that are included in this West Highland Museum collection. So we want to digitize both the building and the objects and allow for kind of this museum to be visited through VR, AR experiences. Following this, we also have the Timespan Museum north of Scotland in Helmsdale. Here, kind of the highlight is that they already have a VR room where we plan to develop and showcase the results of Heritalize project through this VR, AR, XR experience. But the other one is that we have here a large landscape with many objects and many stories and many intangible cultural heritage we want to digitize. So here it's not only a building, but a region and many objects and buildings spread out these regions. So it's kind of a large, a vast area we want to kind of digitize and include here. And now we'll go to the 2 kind of Mediterranean sites. We have Regia di Venaria Reale in Turin, Italy. This is a huge building and gardens. So it includes also the building and the objects in, but also the garden and the objects spread out across the garden. So kind of bridging between a geographic area and the building within. And finally, we have Villa Portelli in Malta. Maybe Tony wants to share a few words about this one. Obviously, Heritage Malta. And here we also have oral history, digitizing both the building, but also the area within. It's quite a large harbor in Malta. And we currently actually started defining the digitization techniques and the scope, the real scope of the project to implement here. And that's it. So just a recap, we are 17 partners, and you can see them all here. Any questions, I'm happy to answer them afterwards. Thank you.
Miguel, if you can please go backwards to the overview image that you showed to us earlier.
Yep. Oh, sorry, that one.
Yes, thank you. This is what we, yes. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, nevertheless, I will try with my hands. Part of this, what you see here, it has been discussed this morning in the presentation of George especially, but also in this column here, yeah? The first and the second. So the issue is how, at the end of the day, can you prove that this you produce there is of high quality? That's why we need the paradata, the protocol of guaranteeing that the process, the methodology, the systems, and the procedures in place were all of high quality to bring, of course, also at the end of the day, high quality of data to be used also for the artificial intelligence and, of course, for the use and reuse. Now, thank you, Miguel. Discussion is going to be at the end of the session for all of us. If you please make your notes and then per speaker, this what you want to ask. Now we go to the next speaker, Janet Anderson, the coordinator of the eArc project, part of the e-archiving initiative of the European Union, the only one existing since several years for the data preservation. Data preservation. Long-term data preservation is totally unknown, totally unknown in the data processing in ICT. Janet, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Yeah. We cannot hear you, Janet. You're muted. No, not yet.
Share.
Yes, now yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and you can see the screen.
Yes. Excellent. Yep. Please.
Thank you very much, Marinos. Thank you for the invitation, and I will be as quick as I can be. So we have heard the myriad of documents and types of documents that you need to save, both historical and scientific, and often a very good mixture of both of them. They need preserving for the short, medium, and long term. That is our job in e-archiving, and we are particularly mandated to work with the 3D cultural heritage community by the European Commission, DG Connect, to help preserving that, and that's something we've been doing over the last couple of years. Okay, oops. There we go. Right, so I will give a short introduction, look at our specifications, and in December, we gave a practical demonstration. We had an hour-long session, and we had a practical demonstration of how we could actually preserving the Lambusa boat that you have already seen. Now, there's not time today to repeat that, or indeed repeat any of it, but we did it then, and we will be documenting that in the future. There is a book coming out from the Euromed conference, and we have a long chapter in that explaining exactly what we did, which will be available in the future. Now, something very important, we're working with some people from the 4CH project, as well as working closely with Marinos. We have a network of experts working with us on this 3D work. Franco Nicolucci is actually part of our consortium, and he and his colleagues have written a report on things that will help you to with long-term preservation of 3D data and cultural heritage. And there is the link to that report, which I would encourage you to read. This next part, this very quickly, I have taken it straight from that report. So, the important things that you've got to look out for over time are technological obsolescence. I don't need to describe that. Software, hardware going out of use. So in order to keep your material, you need digital continuity from one stage to the next. This is particularly important in your field, in the digital cultural heritage field, where things change very, very quickly. They're here today, gone tomorrow. So you need to set up at the beginning of your project a data management plan. Come to us, we will help you with that. Whatever you do needs to be based on FAIR principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. The things that I'm going to tell you about very briefly, they are all FAIR. FAIR is really gaining traction, particularly in scientific communities. Very, very important. If you can't find it, you can't use it in the future. I'm going to go very quickly over the need for good repositories, trusted repositories, not just bung it anywhere, but someone that will actually keep that data accessible over time. I don't need to talk to you about metadata, paradata, the importance of those, but we need to keep them. File formats, and how can we help you from e-archiving? So, what is an archive? An archive is something that actually intends to preserve information for access and use by a designated community. There are so many wonderful DCH projects, but nobody thinks about how they're going to be accessed in the future. That is not good. A repository in itself just means that you just store it somewhere. Now, just storing material, just like keeping something on your computer, does not make it accessible over the long term or even short or medium term. You need a trusted repository. For example, the Digital Repository of Ireland is a Core Trust Seal certified trustworthy digital repository, or an online archive that preserves Ireland's humanities, cultural heritage, etc. So that is a trusted repository. It does all the things that the archival practice wants it to do. So you need to look for a trusted repository. Again, the contact details of my talk are at the end. Ask for help if you need help with a trusted repository. So what do we provide? In e-archiving, we provide non-hosted archival services. Nobody could host all the archiving material needed across Europe, but we do everything else but. Specifications, tools, a very comprehensive reference architecture model to help preserve material based on best practices. We've been going for 11 years, so our work is now robust and in production. So you have to get material into an archive or a repository, keep it there, and then get it out again. So we have harmonized practices, guidelines, all these things for you. So our work is based on something called the OAIS, developed by NASA in America many years ago. There's now a new version of these standards, and that's all about information packages, getting material into an archive, keeping it there. So submission information package, archival information package, dissemination information package. We use something called METS, Metadata Encoding and Transmission Standards. That's used across the world in GLAM institutions. And then something called PREMIS, which is preservation metadata. So we're looking to be able to get anything from any kind of source system, create a submission information package, put it in a repository, and then get it out again for access. And we really have looked at everything. So our specifications, we have a base specification. So these are all the information packages. So that's how we transfer the material into a repository. Then this is about finding, preserving, and then we have content type specifications. This is for databases, geospatial data. And then we've now produced 2 for 3D content. We are on GitHub, we are open. So please go to GitHub, tell us what you think, use what we've done. We are an open community. Our governance, we are fully funded currently by the European Commission. There is an EARC consortium looking after it. The DLM Forum is the body that is hosting these specifications via something called the DILSYS board. And these information packages, they're all about interoperability, and it's an XML-based implementation using international standards that everybody can use. This is a quick look at the use of MET. Here's software. This is, for those of you that use XML, this is very usable. And content type, you've got to be able to cope with any kind of data. So we can cope with the paradata, any metadata. This is the premise model. This is to do with environment, rights, agents. All of these can be encoded in there. So we can cope with any kind of material that you have in your project or country, or indeed in your digital twin. And we're using simple folder structures, and the one that we have for 3D has got paradata in as well. So description of the 3D one now, very quickly. It's about transferring to archives, records exchange, archive consolidation. Based on, the first one was for product models, so this would be for buildings. Sorry, not for buildings, for objects. Based on computer-aided design, LOTAR and STEP product model data. That was published in December, and you have been sending us your feedback. The cultural heritage one that my colleagues Stephen Mackey and Sven Schlab are working on at the moment is this one. Looking at 3D models, cultural heritage. This is for long-term archiving, interchange central submission. Principles, got to be data format agnostic, use premise. It can cope with any kind of package structure. We're using open formats, keeping the original, structural metadata's met, preservation premise. And now, almost finished. Descriptive metadata, very, very important. So this is to be able to find your archival content. You need to be able to use standards. But for the cultural heritage domain, there isn't one standard that fits everything. So Stephen's done a lot of work with this and is recommending two different types of metadata. One is from the archival side, which is records in context. The other one is CDOC CRM, which is from the cultural heritage site. Using linked data, you'll be able to cover names, places, subject, genre. And so two standardized ontologies for linked data, covering similar sorts of areas, and they are connected through relationships. So, for example, you might have a place that would be described in one way by records in context and another way by a CRM record, but those could work together and use common resources. They're both open and local. Again, different uses of records in context and CRM. And to finish off with, there isn't time or space, as I said, to demonstrate the Lambusa boat proof of concept that we did in December. But I will just point you to all the software again that we have on GitHub. We have a lot of different software. We have end-to-end systems and we have components. One of the end-to-end systems that we haven't told you about before is something called Keep Solutions Rhoda, and that's a repository of authentic digital records. So this is an ideal repository to use for digital cultural heritage. For example, the European Union, their publication office use this. So it's used in anger across Europe. We use something called eArt Web, which is a reference implementation to describe the Lambusa boat. hopefully I'll have time another occasion to go over that again, because I think it's important. Here's our details. Please get in touch if you'd like some help, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet, for the nice presentation. We will please stay online, and we will go to the discussion at the end. We go now back to the first presenter. Due to technical problems, it was not possible for Antonella to be online. Antonella? Yes, we cannot hear.
Hi, nice to meet you all. Sorry for the problem. Here I am. Do you see my presentation online?
Yes, if you go to the presentation mode, we will see it better.
Do you see it better?
No, it's, yes, now yes.
No?
Please, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will not enter into the details of what we have done. I prepared the presentation where I tried to tell you what is happening in the Eureka 3D environment. Eureka 3D XR is a project where we are going to showcase 3 scenarios that are developed in the frame of the data space for cultural heritage, and the 3 scenarios want to demonstrate the concept of the memory twin, the virtual visualization of the Middle Ages walls in the city of Girona. We start from archival information that are in the archival department of the municipality of Girona, maps, pictures, interviews, historical documents, videos, to reconstruct a portion of the walls that do not exist anymore because of the urban transformation. The XR narrative of excavations in process in Bibracte, the archaeological site that is in the center of the Burgundy, in the territory of Morvan, an archaeological site where even Julius Caesar was settled to write the Bello Gallico. So there is an excavation that is in process, and we wanted to engage people with the digital contents about the archaeological experience, and the creation of a new life of Saint Neophytos and Glistra in Cyprus in the virtual space. So the saint, the monks will come out from the frescoes and will tell the story of their life in the Glistra. And these are the 3 scenarios that we are developing in Eureka 3D. Eureka 3D is a project that is co-funded by the Digital Europe program. We just started in February. It lasts a very short time, 1.5 years. It is led by Photo Consortium Association with the participation of CRDI, the municipality of Girona, Bibracte Research Center, that is also a Grand Site de France, so connecting culture and environmental heritage, the Cyprus University of Technology, EGI that is providing the digital infrastructure, Cyfronet, IMEC, Swing IT, MEMO, Miralab, the Technical University of Athens, Europeana Foundation, and this is the consortium. The objectives are to transform digital cultural content, what is preserved, for example, in the e-archive, 2D, 3D, videos, text, maps, stories, into experiences and extended reality scenarios. These scenarios will be delivered in a way to the European Common Data Space for Cultural Heritage, so the growth, the improvement of the data space is a part of our discussion, and to continue the effort in strengthening the capacity of the cultural heritage institutions. Because if we wanted to move from the geometrical representation of cultural heritage to an experience that is an experience of a cultural heritage, the cultural heritage institutions must be aware of the possibilities of these new technologies. As I said, we will not have the time to enter into the details of each scenarios. However, said this, we think that we have to have a way to trigger the multiplier effect of our projects. It is not enough to do a project that is successful. This project should put the seeds for new projects, for new initiatives, for a transformation of the cultural heritage sector. And what are these concepts, this concept of a memory twin needed? What is needed? Well, we think that it is needed, first of all, a clear understanding of quality. What is quality in this new dimension of digital cultural heritage that involves 3D? Which kind of infrastructure we need to support this new kind of digital cultural heritage? And finally, which kind of competence we have to set up in order to be able to support the transformation at a wider scale. First of all, we think that it is a question of digitization. Digitization of a new sphere, digitization of something that goes beyond the 2D representation of the cultural heritage. And for this purpose, we have developed a guideline, very simple, very practical, with a very practical approach, devoted targeting cultural heritage institutions. And you can download your guidelines through the QR code. So, a question of quality. We know that the digitization is a static capture of something that is dynamic, that the capture happens at a certain moment, but the cultural heritage object transforms its nature during the time and because of the surrounding environment. A still image of a painting, the picture of a monument or of a cultural site, all this is a 2D projection of something that exists in the 3D world space. And eventually, during the digitization of such a complex idea, capture the 3D dimension of a cultural heritage, stakeholders' requirements are necessary in terms of equipment, practices, actual settings, software processing, all impact the final results. For this purpose, we rely on the study on quality of 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage that has been produced by Cyprus University of Technology, and that is our Bible. We rely on this. But this is not enough. We need an infrastructure. And for this, Eureka 3D developed an infrastructure. Another Digital Europe project that just completed in December 2024, with more or less the same partnership of Eureka 3D and SAR, to implement a data cloud devoted to cultural heritage. And what is this cloud? We call it Eureka 3D Data Hub. It is storage, authentication and authorization to access in a safer way the storage facilities, a persistent identifier, a visualization tool, because when we move to 3D, we have a big problem with visualizing what is the 3D model, and the integration with the European. In this picture, you see the process from the object, the Lambusa board, for example, that was just mentioned by Janet, through the data hub, up to the delivery, to Europeana, to the e-archiving, to the persistent identification systems, and to EOSC, to the European Open Science Consortium. And eventually, it's a question of competence. We think that competence means to share knowledge and experience, but also to have a clear mind on service provision. Service provision to cultural heritage sector. We do not need much. Certainly, it is needed, research, experiments, new technologies, but it is necessary to have in mind how to use the 3D for recovery processes, how to increase the understanding of heritage artifacts, how to elaborate image and textual data to result into visual impression, to clustering 3D objects in a meaningful way, and to assess successful and unsuccessful case studies. This is our goal, to set up a competence center on 3D digitization and the implementation of a memory twins. I know that the time is very limited. I have finished my presentation, and you can look for further information online. Thank you very much, and I leave the floor to the next.
Thank you very much, Antonella, for the very nice presentation. We move to the next presenter, Ronald. Yes, Ronald,
can you hear me?
We are very brief. This is the most important, or one of the most important panels of the conference, Tonia. That's all about the quality and why we digitize and how we need to digitize. So, Ronald, floor is yours. It's all about standards or no standards. Please.
Thank you. And you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
You can share your presentation, please.
Almost there?
Not yet.
It's just taking a moment. Can you see that okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Good. Thanks.
Excellent.
And thanks for the invitation, and good to be among you and in this panel. For those who haven't come across the International Image Interoperability Framework, it's usually shortened as IIIF, and the website's easy to find, IIIF.io. And open standards are part of what makes it work to deliver high quality and attributed digital objects online at scale. The access to the world's available images and audio-visual files is part of what it's trying to build. And you see on the map a sampling of where we know it's operating, where it's being used, where are those helping build and extend these standards, and so forth. An international community creates open APIs, application program interfaces. That's part of the secret of the system. So what makes it work? Well, I mentioned access to the world's files and data, and a group of us are working on the 3D standards, which we're due to have the first release candidate this June in our annual conference, which will be in Leeds in the UK. Shameless plug there. Open standards are there so that you can have high quality objects online at scale, and high quality includes, particularly for the 2D world so far, and increasingly for 3D, a high degree of zoom, for instance, great detail, if you like, but variable depending on what devices you have to deliver this on. So because it's open standards and open web standards, it should be deliverable on any modern device that's connected and online, from smartphone through to workstation and so forth. Now, the global community, you've seen a bit of a map, and there's a consortium behind it that has a growing body, and this has been building for over a decade. And a lot of this was to break down barriers. Researchers, developers, and leaders have been looked at and are part of the process to make sure there's something for all parties. And it's estimated well over 1 billion objects, and that's probably conservative, in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, as well as increasingly in Wikimedia and Internet Archive materials available through there. And IIIF works closely with European, which is part of how we're all going to grow together. But there's a unique combination of the community working together with standards, as well as developing software and applying it to existing collections. And these four have come together to make it expand and grow rapidly, and hopefully in the future. It is the de facto standard for digital library collections and other online collections, museums, etc. So expanding it for 3D, this is kind of a rough diagram of how people are able to access from image server using an API. And a secret is using a structured JSON file, JSON being a JavaScript object notation, which is a common way to complement a web resource. And by structuring that, people can reliably then not only make their information, their images available, but share it and combine it across collections across the world. And then there's something of a presentation API to then, with a manifest in JSON again, a structured way to make that available in a standardized way to web browsers anywhere. And this is a list briefly of some of the open web technologies that are deployed. And I mentioned JSON, but it's in particular a structured way for JSON linked data. And that has enabled a kind of glue to connect data and objects across the world. A lot of the 3D viewers in browsers are based on a JavaScript project, a library called 3DS, but we're working with main developers of viewers, Smithsonian, Morphosaurus. Some people have come from Sketchfab and elsewhere. And Babylon.js is another library that's used. Suffice it to say, we're making sure that the underlying technologies are supportable in the standards. Modular, not monolithic, is one of the ways we talk about it. Persistent identifiers, or links in this case, makes for sustainable sharing. This is just a very quick look at an example from a Harvard collection to show what a manifest looks like in this structured, standardized JSON LD format that creates the manifest. You can see it's human readable, it's structured in a techie way, but it has important information contained in it, including it can have cues for enabling different ways to present the same, in this case, painting or any other object. So these are some examples of, I can take that same thing and frame it differently or even grayscale it, and all without changing the underlying object. So the presentation capabilities are catered for, and it enables much greater creative expression. If you're interested, this is an experiment that we have running one of our developers, main developer for the Universal Viewer, which is commonly used in many collections. This is an example of what it might look like to have 2D, either painting and images, as well as books, text, notebooks, together with 3D and audio and video. Because what the 3D environment will enable is all of this can come together. And by doing that with existing collections, it would be possible to recreate a ruined palace or temple or cathedral, recreate the structure and the wall hangings and features, and maybe have a video to explain it. In other words, some of what we do physically, we could increasingly do virtually. And this is a made-up example of what that might look like, a building structure, in this case, someone's floor plan, and then you could populate it with items from different collections, whether National Galleries and Wikimedia or IKEA and eBay, and put a YouTube video somewhere or the Internet Archive. Just an imagined future. In Euromed conference last December, this question was raised, and there was some discussion about could we potentially take the same ideas of standardizing metadata in a way that helps complement and make universal access to some of these materials? Could we think about, I'm sorry for the bad joke, parameterizing paradata and putting it in a structured way so that it would be interoperable? I'm going to leave that out there, but as a question maybe for discussion, but it's an interesting idea and only started talking about it with some of specialists in this area, including Urinas and Drew and team. And I'll pause there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very, very much, Ronald, especially for the one slide with the paintings, because that was a part of the discussion of previous panels so far as the different kind of investigations, digitizations, documentations, concern of paintings on the nano and micro scale. That was very nice. Thank you. Things are coming together now, slowly, slowly. And we will move to the next one speaker, to Anthony. Anthony, we see you. If you can talk, please. Yes, floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the
Link from
invitation.
Berlin and via 4G, so therefore apologize for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully the connection isn't too bad, but I'm in the middle of another conference and I can only connect with 4G. But
I'm sure that he's trying to share now his presentation, and that's the reason why there is no audio in place, but it's changing. Tony, your presentation is loading. No. Tony, there is a problem with your presentation. It's better if you don't show it. It's okay. There is no problem. If you can talk, that's okay. Tony, unfortunately, we cannot hear you, and we cannot see your presentation. We need to, yes, it's better if we, I don't know if it's already loaded. If not, then we move without a presentation. Tony. Tony?
Marinos, if someone can reach him, maybe he could email it to one of us and we could present it.
Yes, I think so. He went out of the connection. Yes, he's back again. Tony?
Good. I will not show the presentation, so I try not to slow down the connection. Okay. My name is Tony. I come from Malta. I am the head of the Technology and Experience Development Unit within Heritage Malta. Heritage Malta is the national agency for cultural heritage in Malta, and basically we are responsible for the national collection. We have about 90, a bit more than 90 sites and national monuments, including UNESCO heritage sites, and these cover both temples, 5,000-year-old temples, overground, underground sites, palaces, even underwater sites, because we have many wrecks all around the island. So it's a very big collection. Apart from these sites, we have obviously the artifacts, which account to many million items, which form the national collection. So the role of my department is to digitize these assets and prepare them to be inserted into our collections management system. And my team, we digitize both sites, tangible, intangible, cultural heritage, movable and immovable heritage. And for many years, we have focused on creating accurate digital replicas of the objects themselves. We have, over the years, felt the need to go beyond this. And luckily, through meeting people like Marinos mainly, the idea of memory twin has progressed more into the way we look at digitizing our collection. And today, now that I'm going to skip the presentation itself, I would like to touch on 5 main reasons why we are looking into the memory twin concept towards digitizing a national collection. And I'll quickly go through these 5 points. First of all, we want to move beyond the data. We want to add context and meaning to objects. So when we digitize an object, when we digitize a site, it's true we're creating an accurate 2D or 3D digital twin, but obviously without the contextual data, the digitization is incomplete. The memory twin approach enriches the digitized assets with paradata, which is why it was digitized, how it was interpreted, as well as metadata, where it came from, what it is, and all that kind of information. Together, these form a layered and dynamic representation that captures the evolving meaning of an object, not just its appearance. And this is a very important, crucial point for us. This is exceptionally important in the Malta case, because it's a Mediterranean country. We have layered histories which account to many millennia, and the interpretations shape our cultural identity. So we're looking beyond objects, we're looking beyond buildings, but we're looking at monuments, we're looking beyond objects and looking at them as artifacts. And the memory twin gives us that step beyond the actual digital twin. Another reason is that memory twin captures how society and individuals remember, interpret, and interact with heritage over time. So this gives the whole process a very human dimension towards the digital archive, allowing us as Heritage Malta to preserve not only the physical attributes of the artifacts, but also the intangible culture and memory which are associated with them. So these could include things like oral histories, community interpretations, different curatorial narratives attached to the same artifact. So as you can see, this is much more than the traditional digital twin of an object. A third reason why we look into memory twin is because we want to enable the highest possible degree of reuse and interoperability of the digitized objects. Obviously, when we digitize heritage, it's a very costly and time-consuming exercise, and we want to make sure that we get the best, highest value for money for our work. So first of all, we want to share all our digitized assets on as many platforms as possible. Just last week, we became an accredited national aggregator with Europeana, which will allow us to share all the digitized assets in our collections management with Europeana directly. We can create educational tools, VR and AR, XR applications, and memory twin ensures that all the associated knowledge, context, and ethical considerations with those objects, which we are digitizing, are also included in this reuse. The memory twin approach ensures that we preserve the attribution and context, we prevent decontextualized or misleading interpretation, and enable richer and improved user engagement in platforms like virtual museums. Referring to the previous point, the preventing the contextualized and misleading interpretation is going to become a big challenge now that AI is taking an even bigger role in cultural heritage interpretation as we move along. Another new concept which is coming in is that memory twins are essential to personalized curatorship. What is personalized curatorship? It is a new approach which allows visitors to curate their own exhibition based on their perspectives, on their baggage, on their expectations, whilst the system still maintains traceability and scholarly grounding. So it supports this multivocality, multiple perspectives of the same object, democratization of curatorial authority. So we're moving from the collections-based curatorial approach to a more visitor-centered approach, and also makes possible digital storytelling using these digital heritage assets which would have worked on. This obviously is one of the biggest challenges. It is a big culture change within museums when it comes to these new approaches in museum experience development. Finally, why do we need to implement Memory Twin? Is because we believe that Memory Twin is going to be shaping the way we digitize our cultural heritage in the future. It started, but we also want to make sure that we position ourselves as a national agency within the European context, and we want to lead by example. So we are involving ourselves in standards and development of standards and methodologies. We want to contribute towards these standards and frameworks on a European level, and this is why we are involved in a lot of European initiatives and projects. And we want to support big projects like Europeana and the Cultural Heritage Cloud with a deeper model for data enrichment when it comes to cultural heritage. And all this obviously strengthens Malta's role within the European cultural heritage ecosystems. And it also aligns with the European goals on how cultural heritage should be preserved and aligned on a continent level. So basically, I hope that I was clear enough to explain why a national agency like Heritage Malta is really interested in the Memory Twin concept. We're not only interested, but we've already started taking very concrete steps towards implementing it. We obviously have a number of challenges, especially when it comes to lack of standards and sometimes lack of understanding in certain areas. It's a very steep learning curve, but I strongly believe with the right commitment and willpower, we could make it work, and we're definitely committed to see it become an integral part of the way we digitize cultural heritage in Malta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Even without the presentation, a very clear message. If you are responsible for the memory of your country in the digital era, then the digital twin is not enough. It has to be something more than that. And especially if you want to preserve that for the generations to come. Yeah. And now we move to the next one speaker, a colleague, Roumeliotis Stergios from NTUA, to explain to us something amazing. At least I would say the first attempt from Greece, similar to this what is happening in Malta. Tony, yes, Stergios, floor is yours, please.
So good evening. I belong to the interdisciplinary team of Mrs. Moropoulou, and we decided last September to create a new digital platform. So I will try to explain how this creation came by. So this intervention draws upon a sequence of projects focusing on the digital and the management of cultural heritage. These experiences have shown that digital transformation in the heritage domain cannot be limited to recording material, the material aspect alone. This is precisely where the shift from digital twins to memory twins becomes relevant. A digital twin provides an image of what a monument is, while a memory twin allows us to represent what that monument means to people. Its memory, its rituals, its continuity, and this in our view, is the essential step towards the future. So the starting point of this trajectory was the RESPECT project, which developed a model system for the holistic management of digital cultural heritage data, a platform that integrates technical and geometric data, material and restoration-related information, as well as historical, social, and cultural content. Most importantly, the platform was designed with interoperability and collaborative use as key principles. Not merely a tool for engineers or curators, but a shared environment for joint knowledge management and production, a fundamental requirement for a memory-aware framework. Respect was not confined to a theoretical level. It was applied to the emblematic restoration project of the Holy Aedicule of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. This project combined advanced documentation techniques, non-destructive diagnostics, geophysical and structural models, as well as historical, social, and religious data, reflecting the enduring cultural significance of the monument. So it became clear that a digital twin, limited to physical representation, could not fully reflect the monument's identity. The Holy Sepulchre is a living symbol, a shared point of reference for three major religions, charged with profound meaning. So there was a clear need for a model capable of capturing not only how the site exists, but also who this monument is. This realization marked for us the emergence of the memory twin concept. The experience of the Holy Sepulchre encouraged a broader understanding of cultural heritage, not merely as an object of preservation, but as a driver of local identity and social cohesion. This perspective informs the Evlogon project. One of the project aims is to establish a digital repository for cultural heritage management with emphasis on reuse, education, and community integration. Evlogon builds upon the technological groundwork laid by Respect and includes case studies such as the Holy Sepulchre as exemplars of documented but living memory. In this sense, the platform serves as a bridge between cultural objects and the communities connected to them. So the most recent development in this sequence is a proposal for EPITHEA, submitted last September. EPITHEA is conceived as a digital decision support platform for cultural heritage, advancing in three core areas: integration of digital twins and memory twins, use of AI-driven tools for analysis and forecasting, and support for evidence-based policy development and cultural planning. EPITHEA was not designed exclusively to generate digital twins of monuments. It was built around the concept of memory twins, digital entities that represent not only structure, but also memory, historical depth, and cultural meaning. So these entities constitute the core of the platform, driving both analysis and policy recommendation. If the digital twin was the initial step towards introducing heritage into the digital domain, then the memory twin is the next one that lends voice, narrative, and meaning to that domain. The objective is not simply to store information, but to engage with the substance of heritage, to develop tools that transform memory into digital continuity and action. So this shift from structure to story and from data to meaning is not only a natural evolution, it is a necessary one if we are to treat cultural heritage not purely as a structure, but as a cultural experience and identity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stergios. Unbelievable. It's good, very good. It's a monument. It's not a building. It is a unique monument. For the Christianity, only one exists. And the geometry is not enough to send out the message. We're moving now to the next one, speaker, good friend Nikos. Nikos has a presentation, wants to share with us.
Okay,
Nikos,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
This is Nikos Doulamis from National University of Athens. Thank you, Poulou, for inviting me this kindly conference, very interesting conference. And I'm trying to make a very short presentation to leave space for discussion. The title of this panel is Digital Twin and Memory Twin, from transfer from digital twin. Digital twin is actually an engineering domain. Cultural heritage is actually an humanity domain. But memory is actually a neuroscience, medicine domain. So if we should change, we should intertwine medicine, cultural heritage, humanities, and engineering. And this is my personal vision and opinion on this position and vision on this matter. So the next slide, there is a...
Yes. Sorry.
How you say it?
Είναι εδώ, αυτό είναι πάει μπροστά, αυτό είναι το laser.
Okay, so let's talk about the bioengineering, the neuroscience, the human beings domain. Humans and all the species have senses, feel pain, okay, and there is decisions about this pain and actions, and there is a motivational bidirectional perspective. So there is an action between the sense, the pain we feel, and the actions we make. And these signals actually are bidirectional. And we motivate our behavior through the pain we feel. And of course, all these senses are social influence, are emotional influence, are not only digital capsuled signals. And there's actually three main cycles: the bio in the bio neuroscience domains, the psychological perspective, and the social influence perspective. So we feel, and our motivation has three main aspects. But do we have the same perspective in a digital cultural domain or cultural domain? So we have perception, on the other hand, we have prediction based on this perception, on the session, and we have actions, and this is bidirectional. Let's talk about the digital cultural heritage perspective. Okay, this is somehow a very shallow approach. It's, you know, it's digital engineering combined with 3D capturing, archiving, XR, VR, but okay, this is not, according to my opinion, a memory twin. It's not like humans being. We have so situation awareness, sensing, digitization, photogrammetry, tomography. We have prediction tools, AI, analysis, analytics, and we have actions, preservation, conservation, documentation. But this is the approach that humans follow. The answer is no. And what we need is, for discussion, we need bidirectional links. We have sensing, but we have no motivational actions. We have the social influence of the cultural heritage objects. We have no emotional states. We have no avoidance learning, no attentional processes. So what we need in the future, according to my opinion, my vision, is to make cultural heritage objects to be as human beings, to live with the people, to live with the community, to live with the land space, to live with the region. This is my question, and to leave it as a discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Nikos. Yeah, well done. Thank you. Speechless. But I would say in a different one way.
It's my personal view.
Yes, indeed. And thank you very much about that. This is what we want at the end of the day is that the monuments have to start talking, and the day is going to come. That's the power of ICT. The power of ICT is going to boost this area of big data, big, multimodal, multi-whatever complex data structures there in a such a way, but the precondition there is that you need to have accurate, authentic, high quality of data and not approximations. Yeah? Not approximations. Accurate data as they were in the past. The story as a story. The knowledge as a real, pure, authentic memory to be presented. Once when we achieve that, and that's all about the digital documentation of the past. Nothing else. The rest is just for the creative industry. It's for games. And if we achieve that, and the day comes that the monuments, the sites can start talking, then the momentum came that we learn something from the past and try to improve the future, if we can, to improve the future, of course. Yeah? And that's a very good point to finish the session and move to the last one, part, which is you are now. The panel. You can ask or make your comments and remarks if you wish, please. At least we send out a very clear message what digital cultural heritage documentation has to be in the 21st century or digital century, yeah? Starting from the nano, micro, macro, domain of documentation, yeah? That's extremely important. Please, if you can please use the microphone because there is a recording.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can say your name and...
Of course, my name is Evangelos Christoforou, professor at the National Technical University of Athens. And my question is quite simple. After, as you mentioned, about the panel discussion before lunch, we discussed about data and metadata. And you now propose the idea of paradata, which means certifying the metadata and the data. My question is, are the accreditation according to ISO 17025 enough to be certain about the quality of the data and metadata, or you need something more than that? Thank you.
According to my opinion, not, because there are no standards for paradata. There is no standard on how we have to document the past. Even the methodology of 3D documentation, for example, there is no standards there. There are just only two standards so far as metadata concerned, and that's the Dublin Code, that's for the libraries, Lido for the museum artifacts, objects, and nothing else. So far as monuments, pay attention, I say monuments, not buildings. Whatever documentations we saw up to now this morning or in the last 2.5 days of the conference was about buildings, not monuments. Definitely no monuments. Yeah, this is a monument for us, we got the message from Nikos, yeah? That's for the human brain, but not for a computer. And we have here to deal with computers. Computers are those which are going to take care of the high quality of data to transfer it to the next generations. When we pass by, when we are not anymore alive, Tonia, And the monument, I don't know, doesn't exist. Who is going to say the monument was the one that you took care some time ago? Yeah? Yeah, that's a part of the story. But I will before we give you the floor, Tonia, I will ask Ronald. Ronald, if you can take please position to this, what our colleague here mentioned, paradata, metadata, data, certification, ISO standardization, and so on. You are in charge of standardization. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It is a team effort. But what was helpful too is I think Nikos, the last speaker, mentioned about the combining of our emotions and our thoughts, etc., which gets us to some of the paradata. It's a bigger ask, it's a bigger job, but the proposal was that since we have at least ways to structure at least minimalist metadata for the longevity, that's part of what IIIF's manifest is about in this structured JSON LD. We could, at least as a community, think about having some structure to pull together some of the paradata, but that doesn't exist yet. But that is something worth considering. Can we structure it in a way that will help preserve it for the future? If we don't do that, we will have lots of different ways to talk about lots of different things, and it is a big job. I'll let others come in. Is that helpful?
Yes. And Tonia, yes, please.
Thank you for the moving panel, Marinos, and all of you. Because really, when I was talking to humanity from this great monument, saying that the tomb of Christ is alive, that was corresponding to an attendance of 3 billion people. So it seems that we cannot reproduce digitally the life of the monument. The monument is alive when it is connected with people and humanity. But my question at this very moment to me as a scientist was, how shall we be able to record and evaluate our scientific approaches and our work to this monument through all the interdisciplinary data we had. Afterwards, as Sterios said, through respect, and Manolis Alexakis is here who worked a lot on this, it was his PhD. So we succeeded to organize a platform with functional relationships, which is a quality ahead of the relationship between the different inputs. Of course, from the digital to the memory twins, we are going to bring together all the dimensions, history to engineering, theology to social and political science, and this is Evlogon. So what you are doing is the vehicle to express Evlogon, the project where we want to bring together whatever could bring a monument alive in real life today. And I think that this is a motivation, and it should be a mutual motivation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tonia. Also surprised from the story presented from Sterios, from your plans and so on, moving from the digital to the memory twins. And several times during my lecture, I have a discussion with my students. My students are telling me, I don't understand what a memory twin is. And then I am asking them, do you remember or have you managed in your life to see your grandmother, to talk to your grandmother? Some of them say no, some say yes. Is your grandmother alive? No. Do you have a dream sometime about your grandmother? They say yes. That's a memory twin. That's the memory twin. It's not a digital twin. Yeah? And that's more or less linked to this what Nikos explained earlier. So exactly that, the grandmother sending out, hey, you young man, young Andrew, pay attention now. A difficult time comes, it's ahead on you, your exams, whatever, your life, and so on. Pay attention, yeah? Sending out a message. This message that she sent already, or always, when he was sitting, I don't know, on her legs and playing with the grandchild. So this is one of the greatest challenges, combined, of course, with the data long-term preservation together. How to bring up to the highest top level of quality, big, multimodal, complex data structures, the knowledge, the story of the past, in a such a way so that it represents authenticity and identity. So that whatever it comes, a war or natural or human intervention, catastrophe, tsunami, whatever, earthquakes and so on, at the end of the day, yeah, you can prove this is what it is, or this what it was in the past there. You remember the story that I mentioned yesterday with Platon and Atlantic? Yeah, that's exactly the same. And the Egyptian priest, that's more or less all about. So I want to ask my panelists if they want to comment something. Michael, if you want to take a position to this, what the colleague from the National Technical University mentioned earlier about the digitization and so on, and the standardization, the way forward. Seeing you as he is a BIM specialist, Michael. He is a very good specialist on digital twins.
Yeah, I have many. I mean, everything's been really interesting, and I have kind of probably lots of things to say in many ways. But I would like also Ronald maybe to speak up later on. I think that almost everything can be digitized. We have many kind of software tools, infrastructures, data hubs, data spaces, etc. So in the end, it comes to standards and to formats and to ontologies. And that's the backbone for the technological partners to build upon. Okay, IDP, we have our own infrastructure, a platform based on Azure or Forge, depending on the client. Eureka 3D has its own infrastructure. Maybe Heritage Malta has its own. And it's only 6 panelists here. So imagine all across Europe, we are talking about dozens, hundreds, thousands. I don't know. So in the end, someone or a group of people and organizations need to specify these standards and ontologies that enable all of us, I mean, curators, museum owners, managers, facility managers, building owners, building managers, maintenance technicians, energy simulators, predictive maintenance guys, people to work on these standards to put together these data and make it useful for other stakeholders or other users. I mean, I don't know, I have some examples I could discuss about, and obviously because of my background, I'm an architect with a master's degree in energy efficiency and sustainability in the built environment. But we have different projects, successful ones, where we put together climate databases together with simulation or prediction tools, together with data coming from sensors, environmental data coming from sensors, both real-time and historical one, to predict problems such as the appearance of mold in the buildings and affecting the cultural heritage, paintings, monuments, whatever. That's just a brief example of a success case we did in the UK. But anyway, I think I'm drifting away, and it's very easy sometimes. But getting to the point, standardization, specification of standards, minimum level of requirements in terms of level of information, level of detail, formats, even ontologies, etc., etc. That's the backbone, and that's what we should all base upon, build upon, and start from. And I'm really sure, Ronald, you have much more to say about this than I have.
Miguel, thank you very, very much. We move to Antonella. Antonella, just half a minute, and Ronald, you, and then we have another one comment from the plenary here, because we have a minister coming in and we have to hand over the podium. Thank you.
I will be very short. I think that we are at the point where there are two communities that should be able to work together. It is again the time that the computer scientists should learn from cultural heritage professionals on how to represent the memory, because this is the challenge. We need to represent in the digital world, where there are standards, formats, procedures, something that instead belongs to the physical world, to the world where we are physically there. And the cultural heritage is something that starts from the physical world, starts from the connection of a people. It is there that the cultural heritage is created. So I think that we should avoid, as a computer scientist, to invent standards that then are not applicable for the cultural heritage.
Thank you, Antonella. Ronald, your final remark, and then we go to the auditorium, please. Yes, please.
Thank you. Although I think Tony wanted to come in, so I don't mind yielding. Oh,
it's fine, Ron. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Some of us have been in a conference that was part organized by historians of art, and they, at the end of the conference, asked, why do we do this? Why do we collect this? Why do we study this? Answering the whys is kind of important, and the example from the Tomb of Christ is a very good one. There's a lot of motivation, but how do you then convey that story? And it's understandable we talk about story, and technically we're trying to figure out how that story would convince someone else who's disconnected from that reality why this is important, why it has affected so many people. There may not be time, but if we take something as simple as a round broom from the 17th century in some collections, we can do all the technical things, but why was it round? And why was it associated with witches? There are stories there that we would want to capture to convey what's important. And that just is magnified with many of our monuments and how they've affected multiple cultures. And once we can capture some of that, we can do the technical work around that, I think, more. So I better stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to the colleagues following our panel, to the panelists, to all of you for your time. I do know it's not easy, even from abroad, to join us. I think the message that we send is clear. Digital twins are good. Memory twins are better. And by saying this, I have a present for you. You know that this what we do, we don't explain. That's a part of our success. That's what's happening with all the countries around the world. I have a surprise and a nice present for Tonia to remember me, to remember us, and of course this is what she's doing. Tonia. In one of our involvements, activities around the world, I have been invited in Sweden to give a keynote about the work that we do within UNESCO Chair of Digital Cultural Heritage at the Cyprus University of Technology. This is an object 3,000 years old. It was found in an excavation in the ancient city of Amathunda, next to Limassol. Limassol is the modern city born from Amathunda, and it's an object, the original, it's in the Museum of Mediterranean Cultures in Stockholm. So Cyprus signed with the government of Sweden, because now of the marmors of Parthenon and so on, a special agreement to digitize what? The largest, the biggest collection of artifacts outside of Cyprus, which is located in Stockholm, and it's all about 60,000 plus objects in Stockholm. One of them is this here. So it's a symbolic one. Our cultural heritage is fragmented. And pay attention, one piece is missing. One piece is missing. And this is all about that we try. We try to find it and bring it back so that we
This is the memory. This is the
entire
memory.
knowledge.
The memory.
Tonia, thank you very, very much. In the package.
Thank you very much. Please stay here with us for the photo of the panel.
Yes,
Thank you.
for the photo of the panel.
Thank
This
you.
is the most important. Documentation.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
The photo of the panel, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we can pass to the next panel, which is Sustainable Preservation of Naval Heritage, SCUNA. I have the honor to invite the one moderator is online, Dimitris Liridis, the Πρόεδρο του Πανελληνίου President of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Naval and Marine Engineers. You are having the floor.
Μιλάω εγώ. Ναι. Κύριε Υπουργέ, πάντα έχετε το πρώτο λόγο. Και το πρώτο. Και το πρώτο και το τελευταίο. Στα αγγλικά μιλάμε, So, in English. I think the majority here are Greeks, but anyway, let's speak in English. I'm very glad to be here because although there is not many people, this is a very important topic, and I think deserves to have these conferences because, as I said, the preservation of the Greek shipbuilding transit, the shipbuilding tradition is something unique. So, therefore, the preservation and promotion of naval heritage are among our key obligations and duties, I should say, that we are called to implement at the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy. Among these, we promote actions and initiatives related to the rescue of wooden traditional boats, kayaks, fishing boats, and of course, shipyards and dockyards of wooden vessels. Some traditional professions which come from the past, such as the art of wood shipbuilding, are highlighted and can be preserved from generation to generation. As I said, we consider this as our duty to preserve this profession. As the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, we recognize the importance, the role, and the effort of all parties actively involved in the promotion and preservation of traditional shipping, and we support facilitating the work of every entity that seeks to engage in such actions. We have already taken initiatives in this direction, realizing the multiple benefits for both local communities and our maritime culture. Among the actions that have been taken by our ministry are, and I'm going to say just a few of these actions, and that is, literally speaking, it's only the last 4 or 5 years all these actions are undertaken. So, issuance of ministerial decisions through which criteria and a number of specifications were defined regarding the characterization of professional or private recreational vessels, as well as vessels beyond recreational vessels, for example, the traditional vessels, the fishing boats, etc. This is the first. Second, legal definition, and this is actually for the first time, of what a shipyard and dockyard for wooden vessels are. We have it in a law right now. Third, a resolution of the environmental licensing process for shipyards to facilitate the shipyards, dockyards, etc. Creation for the first time of a shipyard registry to enhance the importance of its woodworking business and to be able to receive targeted financial benefits. Amendment of the law concerning the seashore to address the long-standing issue of granting space for shipyards, dockyards, and the method of calculating the fee. Interventions towards port management authorities to grant or renew concessions of spaces to shipyards in the land zones of the ports they manage. And finally, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and the Public Employment Service, we have proceeded with the creation of schools related to the specialized shipbuilding industry. The first schools of ships repair are already operating in Perama and Syros, and separate courses in wood shipbuilding are expected to be integrated from the next year, actually from this year in September, October. So, ladies and gentlemen, the protection and promotion of our cultural and naval heritage, besides being our duty, as I said before, an obligation, can function beneficially for both the tourist and economic development of local communities in our islands, for example. We all must realize the multiple benefits from the preservation and promotion of our maritime heritage. Greece, as you know, is one with the sea. We have 3,000 years of history that we are interconnected with the sea. Right now, Greece is number one country in the maritime affairs. We own more than 5,900 ships. This is number one fleet in the world. And the Greek fleet represents the 60% of the European fleet, actually of the fleet of the European Union. But this is the new generation, the new era, the new conditions that we have to face. We must never forget our roots, and we have to preserve all these professions, and especially the wood shipbuilding that our ancestors and our grandfathers they used to do in plenty of numbers. Unfortunately, the last years we have this because of the new technologies and so many other things. People they don't invest in these professions, so we have to assist them because it's something that is in our DNA. Thank you very much. Sorry for my delay, but okay, I'm here to discuss with you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy. I believe that the cooperation of the state with the business sector and the academic community is decisive and can offer solutions for the revival of the traditional shipyards. So, I believe that we can start our 18th panel.
Hello?
Hello, Dimitris.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I missed a little bit the beginning, but it's okay now. May I say I start?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Minister, Professor Moropoulou, esteemed colleagues, distinguished panelists and guests. I would like to welcome you all to our very important discussion on the sustainable preservation of naval heritage. We call it SCUNA. It is an honor and a privilege to moderate this panel alongside my fellow moderator, Professor Thomas Mazarakos from the University of Western Attica. And we're excited to guide you through a conversation that touches on critical issues related to the future of maritime heritage. I watched very closely what the minister just said about the cultural heritage, and we're very glad that he's here and honored, who has also provided some insights into the governmental approach to preserving Greece's naval legacy and shaping the policy to ensure the longevity of our heritage. This is very important, and thank you indeed very much. In our panel, we bring together an exceptional range of experts from various fields, the technicalities of shipbuilding, engineering, cultural and historical dimensions of preserving traditional vessels. We consider the balance between preserving our rich maritime tradition and ensuring that our efforts are sustainable for future generations as one of the most important steps. On the academic front, we have two professors, Professor Grigoropoulos from the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, Professor Theodoulidis from the School of Naval Architecture of the University of Western Attica, who will will base their intervention on their expertise in naval architecture and marine engineering and the regulatory frameworks. On the side of the archaeology and museology, to this dialogue, we will have contributions from archaeologist Dr. Dimitra Kamarinou and Mrs. Ioanna Berbili, curator at the Hellenic Maritime Museum, who will shed some light on the historical, cultural, and museum perspectives of preservations. From the perspective of shipbuilding, we will hear on the practical side Mr. Vasilis Vasiliadis, President of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Shipyards, and Mr. Ioannis Vasimakopoulos, a renowned shipbuilder with experiences on the practical side, but also an engineer from the National Technical University of Athens, Mr. Dimitris Charalambos Papas, who will give us an insight on the linking between the theory and the practice. You know, there are several international examples on illustrating the sustainable preservation of sea-related efforts, such as the Spanish government's attempt in 2025 to protect the Trafalgar Lighthouse, a lighthouse built in 1860 near the site of the Battle of Trafalgar. We have the Isle of Nantes, a project aimed to rejuvenate the former industrial shipyard in France into an urban, integrating it into the urban fabric. This is an effort that started in the 1990s. We have, for example, the National Maritime Museum in Greenwich, who implemented sustainable environmental management practices in archiving storage spaces. We have the Museum Ship of Olympia in the USA, the USS Olympia. This is the world's oldest floating steel warship, who serves as a museum ship at the Independence Seaport Museum in Philadelphia. And we have just one of the examples, the Royal Australian Navy transferred ownership of several historic aircraft for preservation and operation, some of these, highlighting how important these are for history and for the country. These cases that are not unique, there are many of these around the world, demonstrate diverse approaches to the sustainable preservation of sea-related heritage, encompassing and integrating policy interventions, adaptive reuse of material, environmental management, and collaborative partnerships. And I stress this because it was also mentioned earlier by Professor Moropoulou. So in today's discussion, without taking too much of your time, we'd like to recognize not only the immense value of our maritime heritage, but also explore how we as a collective can take meaningful steps towards the preservation. This can be done through collaboration, innovation, and responsible stewardship, and we can ensure that these vessels, the symbols of our shared history, are preserved for future generations. Without taking too much of your time, I repeat, I would like to ask our first speaker to begin, and maybe Thomas can moderate more easily the line of speakers from the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lyridis. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues and honored guests, Deputy Minister of Maritime Affairs of Insular Policy, Professor Moropoulou, of course. It is my privilege to welcome you to this conference and this special panel on the sustainable preservation of naval heritage. We are gathered today not only to discuss and recognize the enormous contribution of shipbuilding to the world's historic heritage, but also to forge a future where maritime heritage is transformed through innovation and cooperation into a strong and sustainable pillar of development. The presentation, please. Maritime heritage is more than artifacts. It is a tapestry of stories, technologies, and cultural identities that have shaped world history. The mythical Argo, the triremes, Themistocles' wooden walls, the ancient shipyard of Iniades, the Byzantine Dromons, Christopher Columbus Santa Maria, the Viking Drakkars, the Venetian Arsenal, the dockyards of Portsmouth are just a few examples of how shipbuilding was shaped the course of history. Maritime heritage embodies the stories of resilience, technological ingenuity, and human sacrifice that have shaped nations. But climate change, urbanization, and neglect are threatening the survival of traditional shipbuilding. It is imperative that we find solutions to ensure that all the knowledge we have from the past is preserved and passed on to the next generations. We are called upon as a scientific community to set a purpose, the sustainable preservation of maritime heritage. Sustainability requires multidisciplinary strategies. Environmental and cultural management are interlinked. By integrating cultural heritage into development policies, we can align its preservation with the objectives of the blue economy. In this direction, the academic community, the University of West Attica, the National Technical University of Athens, with a partnership of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Traditional Shipyards and industries of the sector, propose an integrated intervention for the sustainable development of traditional shipbuilding that includes its historical, digital, and scientific documentation. This coordinated proposal aims to achieve sustainability through the convergence of cultural heritage and modern naval architecture science. We want this to be a decisive step in the development of traditional shipyards, bringing them into a new era of innovation and making them competitive and sustainable on the entrepreneurial map. Cooperation is our greatest ally. National and EU initiatives in collaboration with universities and companies will help create partnerships to develop sustainable business solutions, digital tools and policy frameworks in the traditional shipbuilding sector. First and foremost, it is important to understand that traditional shipbuilding is not just the knowledge of shipwrights that was endured over the centuries. Traditional shipbuilding is a living resource that can add value to entrepreneurship and drive economic growth in local economies, while respecting their cultural identity. Innovation thrives when tradition meets technology. Digital and scientific documentation and tools can redefine traditional shipbuilding, putting it back on the economic map without erasing its past. The aim is to create traditional vessels that combine the harmony and beauty of tradition with the scientific documentation of modern naval science. As we gather here today, let us be inspired by Greece's rich maritime heritage. Cycladic boats, built using techniques passed down from generation to generation, stand as a testament to resilience, combining cultural pride with adaptability. Let us embrace a common vision to preserve maritime heritage not as relics, but as a bridge to a sustainable future. Let's innovate with technologies like digital twins. Let's scientifically document Trechadiri, Varkalas, Karavoskaro, and others. Let's develop new business models for our traditional shipyards. Let's support policies that protect heritage and empower local communities to manage their historical identity. Together, we can ensure that the human story engraved on every traditional boat, every tarsana, continues to inspire future generations. Thank you very much. So, we will continue with the presentation of Mr. Vasiliadis Vasilios, President of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Shipyards. Mr. Vasiliadis, please take the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insurance Policy, Professor Moropoulou, President of the Conference, distinguished colleagues, distinguished attendees. Investigating, exploring the elements of Greek identity, actions along the shore, and generally maritime activity are particularly characteristics. It's worth mentioning that the wooden boats with which the Greeks wrote their unique, very interesting maritime history were built along the Greek coast. They were not imported from anywhere else, thanks to the knowledge, innovative inspiration, and the hands of great Greek architecture, naval architects, shipwrights, ship carpenters, creating the Hellenic tradition of shipbuilding wooden boats in continuity more than 1,000 years, not only 2 and 3. Only this timelessness is very important and true. The unique carriers of this, not written in a right scientific way, heritage, are the persons of the small private families in building wooden boats, businesses, enterprises. That we call karnaya, arsanas, or tarsanas. However, traditional shipyards are acting not only for the production of the wooden ships required today for fishing, sailing, pleasure, and new tourism uses, but also for ship repairing, industrial activity, for seashore navigation, which is very timeless, very intense in the Eastern Mediterranean, with emphasis in Greece. In Greece, more than 300 traditional shipyards were developed and functioned in the last 200 years. From this, only 60 to 70 survive till today. Even though the demand of industrial activities is augmenting. On the contrary, in our neighbor coasts, traditional shipyards producing new wooden ships for tourism, sailing, and fishing uses. And this is, they are emerging, becoming significantly competitive. Institutional challenges like the leasing of land use in the seashore, of course, short-term contracts at high prices are dramatically testing the viability of traditional shipyards all around Greece and mainly in Aegean. Traditional shipyards, which were proved resilient through the centuries and under threats like environmental stresses, wars and enemies attacks, are today deteriorating. At this conference, concerned with the greening of shipping nowadays, apart from innovative practices to be adopted, a key point in the global movement towards sustainability is the revival of the traditional shipyards and the fusion of traditional shipbuilding and naval engineering, leading to the wooden ships that Aegean, Mediterranean, and all over the world need. Following the Women Economic Forum and the technical chamber of Greece call from here, from this conference, today to save the traditional shipyards. Addresses not only environmental concerns, but also positions the traditional ship repair industry as key player for the sustainability and responsible tourism, sailing, fishing, of course, and trade practices. The last 5 years, 6 years, as Minister said, we are working for this course, and we have results. Recently, technical chamber initiative to organize working sessions in coordination with Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Ministry of Development, Pan-Hellenic Association of Traditional Shipyards, Tarsanades, Pan-Hellenic Association on Naval and Marine Engineering, Scientific Committee of Expertise Technical Chamber of Greece. The results of all these very important sessions and after a public dialogue recently, we have these very important actions to be accomplished. First of all, ministerial decision by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy defining the traditional shipyards activities and terms for the continuance of land use. It is prepared all these years and mostly the last months, and has to be signed by the Minister of Maritime.
The new minister.
the new minister. I'm sure everything will go well. Bulletin second from the Ministry of National Economy and Finance defining the terms for the continuance of land use by Hellenic Public Land Service, κτηματική υπηρεσία, in the free of harbor seaside, or along the coast. Third measures, funds and incentives by the Ministry of Development to support the viability of the traditional shipyards, incorporation of new European funds. Technical Chamber of Greece informing the contractors of the local urban planning projects to include traditional shipyards in the documentation and to insurance in the level of planning the continuance of their function. Even there is an utmost need to planning change, like Kerkyra, like Corfu. President Mr. Stefanos Gikas act immediately, and now we have 8 small Tarsanades shipyards in Kerkyra, in Corfu. Union of Greek Ports informing municipal port funds and port authority that traditional shipyards should not be handled within their permission for only for 3 years, a segment of land use, like in amusement and other similar uses, but for further long-term concession, which is beyond their authority. Finally, the last and very important, cancellation of fines which have been imposed through not legitimate decisions, interpretations as above. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vassiliadis, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we will continue with Mr. Bassimakopoulos, for whom I must make a special mention. Mr. Bassimakopoulos is a shipbuilder of traditional boats and owner of a traditional shipyard, which has even been awarded the award for business development with longevity. So I think his contribution will be important today because he has achieved what we are discussing today in this panel, the combination of innovation, of tradition in a sustainable business. So, Mr. Bassimakopoulos, please take the floor. Κύριε Bassimakopoulos, έχετε το λόγο.
Good evening. Sorry, but I will speaking today Greek language. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω θερμά. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή για μένα που παραβρίσκομαι στο πάνελ του συνεδρίου Σκούνα. Αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε την κοιλάδα το 1936. Έχει ετοιμαστεί ένα σκάφος 19 μέτρων, καραβόσκαρο, τύπου καραβόσκαρο, έτοιμο προς καθέλκυση. Παρακάτω. Σε αυτή την εικόνα δεξιά βρίσκεται ο πατέρας μου και ένας άλλος τεχνίτης, την χρονολογία 1956, κατεργάζονται έναν κορμό εγχώριας ξυλίας με τον τρόπο παραδοσιακό εργαλείο, το παραδοσιακό αυτό εργαλείο λέγεται καταράχτης. Αριστερά μας βλέπουμε το πρώτο ναυπηγείο του πατέρα μου, Δημήτρου Μπασμακόπουλου, ένα μικρό ναυπηγείο με 3 μικρές γαΐτες ή κούντουλες από 5 έως 7 μέτρα, κατασκευασμένες με τον τρόπο του μονόχναρου. Σε αυτή τη φωτογραφία είμαι εγώ. Είναι ένα καραβόσκαρο γύρω στα 24 μέτρα. Είναι όταν έχουν τελειοποιηθεί οι νομείς. Είμαι στην πλώρη του ακριβώς και μετράω γιατί πρέπει να τοποθετήσουμε ένα κομμάτι το οποίο λέγεται σωτρόπι και αυτή τη στιγμή είμαι υποσκέψη και σημαδεύω το κομμάτι αυτό. Εδώ το λεκτικό δίπλα μας λέει ότι το ναυπηγείο έχει κατασκευάσει πάνω από 400 σκάφη σε όλους τους τύπους, Liberty, καραβόσκαρο, κούντουλα, βαρκαλάς, από 5 έως 40 μέτρα, φυσικά με πιστοποιήσεις από νιογνώμονες και ελληνικούς αλλά και international και εκτός Ελλάδος. Αυτά. Σε αυτή τη φωτογραφία είμαι εγώ το 2002. Αποτυπώνω ναυπηγικές γραμμές με τον τρόπο του μονόχναρου. Το μονόχναρο είναι ένας τρόπος αποτύπωσης ναυπηγικών γραμμών, ο οποίος είναι πολύ ευέλικτος. Είναι πάρα πολύ παλιός τρόπος, πάρα πολύ, μπορώ να πω ότι είναι πάνω από 100 χρόνια, τουλάχιστον από μαρτυρίες που έχουμε εμείς. Είναι πολύ ευέλικτος γιατί κατασκευάζουμε τους μεσαίους νομείς και μετά ανάλογα με τις δυνατότητες του κάθε μάστορα μπορούμε να τροποποιήσουμε την πλώρη και την πρίμη ανάλογα με το τι ακριβώς για ποιος ο λόγος και γιατί θα χρησιμοποιηθεί το σκάφος. Οπότε μπορούσαμε να τροποποιήσουμε τη γάστρα του ανάλογα με τις δραστηριότητες του σκάφους. Σε αυτό το σημείο βλέπουμε τη σάλα. Είμαι πάλι εγώ, κάνω το 2000, κάνω αποτύπωση από μισομόδελο με τη σάλα για ένα σκάφος 36 μέτρα με ιταλικό νιογνώμονα, ρίνα, πιστοποίηση. Κατασκευάστηκε όλο από δρύς και τικ. Πήραμε και ice class. Η σάλα είναι ένας τρόπος σχεδίασης αποτύπωσης ναυπηγικών γραμμών που γίνεται από μισομόδελο σε πραγματικές διαστάσεις, σε διαστάσεις ακριβώς της επιλογής της κλίμακας που θες να κατασκευάσεις το σκάφος. Δεν μπορείς να τροποποιήσεις, ό,τι παίρνεις το αποτυπώνεις σε πραγματική διάσταση. Εδώ φαίνεται ένα κομμάτι του εξωτερικού χώρου του ναυπηγείου μας. Είναι μια ανακατασκευή, ένα rebuilding σε ένα σκάφος του 1926. Δεν είναι ελληνικό, είναι εγγλέζικο, είναι της εταιρείας Caber Nicholson. Κάναμε ολοκληρωτική ανακατασκευή με την έγκριση του οίκου, ο οποίος έστειλε 3-4 αντιπροσώπους στο ναυπηγείο μας. Ανταλλάξαμε απόψεις και γνώμεις. Τελειοποιήσαμε το σκάφος και πήραμε και μία έγκριση του οίκου για όσα σκάφη της Caber Nicholson χρειάζονται και βρίσκονται στα νερά μας, στο χώρο μας, να μπορούμε να τα επισκευάζουμε, να τα συντηρούμε ή να κάνουμε ανακατασκευή. Εδώ είναι μια φωτογραφία του 1967. Είναι ένα τρεχαντήρι 19 μέτρα. ο τρόπος ο παραδοσιακός που τα γέρναμε από την κάθε πλευρά ανάλογα που θέλαμε να συνεχίσουμε να φτιάξουμε το εξωτερικό του πέτσωμα. Φωτογραφία αυτή είναι από τρεχαντήρι 22 μέτρα, το 84, στο ναυπηγείο μας. Εδώ πάλι είναι ο πατέρας μου, ο Δημήτρης Βασιμακόπουλος. Κατεργαζόμαστε ένα κορμό Ιρόκο. Στην πίσω πλευρά ακριβώς είναι ένα καραβόσκαρο 24 μέτρα. Εδώ πάλι είναι ένα Liberty, 26 μέτρα. Έχουν τελειοποιηθεί οι νομείς από το μονόγναρο και σηκώνουμε έναν νομέα και το τοποθετούμε στην καρίνα. Έχει ξεκινήσει δηλαδή το σκάρωμα που λέμε εμείς για να μπορέσουμε να προχωρήσουμε στην υλοποίηση. Εδώ πάλι είναι ένα Liberty, το οποίο είναι μια μιξαρισμένη κατασκευή. Είναι Liberty πλώρη με καμπούνι και η πρίμη καραβόσκαρο. Αυτό μας το ζητούσαν οι ψαράδες για να μπορούν να καλύψουν τις απαιτήσεις της δουλειάς. Εδώ πάλι είναι μια παραδοσιακή καθέλκυση. Δείχνει ένα καραβόσκαρο στα 24 μέτρα. Όλο το team του ναυπηγείου από κάτω. Γινόταν ο αγιασμός πριν την παράδοση και από εκεί και πέρα κάναμε το καθιερωμένο τσιμπούσι και ρήραμε το σκάφο μας. Εδώ βλέπουμε ένα Liberty πάλι, γύρω στα 22 μέτρα, το οποίο τελειοποιείται η μεσαίη νομής από μονόγναρο. Εδώ είμαι εγώ σε ένα Liberty, φτιάχνω την πρίμη του Liberty, φτιάχνω ακριβώς το πίσω κομμάτι, τον ασό που λέμε εμείς. Είναι το κομμάτι το οποίο εφάπτουν όλα τα μαδέρια του πετσώματος, όλο ο εξωτερικός φλοιός, ας πούμε, του σκάφους, πάει και τερματίζει σε αυτό το σημείο. Και εδώ πάλι είναι ένα καραβόσκαρο, 26 μέτρα, πριν μπουν τα ζυγά, πριν μπουν τα καμπάρια που λέμε. Το ίδιο πάλι, άλλη μία κατασκευή, φαίνεται απέναντι πάλι ένα καραβόσκαρο, αυτό είναι ένα Liberty, η γραμμή ανέγερσης είναι το ποδόσταμο και η καρένα του, που αρχίζουμε και τα ευθυγραμμίζουμε και τα ζυγίζουμε. Εδώ είναι κάποιες φωτογραφίες από κάποια σκάφη που είχαμε κατασκευάσει. Αριστερά μας είναι ένα καραβόσκαρο 24 μέτρα. Το μεσαίο είναι το αφρό εσά που φτιάξαμε στον Βασιλιά. Είναι τα 17 μέτρα τρεχαντήρι παραδοσιακό. Δεξιά είναι ένα αλλιευτικό καθαρά Liberty. Αριστερά κάτω είναι ένα 36 μέτρων καραβόσκαρο, το οποίο και αυτό έχει πιστοποιήσεις από νιογνώμονα. Από την αρχή φτιάχτηκε με σάλα. Φτιάξαμε μισομόδελο, το στείλαμε Ιταλία και πήραμε κάποια πιστοποίηση. Μετά είναι ένα τρεχαντήρι τελείως παραδοσιακό, ακριβώς όπως βγαίνει το παραδοσιακό κάθε αυτού τρεχαντήρι, και μετά είναι ένα παραδοσιακό τρεχαντήρι αλλιευτικό το επόμενο, κάτω δεξιά. Αυτή η φωτογραφία απεικονίζει τη σημερινή κατάσταση του χώρου, του ναυπηγείου μας. Μετά το 2004-2005 οι κατασκευές πλέον εκλείψανε. Δεν υπήρχε στήριξη από την πολιτεία. Οι επιχειρηματίες δεν μπορούσαν να ανταπεξέλθουν στα έξοδα. Οπότε εμείς σαν κατασκευαστές αρχίσαμε και η δουλειά μας μειώθηκε πάρα πολύ. Προσπαθήσαμε άλλους τρόπους, κάναμε και άλλη δραστηριότητα, μπήκαμε στον Αιγιαλό και την παραλία, φτιάξαμε χώρος ανέλκυσης καθέλκυσης. Φιλοξενούμε αυτή τη στιγμή γύρω στα 500-600 σκάφη ανάλογα με το μήκος. Ταυτόχρονα συντηρούμε τα παραδοσιακά σκάφη, κατασκευάζουμε και συντηρούμε όλα τα παραδοσιακά σκάφη λόγω τεχνογνωσίας και λόγω αυτή είναι η δουλειά μας. Από αυτή ξεκινήσαμε και αυτή προχωράμε. Εδώ τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή είναι μια καθέλκυση ενός αλλιευτικού σκάφους με καινούργια μηχανήματα, καινούργια τεχνολογίας που έχουμε. Αυτά.
Κύριε Μπασιμακόπουλε, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρουσίασή σας. Επί της ουσίας ήταν η μνήμη μας από το 1923, το είπα, το θυμάμαι καλά τον αριθμό.
1936.
Από το 1936 μέχρι και σήμερα.
Οι μαρτυρίες όμως υπάρχουν από το 1900 στην κοιλάδα. Ελλάδα υπάρχουν κατασκευές σε σκάφη. Και να πω και αυτή τη στιγμή ότι...
Πατήστε αν θέλετε το κουμπάκι, γιατί...
Η φωτογραφία ήταν το 1936. Φυσικά αυτό το σκάφος δεν είχε αίσιο τέλος, γιατί κάηκε από τους Γερμανούς στο 1940. Οι μαρτυρίες υπάρχουν από το 1900 ότι υπήρχαν ναυπηγεία στην Ελλάδα και κατασκευάζανε σκάφη. Αναφέρουμε κάποια στιγμή ότι υπάρχουν από την αρχαιότητα, γιατί λόγω του αρχαίου σπήλαιου φράχτη και λόγω του οψιδιανού όλες οι πλώες αποδείξανε ότι ξεκίνησαν από την κοιλάδα, έστω και με παπιρέλες, έστω και με ένα μονόξυλο, με ένα λατίνι. Γι' αυτό το αναφέρουμε αυτό.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και πάλι για την παρουσίασή σας.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ.
So, we continue with Professor Grigoris Grigoropoulos from the National Technical University of Athens, the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering. Professor Grigoropoulos, you were my professor, and it is a great honor for me to have you here today. So please take the floor.
Permit me, before you start, to inform you that 2,000 people are attending in real time online this panel in a difficult day due to the strike. And through the BCI Media Toronto, it will be presented to more or less 16 million people in the globe.
Okay. Good afternoon also from my part, dear Minister, dear colleagues, Ms. Moropoulou, and the rest of the panel. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to present the activity of the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering of National Technical University of Athens, and especially the section of ship and marine hydrodynamics, the laboratory for ship and marine hydrodynamics, the activity that we had with respect to traditional boats. Of course, having spent some time in studying the archaeology of ships, I agree with Mr. Bassimakopoulos that 8,000 BC, Obsidianos was transported to Peloponnese from Milos, and this is the oldest story of waterborne transport. I would like to say that Greeks is has a small population, and always used to have a small population. The largest population of Greeks was during the 1,000 years. Byzantine time, it was the largest, the peak was 12 million. This was the largest population of Greeks. And during the Greek Revolution, we were something like 4 million people. So this small population living in the islands and the seashore, the long seashore of Greece, used to communicate via ships, various ships, and also the driving cities in the classical times were based their power on a strong marine. Athens used to have more than 400 triremes at that time. 200 triremes took part in the Salamis against the Persian fleet. Just for comparison, at the same time, at that time, at classic times, the population of Persians was 40 million, while the Greek population was something like 2 million. Just for comparison. This is how they managed to have troops of 1 million coming in Greece. Anyway, this is, I'm going to speak about our lab. This is the laboratory for seabed marine hydrodynamics. You can see the towing tank. It's a big facility. It's the only one existing in Greece. And among our activities, we have also spent some time and built some models for studying the characteristics of traditional boats. You can see here Trekhandiri, one of the three that we have built, and the Trekhandiri tested at sea, in the towing tank. Here you can see another Trekhandiri, another two Trekhandiri type vessels, models that we have built to study the performance of Trekhandiris. Trekhandiri type boats were very popular in Greece. We used to have, by the end of 80s, about 11,000 of boats, the majority of which were of Trekhandiri type. This is a Karavoskaro type and a Perama type model, and this is a Liberty model. The traditional Liberty is quite similar to the Liberty used in the naval fleet, but it was a convenient shape for fishing vessels. And in this case, you can see also a stand of Varkala type. All these types we have studied for propulsion, resistance, propulsion, general characteristics, and we tried to optimize their performance, assuming that they will continue operate as service as workboats and in fishing at that time. Actually, we had been funded for this by three projects. One was the new generation of traditional boats, supported by EU, a EU pilot project coordinated by the Museum of Cretan Ethnology in 1989. We were funded by the Hellenic Development Bank at that time to carry out a techno-economic feasibility study to establish a model shipyard for wooden boats. The study encompasses market and field investigation and the preliminary investigation of establishing a shipyard. It was very interesting at that time that they were thinking of for the future of the shipping industry and not only for the historical aspects. We have carried also, we were supported by General Secretariat for Research and Technology in 1996 to investigate the characteristics of traditional boats, recommendation for improvement, and some of these figures, the previous pictures, were from that project. And finally, during the last 15 years, we carried out systematic scanning of traditional boats using state-of-the-art methods in cooperation with the School of Rural Engineering of NTUA. These pictures come from these scans. In this slide, you can see I used to be for 3 years the director of a traditional shipyard in Kavala. The history of that shipyard is quite similar to that of Basimikopoulos. It was established in 1922 and it is still in operation, working for servicing the boats, the fishing boats in Kavala shipyard, in Kavala area, the major area in Macedonia in general, and Thrace. And they used to build ships. At the time I was there for 3 years, between 88 and 91, we built 15 fishing boats and 2 yachts. You can see here some pictures, and this was the prospectus of the shipyard, including an old vessel, 1962, built in that shipyard. I would like to sum up that the capabilities of traditional shipyards, Tarsanas or Carnaio, depending on the size, is the building of wooden traditional boats. But they can also build modern yachts, wooden modern yachts, using traditional and modern manufacturing methods. I investigated during the study of Hellenic Development Bank. I went to various countries and investigated and studied the method they were using. There are well-known, famous Italian shipyards which still use wood in building luxury yachts. I believe that shipyards, in order to survive, in order to have sustainability, they should work for both traditional and modern yachts, using both traditional and state-of-the-art techniques of designing and manufacturing the boats. This depends to the requirements of the owner and on the budget available for these tasks. We should be accustomed in building modern or traditional boats at different, at various levels of finishing and quality. And quality, I mean, in the level of luxury that we are going to attain. And of course, these variations affect drastically the building cost. Traditional shipyards offer dry docking and maintenance services to small and medium ships. This is another activity for the shipyards, and they should keep on working, offering these services. The exploitation of modern design and manufacturing methodologies to achieve high performance with respect to energy, consumption and sustainability should be taken into account, and investment in permanent, fully protected premises for design and manufacture, assuming private ownership or long-term renting contracts. I think this is very important. Nobody invests on a land that is not secured via long-term contract. And some other recommendations regarding the prerequisites for the sustainability of the sector is professional education and training of technicians involved in shipbuilding of wooden boats, taxation motivation to the investors to build wooden traditional boats, manufacturing modern boats using wood and other ecological and recyclable materials, support of the market involved in the rental of wooden boats by reduced taxation, focus on the medium to high quality and finishing level of the final product. Cooperation with the native marine equipment manufacturing industry. This is a quite active and developing sector. Currently, the marine equipment manufacturing industry, and the shipyard should cooperate with them. And finally, extensive support is required by the naval architects to keep track and conform with rules, regulation, and best manufacturing practices. Thank you for your kind attention.
Professor Grigoropoulos, thank you very, very much for your presentation. It was very, very informative. We continue with Dr. Theodoulidis, professor and colleague at the Department of Naval Architecture at the University of West Attica. Professor Theodoulidis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Moropoulou for her initiative to organize this very interesting Congress. Congratulations, Ms. Moropoulou. Sorry, I can change from here. Okay. According to our poet Elitis, if for any reason our country will be destroyed, we can reconstruct it with an olive tree, a vineyard, and a boat. Maybe this is the reason that make me to decide to study naval architecture, but I also confess that during my weekends, when my duties allow, I also deal with olive trees. It's my passion. Anyway, the reason for our gathering today is the third component, the boats. I believe to that phrase of Elitis. It's not just a poetic expression, it's reality to me. And I think that everybody who loves Greece and who lives in Greece fully understand this expression by Elitis. In our session, we have not to speak just about boats as structures, but we speak about a very, very alive piece of Greece, of the heart of Greece. Why? Why we have to give respect to traditional boats? Because they are the cause for our image worldwide in marine industry. As Deputy Minister referred before, we are on the top of the world as regards ownership. The biggest and the most modern and the most modern ships belong to owners. And this is not an instantaneous event. It is constant during the last decades. And the secret behind the success of our country is the traditional boat. So only for this we have to pay respect to these structures. But how we attribute this respect to the traditional boats? We leave them unprotected to the time deterioration, or what is much more worse, we destroy them by our own hands, by wrong policies. You know the story. I don't have time to repeat it now. But this is what we have done to the traditional boats. But it is not too late. We can do some things for the traditional boats. What we can do, first we have to save, record, and protect the survivors. We have to find these vessels that survived the disaster and to record and protect them. Then we have to revive traditional boats and craftsmanship, but in a sustainable way. The secret word here is the sustainability. If we restrict traditional vessels to museums, we will fail. The secret is to make them, to revive them in a sustainable way. Third, we have to learn from them by analyzing their design philosophy. Today we have the tools to do it. These vessels have, the design of this vessel has evolved through the centuries, and they have accumulated very, very interesting design philosophy. We have to learn this design philosophy and also to record these lessons that we will take from the traditional vessels in order to pass this know-how to the next generations. We have to exploit modern manufacturing technologies and to integrate them in the production process of traditional vessels. This will be very interesting target. If we manage to integrate modern technologies to the traditional production, but of course without affecting their character. And always we should have in mind that even the smartest machine cannot replace human. Traditional boats are the product of skilled workmanship, and this cannot be replaced by machines. We have also to keep this in mind, what means that we have to pass this know-how to the new generations. I was glad to hear by the Deputy Minister that already some legislation is underway, and many of these targets are covered by this forthcoming legislation. What we have done so far, as I am involved. When I was young, I was working in the Hellenic Register of Shipping, the Greek Classification Society. I was head of the rules and of the Rules Development Department, and at that time we have developed some construction rules for small craft, and we have involved in Chapter 7, as you can see, rules for the construction of wooden ships. Unfortunately, Hellenic Register of Shipping closed, and this try remained uncompleted. So these regulations, these rules, were not enforced, actually never. Now, I'm a professor assistant professor in the University of West Attica. We try through some diploma theses to revive these efforts. We have currently 2 diploma theses related to traditional boats. In the context of the first of these 2, one of our students scanned with 3D laser scanning technology a traditional boat, and then he reproduced the hull geometry by using modern software. It is very important to have this digital geometry of the traditional vessel, because we can better study the behavior of these vessels. We can estimate, to predict their seakeeping behavior, as Professor Grigoropoulos explained a few minutes before. In the context of another diploma thesis, both of them have not completed yet. One of our students modeled the frames and other structural elements of a traditional boat in a software, and he used CNC machining and produced, this is a video, but, and by using CNC machining, he managed to reproduce some basic structural elements which have to be gathered together, joined together to produce the boat. Thank you for your attention. My presentation was brief, but we have a lot of work to do, and I see that something is turning positively in this direction, and I'm happy for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Theodoulidis, for your very interesting speech. We continue with Dr. Kamarinou Dimitra, archaeologist and author, via WebEx.
Hello, could you please share my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Moropoulou, I'm really grateful and I feel honored to be part of this panel discussion. I thank you for your invitation, and I think it's a great opportunity for a collaboration with the esteemed speakers in our project as well. The fact that our small country, Greece, is a leader in shipping is attributed to its long history of seafaring and shipbuilding. Our question was, how far does this tradition go? What did the Homeric and Mycenaean ships look like? How were they built? What is the historical truth behind the mythical voyages of the Odyssey? Can I please have my PowerPoint presentation?
Μπορείτε να το κάνετε εσείς share screen.
Ναι. Δεν νομίζω.
Πολύ ωραία.
Ναι, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Μπορώ να έχω την επόμενη διαφάνεια. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you very much. So, this book, which is now in its second edition, presents the findings of 25 years of research on Mycenaean and Homeric ships and shipbuilding. Next slide, please. Our project faced significant challenges due to the fact that hasn't been excavated a Mycenaean shipwreck hull. Nevertheless, it brought together archaeologists and shipbuilding experts and traditional shipbuilders. Our main challenges were the scarcity of evidence and their reliability. Therefore, we employed a holistic, multifaceted methodology focusing on how to correlate diverse data sources while balancing historical accuracy with the practical aspects of constructing a functional Mycenaean Ikosaurus, a 20-oared vessel, through experimental archaeology. As an archaeologist, now I will focus more on the archaeological aspects of our research. The next slide, you will see, next slide, please, that along with our interdisciplinary study, we employed a range of approaches to gain a deeper understanding of Mycenaean shipbuilding and to fill the gaps in our knowledge. We studied the ship's evolution from the early Cycladic oared boats to the trireme. We also studied the Egyptian, the Phoenician, the Cypriot ships in order to see if their innovations lined up with those of Mycenaean ships, showing the exchange of technology. we conducted a comprehensive study of shipbuilding, including the naval timber and the tools, and we examined the timber technology in architecture and carpentry as well, because we wanted to uncover their beam joinery techniques. More importantly, we examined the Mycenaean shipbuilding within the historical frame of the Mycenaean civilization. And this because we wanted to be able to answer questions like this, for instance. If the Phoenicians have invented an innovation in their shipbuilding techniques, would the Mycenaeans have the knowledge, the necessity, the organization, and the technology to incorporate it in their own boats? Next slide, please. These are some examples of the research grids we used in order to determine our hypotheses that have been attested by pictorial, written, or excavational evidence, and the remaining research questions that we have to examine through the methodology of experimental archaeology. In the next slide, you will see, next slide please, you will see some, let's call them naive vase paintings that were our main source of information about the form of Mycenaean ships. We could interpret them and read on them the main characteristics of the Mycenaean boats. And by relating the dimensions of the stem post, the stern post, the mast, and the length of the hull of these boats, we could reach interesting conclusions regarding the proportions of the components of these boats. Yet, on the next slide, you will see that some of the questions we could not answer with Mycenaean data. Please, the next slide. We had to trace them back in earlier boats. I will give you an example. The high stem really was evident on Mycenaean ships, and we could trace it back on early Cycladic boats 2,000 years before the Mycenaean boats. We constructed a model, we put it in the water, and we realized that here we have an answer to a long debate among the archaeological community. Was the high component of the boat, was it a stem, a bow, or a stern? It was proven that it was the stem. It always would turn and take the wind from the back, and it had the function of a jib sail. Next slide, please. We also studied the shipbuilding techniques of the shipwrecks that have been excavated all over the Mediterranean, and they are dated within a time span of 1,000 years. It has been proven that Odyssey was also a valuable source of information about the shipbuilding techniques of that time, particularly the passage that refers to the building of Odysseus' raft, which actually was not a raft. Here we have a very precise description of the shipbuilding tools, techniques, timber, and phases of building a boat, a ship. Next slide, please. Our colleague Elena Maraguzaki, during her PhD research, has constructed the bronze Mycenaean shipbuilding tools, and she has experimented with them. On the next slide, you will see how we proceeded in our research, constructing a model of a Mycenaean boat. And last year, next slide, please. Spiros Govotsos and Panagiotis Leodis designed a midsection of a Mycenaean Nicosaurus 20-oared vessel. It was built in Psaros shipyard by the Chalkias team and family and sponsored by Nikos Vafias. We constructed this full-scale part of the boat in order to experiment with the shipbuilding techniques. We need to experiment, of course, more with models, and we hope we will have your collaboration with that. We also created the loose-footed braille sail, the Mycenaean type of sail. and we have conducted sailing trials. Next slide, please. Our research has been awarded by the Academy of Athens. Our next goal, which you will see on the next slide, please, is to share the insights we gained and the knowledge we gained with a broader community, creating a hands-on and a virtual reality museum in Xylokastro. We think that sharing this information and this knowledge is very important. The first step was the publication of the book that really fills a gap in the literature in Greek on ancient shipbuilding. And on the next slide, I would like to refer on the main takeaway from our research. And it is exactly that the ships did not only carry goods, they carried ideas and they transported ideas, facilitating the dialogue among the culture. And in Greece, this dialogue became the concourse of theater, of philosophy, the dialogue in the lyric poetry, the dialogue with oneself, the dialogue with the divine in the sacred architecture. Ultimately, it helped shape the democracy. Next slide, please. I thank you for your attention and we hope for your collaboration. Thank you.
Dr. Kamaриnou, thank you very much for your speech. And now it is the turn of Mrs. Birbili Ioanna, archaeologist, curator of the collections at the Hellenic Maritime Museum, who is representing Mrs. Anastasia Anagnostopoulou Paloubi, President of the Hellenic Maritime Museum. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here today and to speak on behalf of the President of the Hellenic Maritime Museum, Mrs. Anastasia Anagnostopoulou Paloubi, on such an important subject, the sustainable preservation of our maritime heritage. A maritime heritage which is long-standing and its beginning can be traced back to the Stone Age. But now, because we have a limited time slot, we will speak specifically for the traditional wooden boats, the kaiks, and the boat yards where they are crafted. Kayaks are far more than just means of transportation or fishing vessels. They are living testaments to Greece's maritime history, which flourished in the islands and coastal areas. They embody the wisdom and craftsmanship of wooden shipbuilding, which is rooted in the long-standing experience and needs of the inhabitants of the Aegean and Ionian islands and coastal areas. This unique craft, passed down orally from generation to generation, is an intangible cultural heritage of inestimable value. In nowadays, this craft, this part of Greek maritime heritage, is under threat. Technological advances, socioeconomic changes, and even state and European policies, such as the subsidies for the destruction of fishing boats, have led to the destruction of thousands of kayaks. With each wooden boat that it is destroyed, a part of our maritime history and identity vanishes. To reverse this course, a well-structured strategy is needed, based on three main pillars. First, preservation and protection. A new legal framework is required to support the preservation and protection of wooden boats and traditional boat yards. As we heard before, it's very hopeful that this is a stage that it is materializing. At the same time, incentives should be provided to owners to encourage the use of wooden boats for their maritime activities. Additionally, support should be given to craftsmen to maintain operational boat yards and continue practicing the traditional craft of wooden boat building. Second, education and dissemination of knowledge. The sustainability of this intangible heritage depends on the younger generation. We need apprenticeship programs for young artisans, partnerships with museums, universities, and maritime institutions to preserve and transmit this knowledge. Third, connection with sustainable development. Kayaks, traditional wooden boats, can serve as a driving force for gentle, culturally inspired tourism. through thematic cruises, exhibitions, educational programs, and support for local craftsmanship, we can create new opportunities for our islands and coastal communities based on local tradition. In this effort, maritime museums play a catalytic role. They are the guardians of our maritime history and heritage. Through exhibitions, initiatives, and collaborations with craftsmen and local communities, they help convey the significance of traditional shipbuilding to wider audiences and create bridges between the past and the present. It is essential to reconnect the wooden boats, the kayaks, and the traditional boat yards, tarsanades, with the economy and everyday life of local coastal communities. They must be seen once again as valuable tools, sources of wealth and pride. Namely, in the Aegean Islands, which lie at the heart of the Greece's tourism industry, the kayaks, the islanders, and the islands themselves are not separate entities. They form a unified ecosystem, a living, evolving whole shaped over centuries with a unique identity. Weakening any one element affects the entire system. I will close with the words of Yorgos Seferis, the Nobel winner poet. Erasing a part of the past is like erasing a part of the future. Let us work together to ensure that traditional wooden boats continue to sail proudly through the waters of the Greek seas as living symbols of our cultural continuity and as instruments of the sustainable development of our islands. Thank you.
Mrs. Birbili, thank you very much for highlighting the importance of traditional shipbuilding in the history of our country. And we will close with a speech of Mr. Papas Dimitrios, naval architect and marine engineer from NTUA and president of the Association of Naval Architects of Greece. Mr. Papas, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mazarakos. Thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear Professor Moropoulou, dear professors, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to be here in this panel, and I feel a little excited because I saw in the panelist, Mr. Minister, I know your father, he gave me sweets and chocolates when I was a young boy. I know the father of Mr. Basimakopoulos because he learned me very interesting things about how they collect the woods and how they prepare the woods for shipbuilding. It was when I was a student. In any case, I don't speak about my experience in design and construction and attendance in a traditional vessel because my experience is in traditional vessels and Greek traditional vessel and chemical tankers. It's very okay. I can say that it's true that the development of human civilization began with the rise of trade, when the exchange of goods expanded beyond the confines of closed societies and extend between different societies and civilization. The easiest and often the only route of transporting goods was by sea, and the means of transportation was the ship. I think this is the most important thing, that we must connect the civilization that we have with the story of the vessel. The historical development of the ship has been the subject of many studies. However, there has never been sufficient information to determine exactly how and when its significant development occurred. It is worth reviewing the historical evolution of the ship and by extension of the shipbuilding in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly in Greek region, which was the cradle of the modern civilization. If we exclude dugout canoe type construction that appears over 30,000 years ago, More complex constructions have been verified to exist over 10,000 years ago. They coincided with the beginning of trade between closed societies, such as transport of obsidian stone from Milos to Peloponnesos and Lavriotiki. This transportation must be done with complex vessels and not simple vessels. And this is what we know that about this kind of vessel. The development of ships between the period and the next historical confirmed evidence dating between 3000 and 2000 BC is not well known. In the early Cycladic period, we have ships so-called frying pan. We have shown in the previous slide some of them. These ships are divided in two main categories, the long ships and the round ships. In general, the long ship, that is ship with a high length to beam ratio, was warship, fast and agile, while the round ship, that is ships with a low length to beam ratio, was merchant vessel. During the Minoan civilization, we learn about the form of Minoan ships from siltstones. From 11th century BC until 770 BC, commercial activities froze, and there was no any change in ship design. During this period, it was the Phoenician and the Egyptians who sailed the Mediterranean Sea and advanced the sail technology. From 770 BC to the 5th century BC, colonial trade flourished. A description of the ship of that time exists on a black figure vase, date 570-560 BC, known as Francois vase, housed in the Florence Museum at this time. Archaeological research in Nineveh has uncovered evidence of long ships, the warship of 600 BC, which had 2 rows of oars and were ancestors of the trim. These ships were intended to establish colonial power and to protect trade from piracy, which had begun to emerge. During classical period of the 5th century BC up to 350 BC, the golden age of Athens, we only know information about merchant vessel, that it's very small or to medium size, around 50, 62 feet long, with a dead weight capacity of 100 to 150 metric tons. The more important evidence that we have in this period is the Kyrenia shipwreck, which also dates to the same era, 4th century BC, give us insights into the construction of small merchant ships in dimension long by breadth 14 by 4.3 meters. The interesting that we found in this shipwreck is the planks of the hull were joined end to end rather than in a stepped fashion, as was done in Northern Europe. Wooden tendons called mortises were used to join the planks. We saw some in the previous panel list, some photos about that, secured in place with pegs. For reference, we have in Kyrenia shipwreck more than 4,000 mortises were used in this ship. The reinforcement frames did not contribute to the ship's structural strength, but rather maintained the shape of the hull, a method called shell first. The technique of attaching the external shell, not plug to plug, but onto the frames, appeared around the 1st century AD, and it called evidence in Eastern Europe by 1300, 1400 AD. Later, this method became widespread very quickly. The initial appearance of this construction method in the 1st century AD is confirmed by the raising of a shipwreck at Yasiada on Eastern Roman Byzantine Greek merchant vessel, 62 by 70 feet, and another egg from the same period in Sicily. During the area of Roman Empire, it was a very interesting area for shipbuilding. A widespread trade network was established through the coast of Mediterranean to meet the needs of Rome. It was a very good trade period. And the two relief, one in the tomb in Pompeii around 50 AD, and the second in Ostia, the port of the Rome, around 200 AD. With only mirror difference, they give us the typical characteristic of a merchant ship of that time. This vessel, it was 30 meters long and 10 meters in width. And the capacity, the cargo capacity, it was about 120 tons. The reduction of a whole number ratio 3:1 was not intended to increase cargo capacity or to improve hydrodynamic performance. On the contrary, it actually introduced more difficulties during construction and operating the vessel. This standardization resulted from Roman legal regulation aimed at controlling navigation and protecting it from piracy. One of the most significant changes during Byzantine period was the development of already known triangular sail, the so-called Latin sail, in very large dimension, so the vessels start to be more quickly. During this year, shipbuilding began to adopt the skeleton first method, as we said before, across the entire vessel. After the fall of Constantinople, the small surviving Greek merchant fleets faced not only the heavy taxation, but also the constant pirate attacks that dominated at sea in this time. The only relevant point from this period is the ratio of the Roman ships was now applied as a general empirical rule. The typical merchant vessel that sailed across all sea they have a length about 24.5.6 meters and a maximum beam of 7.8 meters. In Greece, the first shipbuilding efforts began again in the middle of 17th century, and the larger ships were ordered from the west. After the late of 18th century, larger ships also began to be built again in the Greek shipbuilding centers of Syros, Galaxidi, Psaras, Petses, Hydra, Syros, etc. The creation of the ship types that becomes established in Greece stemmed mainly from Byzantine models and earlier styles. Through they were also influenced by more advanced Western design. The typical trechadiri that emerged in that era resembles a reconstruction, it's a reconstruction of a Roman merchant ship. And the name trechadiri is not that it's running very quickly, it's the shape of the hull that is a cycle. And the construction method is like to have a wheel. Summing up on the above, it is certain that the shipbuilding of traditional wooden vessel in Greece, connecting Odysseus with modern days must be duly reversed. At least the following proposal, that is something that we don't have it at this time, is to be to have schools lessons. I don't know what in all the major polytechnic universities, and I think we must have a cooperation of naval architects with relevant archaeological services, especially with the F48 of underwater antiquities. I think it's more important to have naval architects and shipbuilders during these services. And of course, we have economical, from our state economical tools, but we need something more efficient tools, economical, to help to keep the vessel and shipyard alive and don't send them just only to the museum. Let's find solution about that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papas. Mr. Deputy, something for the closure of our session?
Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate Professor Moropoulou for this very interesting conference. I'd like to congratulate all my colleagues here for these comprehensive presentations. I just want to add three things that in our ministry we have in process. And this, we have a project proposal right now funded by ESPA. ESPA is the European money, is development of a study for mapping the shipbuilding lines of traditional vessels, their rigs, as well as recording their specific technical and detailed characteristics. And secondly, mapping a recording of the basic types of shipyards for traditional vessels, boatyards, dry docks, etc. These are projects, the mapping, funded by ESPA. This is number one. Number two, we have right now underway a memorandum of understanding between the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation and our ministry for the digitization of the traditional vessels and sailboats archive. In our ministry, we have a huge archive of these vessels, the old ones. So this is a digitization process. And finally, we have a draft legislation for the enhancement and modernization of the Institute of Commercial Maritime History. Yes, we have an Institute of Commercial Maritime History. This is going to be renamed to Institute of Commercial Maritime History, Ports and Hellenic Coast Guard. And the expanded purposes of the Institute include the research and study of traditional shipbuilding art, and the search and the recording of traditional Greek vessels, the preservation of traditional shipyards, and the creation of a corresponding historical registry. So there are a lot that going on right now, and therefore this is a very important conference, because on our part we try to do our best. The community also striving for the best, and I'm optimistic for the future. Again, thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Moropoulou, for this conference.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you once again.
Δόκτωρα Αμαλία Ανδρουλιδάκη, Βασίλης Ζαφύρης, Στυλιανού Πλάτων, Δαλκαφούκη Μαρία, Χατζησάβα Ερατό, Καλιαμπάκος Δημήτρης, Τριτοπούλου Εύη. Εφη. You are having the floor. Dinos Makedos, the president of TMM-CH is excused. If you wish to present his letter of excuse, and I wish you the best.
The representative of EIDAP is here?
Όχι, αυτοί είμαστε. Είναι δύσκολη μέρα.
Good evening. Hello.
I think we should start because I see that most of the people are leaving, so please come back or close the door. Thank you. Well, the introduction was made by Mrs. Moropoulou. It's the panel discussing about bridging heritage stakeholders of art, science, industry, and the society. So, welcome.
Yes.
When I come from the Ministry of Culture and I served there for 40 years. So when I first started working there, everything was about documentation and we were doing some conservation. After a few years, we went to the next stage, which was about documentation, conservation, and some restoration. Then we did restoration, and then we started to do enhancement. Now, today, I heard about the next stage, which has to do with the memory twin, which means enhancing not just the building itself, the monument and the building, or not just its history, but its social value, how it is understood by the people, how we want to perpetually understand and address the monument, what is the connection with it. And for this brilliant idea, I have to recognize that Mrs. Moropoulou is a genius, because yes, this is key. So we had the strategy of transdisciplinary collaboration and working together in order to do all these stages of documentation, restoration, preservation, and enhancement of the monuments. Recently, as our Minister, Mrs. Mendoni, has mentioned, and it's true for quite a few years, the restoration of monuments and monuments themselves, and generally the cultural heritage, is the fourth pillar of our economic growth. So it has an economic value for our country, and not only. But what about the social value? This comes now, this gap is filled, and the memory and meaning, which I thought it could never be digitized, now the attempt is being given with Evlogon. Congratulations for that. Now, our strategy so far was to have this disciplinary working together about the previous steps. What about the digital twin? What about not just the digital twin, the memory twin now? What about the next era that includes digitization of memory and identity? We have to incorporate that in our policies. It's one of the stakeholders. I know you have prepared something, but if you have something to say about the policy of incorporating the memory, even if it is memory twin, how this is going to change the way we view monuments and ourselves. So we begin with Mr. Kritikos Eleftherios. No, he's not here. I'm sorry. Yes, you've mentioned that. And Mr. Makedis is not here. So Mr. Konstantinidis Christoforos as well is not here. Yes, there is a letter of Mr. Makedos, which I have to read then. Dear panel chair, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, and attendees of the 4th International TMM-CH conference. It was a genuine honor to be invited to participate in this panel. I sincerely regret that unforeseen personal circumstances prevent me from being with you today for this crucial discussion and bridging heritage stakeholders. The theme of connecting art, science, industry, and society for preserving our cultural heritage is more important than ever. While I cannot join the dialogue in person, allow me to briefly share 3 perspectives I believe are fundamental to building these essential bridges. First, we must continuously strengthen the critical link between scientific knowledge and practical application. Engineering science excels at translating complex understanding into tangible results, and we must fully leverage this power for the unique challenges of cultural heritage preservation. It's about turning insight into action. Second, the vital role of professional bodies and funds like TMM here in Greece. TMM acts as conduits, connecting the extensive capabilities and expertise within our technical industries directly with the broader societal needs and goals related to safeguarding our shared heritage. And third, the vital bridge of sustainable finance. Reliable, long-term funding is essential. Financial institutions, including Attica Bank, as a key component of the emerging 5th pillar of the Greek banking system, can be instrumental in developing the innovative financial solutions and dedicated tools needed to ensure the lasting preservation and viability of our invaluable cultural heritage projects. Successfully weaving together practical application, organized industry expertise, and sustainable finance is key to the effective transdisciplinary cooperation of this conference so rightly promotes. I wish you all a very productive and insightful discussion today and a successful conference overall. Thank you, kind regards, Konstantinos Makedos, President of TMM. So I proceed to not Mr. Zafiris Vasilis, but his sister, I suppose? His daughter. Yes, of course, his daughter, yes. Mrs. Zafiri Stella.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank Professor Moropoulou for giving me this opportunity to be here and present the technical company EP Zafiri, which undertook the restoration of 2 significant monuments, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem and the Monastery of Varnakova in Greece. These projects transcend mere technical challenges. They are bridges connecting history, science, and culture, reinforcing our responsibility to preserve humanity's most treasured heritage sites. The restoration of the Holy Sepulchre was a project of profound international significance. This sacred site has withstood centuries of natural decay and structural instability. Addressing these challenges required an approach that combined cutting-edge technology with deep historical respect. We employed non-destructive testing methods, 3D imaging, and advanced conservation techniques, allowing us to diagnose the monument's condition without compromising its integrity. The collaboration with the National Technical University of Athens was instrumental in analyzing materials and designing sustainable restoration solutions, ensuring that the methods used were both effective and respectful of the site's authenticity. An equally crucial aspect of this endeavor was navigating the delicate balance of cooperation with the three Christian communities responsible for the church's administration. The Greek Orthodox, Armenian Apostolic, and Roman Catholic communities each have deep-rooted traditions and perspectives regarding the Holy Sepulchre preservation. Through continuous dialogue, mutual understanding, and a shared vision for the monument's future, we successfully carried out a restoration that honored the spiritual and cultural significance of the site while maintaining its physical stability. Similarly, the restoration of the monastery of Varnakova posed its own set of unique challenges. The monastery, which has endured fires, earthquakes, and the passage of time, required a highly specialized approach to maintain its architectural character while reinforcing its structural integrity. Our efforts revealed invaluable artistic and historical elements, including significant frescoes and an intricate mosaic floor, both of which shed light on the rich craftsmanship of the past centuries. Working closely with the monastic community, as well as local authorities and cultural preservation experts, we ensured that the restoration process respected the monastery's religious functions. The involvement of the Metropolitan Bishop and the nuns of the monastery was invaluable in guiding the project to completion in a manner that honored the site's spiritual essence. In both of these projects, the integration of modern technology with traditional restoration practices played a pivotal role. The use of 3D documentation allowed us to create precise models of the structures, aiding in the planning and execution of necessary reinforcements. Additionally, non-invasive material analysis enabled us to select appropriate restoration materials that closely match the originals, ensuring both structural and aesthetic continuity. The global impact of these restoration efforts extends beyond the physical conservation of the monuments themselves. The restoration of the Holy Sepulchre, in particular, gained worldwide attention through its coverage by National Geographic, bringing greater awareness to the importance of cultural heritage preservation. These projects serve as examples of how international collaboration, scientific advancement, and respect for tradition can come together to safeguard historical sites for future generations. As a company, we did not simply carry out technical work. We became integral partners in the interdisciplinary effort that combined engineering, archaeology, art conservation, and religious diplomacy. The knowledge and expertise gained from this project have further strengthened our ability to tackle complex restoration challenges, reinforcing our commitment to preserving historical landmarks with the highest level of professionalism and care. The significance of this restoration is already evident. The Holy Sepulchre remains a site of pilgrimage and spiritual devotion, now structurally fortified for generations to come. The monastery of Varnakova has been revitalized, allowing it to continue serving as a center of religious and cultural life. These successes reaffirm the essential role of conservation efforts in maintaining our global heritage. In conclusion, the work of preserving historical monuments is not just a technical endeavor. It is a moral obligation. It is a commitment to ensuring that the stories, artistry, and faith embedded in those structures are not lost to time. Let us continue to unite the fields of art, science, and industry in pursuit of this noble mission, safeguarding the past so that it may inspire the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really a very impressive project. Now we go forward to Mr. Stylianou, Platonas Stylianou. Are you the General Secretary or from the General Secretary of the Executive Board? of Cyprus Scientific and Technical Chamber. Yes, is it correct? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Platon Astilianou. I'm the first Vice President of the Technical Chamber of Cyprus, and I'm the President of the European Council of Civil Engineers. Professor Moropoulou, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this international scientific conference. It's a great honor to represent here both ETEC and ECHE, and congratulations for your initiative and for your continuous effort for preserving our culture and our heritage. So my topic today is bridging heritage, stakeholders, art, science, industry, engineers, and society. And we all know how difficult this is. It's not an easy task to bridge all these stakeholders. So the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage require collaboration across the various sectors, the combination of art, the combination of science, the true knowledge of engineering and industry, and of course the society. And all these together, they create sustainable and innovative solutions that we all need in order to protect our historical and cultural identity. And the key aspect for this is interdisciplinary collaboration for the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage, the contribution of science and technology, the contribution of industry and entrepreneurship, the social responsibility and public participation, and of course, the active role of art in cultural heritage. All of these partners have to work together and collaborate in order to have the greatest result. So, as I already have spoken, this collaboration is needed between the various sectors. Heritage conservation is not just about protecting monuments, but it's also about ensuring that future generations can experience and learn from the past. And only if we study the past, we can have a better future. And we need to have a better future for our monuments and for the young people and the young generations to come. So we need these items to come together and create sustainable strategies for heritage management and protection. And these heritage stakeholders are the professionals, architects, engineers, conservators, archaeologists, materials experts, 3D experts, drone experts, a lot of experts in this, the academia and the universities, that they always collaborate and create the basic knowledge for us, and the professional need to take this basic knowledge and all this knowledge taught in the universities and implement it into their studies. You should never forget the basics that you are taught in the universities. You need the governmental bodies to establish policies, to give the special funding that is needed to the monuments, because without funding, nothing can be done. And of course, to set up the correct legal framework. You need the correct legal framework. You need a legal framework not to be that strict, but not to be that open, because if it is too open, we know what will happen. If it's too strict, nothing will happen. We need the museum and the galleries to preserve and present cultural treasure to the public. We need the research institution through the academy to conduct studies on preservation techniques and do all is needed with historical accuracy. We need the archaeologists and the historians to investigate and interpret with cultural assets. We need the local communities to act as the custodians of traditional and practices, and we need the private sector and industry to provide the special funding, the innovative solution, and the sustainable and tourism initiatives. The scientific contribution to the heritage preservation, you are all experts here, you know what is needed: 3D scanning, digital communication, creating precise digital replicas of historical monuments for correct archive, restoration, and research. You need to have the correct archive, because if you don't have the correct archive with all the data, nothing can be done. You need material analysis, utilizing chemistry, physical, mechanical determination to examine the composition for the characteristics and to seek and stick the desecration of ancient structures. You need the climate monitoring to evaluate the environmental risk and implementing protective measures against weathering and pollution, but also against extreme weather events and climate change. I was very happy to see the yesterday's session on the climate change. And as the European Council of Civil Engineers, we have furnished Professor Moropoulou with a recent manifesto for the resilient infrastructure against climate change. And we are very happy to sign also the Athens Declaration when it is done. Also, artificial intelligence and machine learning assisting in the reconstruction of lost heritage sites based on historical records. And now, of course, we have the role of industry and professional in heritage conservation. You can see this graph there is produced by AI. I just furnished all the data and AI gave me this magnificent graph. So use AI, but use it correctly. It was another panel discussion that we saw here. Sustainable building materials, developing innovative materials that replicate traditionals with enhancing durability and ensuring proper cooperation and bonding within the existing original material. Inspect and monitor. We have to develop new codes and guidelines for regular inspection and monitoring of monuments. It's something that we are missing, not only in Greece, not only in Cyprus, but in Europe as well. Technology transfer. You have to implement the advanced industry technique in heritage restoration. You have to check for tourism and economical development, promoting cultural tourism to generate revenue for the conservation efforts. We have to have revenue on this stuff. So we need to create this, to develop that thing. And finally, corporate sponsorship and philanthropy, providing financial support for restoration projects and cultural exhibitions. And then we have, most of us here are engineers. We need to see the pivotal role of engineers. The engineer serves as the backbone of cultural heritage preservation, applying their expertise in structural integrity, material science resilience, and environmental sustainability. Their role extends from assessing the stability of historical buildings to designing restoration solutions that respect the original architecture. Through structural and seismic retrofitting, climate-resilient materials, and advanced structural modeling, engineers ensure that ancient sites withstand the test of time and natural disaster. Some years ago, it was only the test of time. Now it's natural disaster, it's climate change, it's a lot of stuff. Additionally, their contribution to innovative scanning and documentation techniques enable precise analysis and restoration without compromising authenticity. By bridging technical advancement with cultural preservation, engineers provide the foundation upon which conservation efforts can thrive. And then we have the challenges in cultural heritage conservation, urbanization and infrastructure development, climate change and natural disaster, conflict and political instability, funding and resource allocation. And we have the future direction in heritage conservation. In order to have the future of heritage conservation and to shape it by innovation and interdisciplinary collaboration, we need to foster collaboration. We need to open dialogue and cooperation between governmental agencies, academics, industry, and communities that are essential for effective heritage management. We need to embrace innovation, utilize cutting-edge technologies to enhance conservation methods, making heritage sites more resilient to environmental and structural changes, promote sustainable policies, educate and engage, and invent in research and funding. So we need to support projects that advance scientific approach to restoration and heritage adaptation. All the pictures, all the photos you see in my presentation are from monuments and sites in Cyprus that were restored, they were preserved, and now they are open to public for their visits. Finally, my conclusion, preserving cultural heritage is a shared responsibility that requires cooperation across multiple sectors. By connecting heritage stakeholders, including art, science, industry, academia, engineers, and society, we ensure the sustainable protection and promotion of our collective past for future generations. The future of our heritage lies in our ability to unite as a global community, leveraging science and industry to protect, sustain, and celebrate our shared philosophy. Bridging heritage, stakeholders, science, and industry is not merely a concept, it's a necessity. By working together, we can ensure the cultural heritage remains a source of knowledge, identity, and inspiration for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Stylianou. And now, if we are connected, we can proceed with Mr. Katziotis Marios, who is Group Head of Research and Development in Titan Cement Group. There. So, if we are connected, can we hear you? Can you hear? You can hear us, but can we hear you?
I can hear you. I hope you can hear me well.
That's great. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Androulidaki. Esteemed guests, esteemed members of the panel, Professor Moropoulou, it's great to be here. I'm sure I could not make it in person. Extraordinary conditions made it very difficult for me to participate in person. I'm very pleased and thank you very much, Professor Moropoulou, for the kind invitation to participate in this year's conference. I'd like to share a few slides. My presentation is more about how we perform innovation, how we handle innovation in Titan Cement Group. And I hope you can see my screen. I assume you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Great. So I know most of you know Titan Cement Group. We are a Greek-based or Greek-originated multinational offering cement and concrete and other products and services in more than 25 markets across the globe, with a strong presence in Europe and US and the Middle East. And I'd like to to tell you more about our strategic priorities. I heard earlier about how we address the challenge of climate change, as well as digitalization. And for Titan, our strategies are focused about offering new products with sustainable and improved and strong sustainable profile, as well as applying digital and new technologies. One of the things we're most proud is that in our sector, in the cement sector, we are one of the companies that has launched initiatives related to the digital transformation early on. And a very great example of this is our newest subsidiary since 2022. Titan is offering AI-inspired digital services to other industrial players, which have been developed within Titan. We are committed to reducing our carbon emissions in line with the scenarios that have been put forward, the so-called 1.5 degree scenario. And we are making progress well towards this target, which by 2030 will lead to reducing our carbon emissions below the level of 500 kilos of CO2 per ton of product. And towards that, we're taking many different actions. One of them is also the so-called project Iphistos. Iphistos follows on R&D projects that we have completed and have undertaken with academic, industrial, and other partners. Hephaestus is meant to be the largest so far announced project for carbon capture and sequestration. The goal is to capture approximately 1.9 million tons of CO2 per year and produce about 3 million tons of zero carbon cement to serve the needs of the Attica region and other markets as well. Going on to our innovation, our vision for innovation, which is related to our overall strategy. We want to lead the transformation of construction materials. We want to continue pioneering sustainable new technologies and offer an extended range of products and services to our customers that enhance the resilience of infrastructure, promote the well-being of communities, and minimize the environmental impact. To do so, we collaborate closely. We have been doing this practically always, and we will continue to collaborate and foster a culture of collaboration and continuous learning with our stakeholders from across different areas, following also the theme of the conference, following a multidisciplinary approach. Towards that, we are innovating across three megatrends that are transforming our sector and also relating to the built environment. And these fall into solutions for climate mitigation and adaptation, circularity, as well as enhanced productivity. And as you can see in the slide, we maintain a focus, actually enhance the focus on resilient and durable infrastructure as the challenges originating from climate change are becoming more pronounced. We are also offering and will continue to offer solutions for restoration and rehabilitation of the built environment. And all these would like to do while utilizing existing material streams, but also further utilizing recycled or circular material streams. And to do so, we aim to continue employing the latest tools that are available thanks to the digital transformation, either relating to automation or digitalization of processes and so forth. A quick note here, another thing we're very proud of in Titan is that we have digitized entirely the procedures, the manufacturing processes in almost half of our production locations globally, and we continue to do that, and we will soon have 100% digitize our manufacturing operations in the coming years. In this, towards achieving our goals for innovation, also for this reason, also we have launched a corporate venture capital with which aims to direct 40 million euros into new ideas, into high potential startups, and we have already begun with investments in a series of companies, of startups with solutions that have to do from low carbon heat, providing low carbon heat, to utilizing CO2 for the production of novel construction materials, all the way to AI-inspired solutions for producing our products. And our value proposition to startups is that, and our approach is that we focus on strategic kind of investments where our contribution can be more than financial. It can be access to technical resources, to know-how, as well also commercially related support. Last but not least, for innovation, our group R&D, which I am heading, as well as all our innovation capacities, focus on nurturing creativity and collaboration. Titan in Greece, we have pioneered 3D printing in the last few years. Also pioneered carbon capture for the cement sector in our country, as well as run many other initiatives that develop and aim to launch new low CO2 products. We run internal innovation culture activities. The latest is our ideation challenge, where we invite colleagues from across the group to share their innovative ideas. In the previous year challenge, we had approximately 10% of our colleagues across Titan in all our locations participate, and we found this is a great way to nurture and promote entrepreneurship within the group. And as mentioned earlier, we work very closely with academic partners, research institutes in Greece, in Europe, and elsewhere. We have been running industrial fellowships for PhDs and internships, and we have established long-term partnerships with some of the best universities and research centers in Greece, Europe, US, and elsewhere. Having said that, again, I thank you for your attention and thank you for your time, and congratulate the organizers of the conference for the successful organization. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Katsioti. Well, you always have to present us something very impressive, like the 3D printer in Greece. That's really impressive. Thank you for that. We see how we can use it. Now we proceed to Mrs. Dalkafouki Maria, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Dalkafouki House Ltd. And she's providing us with most of the materials we need for restoring stone monuments. Thank you. Mrs. Dalkafouki.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. First, I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for the honorary invitation to this conference. I'm Maria Dalkafouki. I created 20 years ago with my husband Aris Mikrou a company, and we specialized to restoration materials all those years. We never stopped to have only this object for the company. All those years, we have more than 500 projects in Greece and some abroad. And we have more than 10 executive collaboration with big factories, European factories, with restoration, with mortars and restoration materials. I want to say that the subject of this table, it's unique because we have to remember that under all those that we discuss here, and we ask, and we heard a lot of interesting things, and a lot of we have a lot of answers now, and maybe you create new questions after this conference. I don't want to speak about materials because the materials is something. It's the result of research from the university, and it's the result of the good work of factories, and they have the tools to do this. I just want to say that all those things is under human, is under people. And only a human can create new ideas, new materials to respect the past and create the future. I think that this is the only thing I think about scientists and instructive and industry and society. We have to I think that our obligation is to learn to our children to respect the past and to give them a future, to create ideas and whatever they hope and imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalkafouki. It's debatable, of course, for how long we will remain humans, because yes, I'm sorry. I will take the opportunity to say something. A very good friend of mine is the head of the Department of Biology in Demokritos, Mr. Almirandis. And he has told me, Dr. Almirandis, actually, and he has told me that the evolution of human has ended. He cannot evolve anymore. That's it. So the next step would be that we'll become a combination, the only way to survive, of humans and not machines, but something digital like AI. Before we would imagine a machine, but it's not a machine. It's something, that's why the idea of Mr. Maropoulou and Evlogon proceeds, because to produce Evlogon, we will have to store data in a way that can recreate, can have a twin model of memory, identity, and all that. So imagine the evolution of humans towards something that will combine digital with human. So I put a question mark there about how this is going to be called human or not, but it will still be productive with a fantasy, with an identity, and with feelings, supposedly. Well, very interesting, thank you. So I go from there to Mrs. Hadjisava Erato, Associate Professor from Athens School of Fine Arts, and is actually the rector of the Athens School of Fine Arts. Mrs. Hadjisava.
Thank you so much, but I speak in Greece. Αξιότιμες κυρίες και κύριοι, θα ήθελα να εκφράσω τις θερμές μου ευχαριστίες στην καθηγήτρια Τόνια Μοροπούλου για την τιμητική πρόσκληση να βρίσκομαι σήμερα ανάμεσά σας. Ανήκει στις προσωπικότητες που θαυμάζω και εκτιμώ πολύ. Είναι για μένα ιδιαίτερη τιμή να συμμετέχω σε αυτή τη συνάντηση, όπου έχουμε την ευκαιρία να εξετάσουμε από κοινού τη σημασία της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς και τον τρόπο με τον οποίο αυτή διασταυρώνεται με την τέχνη, την επιστήμη, τη βιομηχανία και την κοινωνία. Στη σύγχρονη εποχή, η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά δεν αποτελεί μόνο ένα αποτύπωμα του παρελθόντος, αλλά και ένα ζωντανό θεμέλιο της συλλογικής μας ταυτότητας, του τρόπου με τον οποίο αντιλαμβανόμαστε τον κόσμο και διαμορφώνουμε το μέλλον μας. Η διατήρηση αυτής της κληρονομιάς απαιτεί τη συνεργασία όλων των φορέων, επιστημόνων, καλλιτεχνών, βιομηχανίας και κοινωνίας, οι οποίοι συνδυάζουν τις γνώσεις τους, τις δεξιότητές τους και τις τεχνολογίες τους για να διασφαλίσουν την προστασία και την ανάδειξη αυτών των αντικειμένων πολιτιστικών αγαθών, ανεκτήμητων πολιτιστικών αγαθών. Στην εποχή της παγκοσμιοποίησης, η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά αντιμετωπίζει πολλές προκλήσεις. Από τις φυσικές καταστροφές έως τις ανθρώπινες επεμβάσεις και τους πολέμους. Η ανάγκη για συλλογική δράση είναι πιο επιτακτική από ποτέ. Η συνεργασία μεταξύ των επιστημόνων, των καλλιτεχνών και των κοινωνικών φορέων είναι απαραίτητη για την αποτελεσματική προστασία της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς. Στην πραγματικότητα, η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά δεν ανήκει μόνο στους ειδικούς. Αντίθετα, είναι ευθύνη όλων μας να συμβάλλουμε στη διατήρησή της και να αναδείξουμε ως ζωντανό και δυναμικό μέρος της καθημερινότητάς μας. Η επιστήμη και η τέχνη είναι συχνά αντιπαρατιθέμενες έννοιες. Η επιστήμη συνδέεται με τη λογική, την ανάλυση και τη μέθοδο, ενώ η τέχνη με την έμπνευση, τη φαντασία, το συναίσθημα και το κάλος. Ωστόσο, αυτή η αντίθεση είναι στην πραγματικότητα μία ψευδαίσθηση. Όπως ο Ζαν Νταλαμπέρ, συγγνώμη για το όνομα, σημείωσε στην εγκυκλοπαίδεια, οι επιστήμες, οι τέχνες αλληλοβοηθούνται αμοιβαία και υπάρχει μία αλυσίδα που τις ενώνει. Δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει επιστημονική πρόοδος χωρίς την έμπνευση και τη δημιουργικότητα που προάγει η τέχνη, ούτε μπορεί να υπάρξει τέχνη χωρίς τις μεθόδους και τα εργαλεία της επιστήμης. Η σύγχρονη τεχνολογία μέσω της ψηφιοποίησης έχει ανοίξει νέους δρόμους για την προστασία και την παρουσίαση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς. Η ψηφιοποίηση δεν είναι απλώς μία τεχνική διαδικασία, αλλά μία νέα μορφή ερμηνείας και επανερμηνείας του παρελθόντος, η οποία επιτρέπει στους πολίτες να συμμετέχουν ενεργά στη διατήρηση και αναζωογόνηση του πολιτιστικού μας πλούτου. Ένα εξαιρετικό παράδειγμα αυτής της σύζευξης μεταξύ τέχνης και επιστήμης είναι το έργο του Ιταλού γλύπτη Λορέντζο Κουίνι. Λεμάνι, τα χέρια, το οποίο παρουσιάστηκε στην Biennale της Βενετίας το 2019. Με αυτό το γλυπτό, ο Κουίνι μας καλεί να χτίσουμε γέφυρες μεταξύ των διαφορετικών κόσμων και να ενώνουμε την επιστήμη με την τέχνη για την προστασία της πολιτιστικής μας κληρονομιάς. Τα χέρια που ενώνονται στο γλυπτό συμβολίζουν τη συνεργασία, τη σύνδεση και τη δύναμη που προκύπτει όταν διαφορετικοί τομείς ενώνονται για ένα κοινό σκοπό. Η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά έχει βαθύ κοινωνικό και πολιτικό νόημα. Δεν είναι απλώς κάτι που έχουμε κληρονομήσει από το παρελθόν, αλλά είναι ζωντανή και ενεργή στο παρόν, με αντίκτυπο το μέλλον. Στο σύγχρονο κόσμο, η έννοια της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς επηρεάζεται έντονα από τις προκλήσεις της παγκοσμιοποίησης, της πολιτισμικότητας, και βλέπουμε ότι οι πολιτιστικές διαφορές είναι οι συγκρούσεις που προκύπτουν από αυτές τις διαδικασίες, θέτουν σε κίνδυνο τη διατήρηση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς των εθνών. Η παγκοσμιοποίηση, ενώ ενισχύει την επικοινωνία και την ανταλλαγή ιδεών μεταξύ των λαών, μπορεί επίσης να μειώσει την αξία και την αναγνώριση των τοπικών πολιτιστικών ταυτοτήτων. Απ' την άλλη πλευρά, η πολυπολιτισμικότητα, αν και αποδέχεται και προάγει την πολιτιστική διαφοροποίηση, μπορεί να δημιουργήσει αντιφάσεις σχετικά με το ποιος είναι υπεύθυνος για τη διατήρηση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς κάθε έθνους. Η αναγνώριση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς και η διατήρηση της ταυτότητας των λαών είναι βασικό στοιχείο της κοινωνικής δικαιοσύνης και της ενσωμάτωσης. Δεν πρόκειται απλώς για την προστασία των υλικών αντικειμένων ή των παραδόσεων, αλλά και για τη διατήρηση των αξιών και των πεποιθήσεων που τα συνδέουν με τις κοινωνίες που τα δημιούργησαν. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η πολιτιστική κληρονομιά είναι μια ζωντανή δυναμική και συνεχώς εξελισσόμενη πραγματικότητα. Η συνεργασία μεταξύ τέχνης και επιστήμης, της βιομηχανίας και της κοινωνίας είναι αναγκαία για να προστατευτεί και να αναδειχθεί. Η γέφυρα που ενώνει αυτούς τους τομείς είναι η κοινή μας ευθύνη να διαφυλάξουμε τη μνήμη του παρελθόντος και να εξασφαλίσουμε ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Το μέλλον της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς δεν ανήκει μόνο στους ειδικούς, αλλά σε όλους μας. Ο διάλογος και η συνεργασία μεταξύ των διαφορετικών φορέων είναι η μοναδική οδός προς μια καλύτερη, πιο συνειδητοποιημένη και βιώσιμη κοινωνία. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hadisava. Of course, we all say that art will save the world. But thank you for the perspective, from your perspective. And now I'm very happy and proud to ask Mr. to present Mr. Dimitrios Kalabakos, who is a professor, and not only, at National Technical University of Athens. Of course you can. Standing up is always better. Yes, it's better for their voice as well. So, please, come to the floor.
Can I have a clicker? Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you very much for being here. Tonya, I would like to deeply thank you for inviting me to give a brief introduction in this very interesting discussion. Ms. Moropoulou is a pioneer engineer, a pioneer scientist, a professor at the National Technical University of Athens, and a woman. Because some issues, some very old issues, I'm afraid that they are not solved in our modern society, and this is good to recall some things. Amalia raised some very interesting questions in the beginning of this panel, and I would like to answer to some of them without referring to any of that, by using the example of Lavrion Technological and Cultural Park, because it is a paradigm, it is an answer in flesh for bridging the gaps, the various gaps between the scientific community and the local community, between technology and science, between science and art, and so on and so forth. So I will follow the instruction, 5 slides, 5 minutes, for a very big history. The place in Lavrion dates back thousands of years, literally thousands of years. But we can get in this history in a flash with 4 stops. First stop, the glorious past and the ancient Athens and the role that the minds and the miners of the past played at this spectacular development of the science and art during the 5th century. Second stop, the first industrial revolution, which took place in Lavrion with the Compagnie Française de Mines de l'Orium, the well-known French mining company, who played an important role in our history. So, first industrial revolution took place in Lavrion. The second industrial revolution took place in the same place. And as it happened in so many cases worldwide, in so many original places of industrial activity, the third industrial revolution put all these places aside, giving severe problems, environmental problems, social problems, economic problems. This is where the National Technical University of Athens comes in the scene. In order to restore the facilities of the former French mining company with a 4-folded goal. First goal, of course, to deal with the severe environmental problem. It's a very interesting story, but let's put it aside because the focus of this panel is somewhere else. The second thing is to restore, to save the industrial heritage inherent in this site, which is valuable. The third goal, and this is also interesting, is to prolong the productive life of this place by putting it again in the forefront of the 4th industrial revolution. This is the core idea. Not to use these magnificent buildings as buildings for just cultural events, but to give them life again, productive life. This is one of the most ambitious stories, but let's put it aside again, because the 4th goal is much more interesting in our discussion now. And this goal is to cultivate the interface between technology and culture. I'm going to give you only 2 examples for that, giving an idea. First example, this Prometheus game jam. We called all these very interesting, creative community in Greece with very talented men and women, young men and women, in order to develop a computer game, a video game, having as a subject the Prometheus, the symbol of the National Technical University of Athens. It is an amazing experience, and they produced excellent things within 48 hours. And my last slide, and another example, is our continuous work on the identity of the miners. Miners is such a special case in working clerks. They are very close to what we mean in industrial revolution, the third and the second one. But tracing their identity through art, through their songs, through the movies related to them, through the literature, is something that gave us the strongest bond with the local community. A community of miners, the first and probably the only original company town in Greece. So all the strong relation we build up with the community, it is done by this way, by tracing the identity of their fathers, the grandfathers, and women related to mining. That's all. I mean, I will keep the 5 minutes. I would like to be brief because I have an idea that discussion is not the sum of monologues. If we have a second round, I can be more to the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalabakos, for the excellent job you have done at the facilities that they are owned by the Ministry of Culture and have been given to the National Technical. Actually, you have done great work there. May I say something? You began with the first revolution of industrial revolution. It's the third, actually, what you call the first. The first one was between 2000 and 1200 BC. The first of Lavrion and of Greece. The second one was between the 6th century and 4th century BC in Lavrion. And the third one, you begin with the third one. And it's important because Lavrion is unique. You have the whole history of metallurgy, of the evolution of metallurgy. So it is unique. Sorry. Something about it. It was about towers, but flying, yeah. So thank you so much. And we proceed with Mrs. Titopoulou, Effie, who is the president of the Greek Women's Engineering Association, EDEM.
Good afternoon from, okay, I'm very honored to be with you, and I would like, of course, to thank Professor Moropoulou for inviting us, the Greek Women Engineering Association, and me as president here in this very significant conference. First of all, I would like to say a few words for our association. It is established in 1995, and our members, which are about 1,500 now, are Greek women engineers and all members of the Technical Chamber of Greece. I have to mention that we have a very good cooperation with the Technical Chamber of Greece and, of course, with Professor Moropoulou, who is also the Vice President. Our main purpose is to facing gender stereotypes, mentoring and training to enhance women engineers' chance of employment, cooperating with other organizations and public bodies with our institutional role. And we also want to encourage and promoting activities of women engineers beyond their professional sphere, artistic creation, cultural activities, and initiative. I have to mention that EDEM has implemented a lot of AU projects and also other activities that combine science with culture. Also, as EDEM, we participate in networks and associations which promote gender equality policies in Europe, like the European Association for Women in Science, Engineering and Technology, WITEC, the European Federation of Mentoring of Women and Girls, We Mentor, and the European Platform of Women Scientists, APWS. Going to our subject now, I would like to say that Greece is full of history. Ancient civilization revealed democracy, mathematics, architecture, and engineering. It is our challenge today to bridge this remarkable heritage with the frontiers of science and industry. We must secure that the rapid achievements of technology continues to build upon our past history and that our cultural history is not going to be threatened. To do this, we must foster collaboration among all stakeholders. In terms of diversity, it is essential that women's engineers' perspectives and expertise are at the forefront of this dialogue. Together, we can develop methodologies that incorporate traditional knowledge and technique in modern application to create sustainable practices in industry. We can use digital technologies and artificial intelligence to preserve our cultural heritage. And for example, what about if we create virtual museums that can bring our history to classrooms around the world, educating and inspiring future generations in the same time? As the president of Greek Women Engineer Association, I declare that we want to participate in this dialogue and to work hand in hand, shaping a future where heritage, science and industry coexist for the benefit of society and the environment. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. If I'm not wrong, this is about everybody that in this panel. So are there any questions? Okay. I'm sorry, we don't have the lady which was going to do the rapporteur. I can do a few things if we have time, but because we were running to talk again, which is even better, yes. I have kept some notes, but it's even better if they talk. Yes, please, the question. Yes. You can use one of the microphones, which is just behind you, since you are in the front row.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Professor Moropoulou for having organized that. As a historian of philosophy, I would like to add something which would be of your interest at the university, at the Polytechnic School, which is supposed to be the best school in Europe, according to European standards. And recently, in this conference, a colleague of mine from the United States presented his project about Plato's itineraries and how we could revive them. One of the most important questions that Jeff Bakewell has raised is what is the itinerary for the well-known myth in the Republic of the Spileon. That's the most important question he raised, and he came up with the Republic myth on the Spileon. Yes, yes. This is the myth in the Republic, which is the most well-known. Jeff Bakewell presented something in this conference on the itineraries. Anyway, in order to relate Lavrion with this question, Jeff Bakewell is the first one who came up with the idea that the scenery for this myth is no other than Lavrion. And actually, there is And he has very, very good evidence for that. And he came into contact with all the archaeologists, and especially, so I wanted to put you into contact with him for another reason. In Madrid, in less than a month, there will be a procedure in order to vote for the next place where the Republic and the Plato's Republic will be discussed. And I wished that the Polytechnic School, yes, so I will propose that to the Greek embassy, because I think that this is the most appropriate place where the conference can take place. I mean, the Lavrion, your institution. And I do have a previous experience from another extremely important building in Hania, which is owned by the Mediterranean
Center of Architecture,
yes.
Arsenali. Okay,
yes. And this could be a continuation of this tradition. And we will have scholars from all over the world. They are more than 400, and they all want to discuss the Republic and its urban, let's say, consequences. So I think it would be a good idea to put the Dean and Professor Moropoulou in this project. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, even though I think you make hips from one thing to another. But somehow, of course, everything is connected, and art can help us on that a lot. Maybe the Speleon is one of the first digital, virtual reality things. So it's not exactly a cave, because at Lavrio we don't have caves, exactly. We have tunnels, which is a bit different. You have a lot of galleries, but not, yes. But it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor, or a parabole or something. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But it is interesting that instead of understanding what it means, Speleon, they want to find the actual place where it must have been. Yes. There is a question there for me. But to come to Lavrion, it would be great, apart from the fact that there are not great big hotels around. So there are, okay, if you can solve that would be great. Thank you for that. Any question, or if someone wants to add to our knowledge? Okay, so do you want to make any comments on what you have previously said, Mrs. Dalkafouki? Because I have replied to you, so maybe you want to comment on that, or you don't want to think about humans, digital humans.
No, I just want to say that I don't know your name. You gave us the opportunity to say again that we have to connect. So this is the point of view.
Well, I was expecting that. Of course you can. And I was wondering.
So far as art, science, industry, and society concerned, I'm taking just only half of the title of the panel. There are two very important European research infrastructures. I don't know if you are aware about them. The one is Daria, and the other one is Clarin. The one is covering the area of humanities, and the other one, the area of social sciences, but both of them, because of the digital era, they preach, okay, there is an overlap in between the two infrastructures, but they are powered from the digital dimension, from the engineering, yeah, from the informatics, from the ICT. Having that in place, I know that in Greece, or Greece is in both research infrastructures a partner. In these infrastructures is not an institution the partner, is the ministry the partner. And not only that, but the country is represented by a ministry which is in charge and pays also, covers also the cost, a year membership fee, and from a national coordinator. So the national coordinator some time ago was the Academy of Science and Arts, I think, the Greek Academy. And then later was Athena behind, Athena or whatever, the research institution. So now, out of these two research infrastructures here in Greece, they merged them and they did the, I think, Daria, and Clarin, it was merged and is the Claria Greece. And the management at the moment, if I am not wrong, is under Athena Research, whatever. Now, do you have there any contact to them? Are you linked to them? Are you collaborating with them? Are you, because all this what it has been discussed here now, it is actually a part and a duty of those European research infrastructures. And even as stakeholders, all those under the roof of humanities and social science in a wider extended version of this what you, part of you defined today. So it is extremely important on a pan-European scale, if you want to be one of the key players there, not only in policy, not only in innovation, in research, in development, and so on, in education, you have to join forces and ask Greece to be there. That's the number one. Number two, I mentioned that also yesterday, and I'm finishing, and because it's also the last panel. You know, there is no museum of this world where in a permanent exhibition you will not find the Greek civilization. What does this mean? It means automatically that the country, Greece, is overdeveloped so far as cultural heritage concerned. Is overdeveloped. It's like Germany in engineering. But you know what Germany in engineering is doing so far as economic growth concerned on a pan-European scale. So now, what is, and I'm asking you, or if not, if you don't know, just only think, brainstorm about that in the next few days. What is in the percentage in GDP that Greece is investing for the digitization of its culture? Digitization, it doesn't mean just protection, it doesn't mean preservation, it means also visualization, it means, you know, make it available so that everybody knows what Greece means, the values, yeah, of Greece and so on. So what is that percentage? It was a very good approach or attempt what Greece did with Microsoft, with Olympia during the Olympic Games, but it was just only one attempt. And a similar attempt was also in the Olympic Games in Greece during the Simitis government. And then after the Simitis government was gone, then everything was gone also. It's in there now somewhere in the dark internet to find whatever it was happened on that time. So do you know something about that? Or are you aware about this?
First, I will call the panel, someone from the panelists. If you want to answer or to contribute to what Mr. already said.
Remarks, comments, answers, whatever.
But otherwise, okay. The first one, I suppose these two organizations, or which is now one, they should make a greater effort to manifest themselves so that we will know them. Because so far I haven't heard of them, but maybe they should work harder. The second one, well, I don't know about the area of Mr. Smith. It was a bit confusing. What we do, as I said before, maybe, I don't know if you were here, I said that we already know, and it is true, it is a case, that the cultural, our heritage, historical heritage, and the monuments, and the way we preserve them, and the way we introduce them to the people, has made cultural heritage the fourth pillar of our economical growth. We're aware about that, and we can measure it as well. We say it's the fourth pillar, they're equal pillars, it's just that they put others in the first, and ours it's the fourth, but they're equal pillars. Otherwise it would be a tripod, it's not very stable. So with the four, it's stable. It is the fourth that stabilizes everything. Yes, we do a lot of digital. As you know, it's not just to make it digital, because as I said, we've passed the period of documentation, which is actually what digitalization has gone through, documentation, and then you go to enhancement to show it to other people, and now we have to proceed to how we go to the memory twin. I'm very impressed of that. I cannot stop repeating it, Mrs. Moropoulou, because I think this is what we have to try to understand and look forward, and what Mr. Kaliabakos has presented us is very close to that, how you give back to the people that have created, that have worked in these areas, how you give them back not just the memory, but the use, and bring it to our days, that you give them back their past. That means that they go on and they have a future. And congratulations for that. We are building a museum. I'm not very fond of museums, because I think a museum, as it was, it's changing now, is something which is just to see, not to experience. It's a Greek invention. It's not a Greek invention, it's a colonist invention. But the museum, as a Greek, it was something different. It's a place to be inspired. That is what it was originally. So a place to be inspired is the Lavrion. A place to inspire, again, is the monastery of Varnakova, which has been restored with the help of Mrs. Dalkafuki Materials, who goes around the world to find the best for us. From the academic point of view, we've heard the view of the more academic, the more theoretical view of Mr. Stylianou, of what we must do. Also Mrs. Tritopoulou has showed us the will to help. I think they're already doing it. Women or not, the engineers in this country have a big part. Maybe I'm an architect, so some architects, we now feel that we are in risk of not being the chief of the top of a project. So engineers do a lot of work, all different types of engineers. And art, as I said, we are trying to do a restoration as a state, in a state of art, but art is what we preserve, we try to preserve as well, and we try to understand mostly. So thank you very much also for your presentation. And of course, they are all innovative, the new things that we've heard. We always hear something new for Mr. Katsioutis. CO-free cement, that's really a renovation. Yeah, it's really, and probably it's the most hopeful innovation that I have heard in recent years in climate meditation. It's really impressive. Of course, only a small amount is produced now, a small, but hopefully it will be better. And this is because we have projects like Ellinikon ahead, which is, I don't know how many tons of beton. So hopefully they will use this CO-free concrete. Yes, please, Mr. Kalabakos, help me.
I understand that we're running out of time, but I would like to point out three things within a minute. You know, I'm a little bit fed up with hearing very big words about the significance of our civilization and the importance that our society is giving to this. Because the real question is how much money is allocated to that. And the numbers do not support the big words. This is the real thing. If we are to measure the real importance that our society gives to the civilization and the art, ask for how much money is allocated to that. And I'm afraid that is not enough. It is less than enough. First thing. Second thing, I'm an engineer, but I do believe that history can be very fascinating, very deeply teaching. Because it's like a tale, sometimes it's more interesting than a tale, and it is real. If you find a good way to present history, can be the most interesting and funny thing. And at the same time, it can teach a lot. And the third thing I would like to point out is an answer for me, what is art? I'm following the Heidegger's approach to that. Art is not something amusing. Art is a different and alternative path of revealing the truth. So we should pay attention to art and grab the meanings in a different way, but they're very significant to understand the life, the meaning of it, and so many other things. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kalabakos, to have a mining engineer to contribute to art. What is this is about collaboration and interdisciplinarity, and thank you so much for that. I couldn't find a better way to close this panel. So thank you very much for everything, and thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, for the opportunity to give us that we deal with all those things and we meet each other. Thank you.
I thank you very much, all of you, because bridging heritage stakeholders with art, science, industry, and society means, as Dimitris said, bridging gaps. And there are a lot of gaps to bridge. To keep heritage alive, we have more specifically and with a priority to bridge the gap with society. And all the other dynamics will promote this effort and this relationship, which is the critical one. And I'm very glad to hear from a man that the identity of woman might contribute to this. Believe me, my experiences in Hagia Sophia and in the Holy Sepulchre, where we should promote a multilateral cooperation and mutual understanding among people in conflict among different religions, among different strategies, was a very difficult issue. But monuments could unite people and diversified approaches. Today they are in war in Gaza, but the message of the Holy Sepulchre, especially expressed these days, is for peace. And I would like to say that through Evlogon, we, through the national network we have started to establish, would like to bridge these types of gaps and give this perspective. So I thank you very much for your contribution. Be there for the photo of the conference, and we continue with the final session of the conference. I would like to invite for the last session
Αλλά βασικά εγώ φτιάχνω πράγματα.
So I would like to invite for the last session, which is the sustainable preservation of naval heritage, the Presidium, Professor Ioannidis from NTUA, Professor Mazarakos from Western Attica University, and who else? I don't recall who else. We can start. I invite the scientific authors to present their papers, and you to stay and listen.
Δύο μικρά συμβολικά δωράκια. Αυτό είναι μανταρία, το αρχαίο
And I know it's late, all of us were tired, but I'm sure that we will have some very interesting presentations. According to the program, we have 5 presentations in this session. We will start with the first one. I will present the first presentation. So, okay, thank you. My name is Karalabos Ioannidis. I'm a professor at the School of Rural Surveying and Geoinformatics Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens. And I'm one of the authors of this presentation with the title, "A Shipwreck in Greece Became a Global Tourist Destination, Geometric Documentation as a First Step in its Rescue." Well, the area of interest is the Navajo site or Navajo Beach, which is a bay of stunning natural beauty on the northwest coast of Zakynthos, in the island of Zakynthos in Ionian Island, in Greece. And this is the area, the Bay of Navajo. This bay became most visited, and as a matter of fact, one of the most visited places in Greece because of a shipwreck. Since 1920, there is a shipwreck in this bay, the Panagiotis shipwreck, which became a landmark with cultural and economic value for the whole island of Zakynthos. Since 1980, it has drawn global attention but suffered from deterioration due to wave action, erosion, and lack of preservation. So the National Technical University organized an interdisciplinary team with members from 7 out of the 9 schools of the National Technical University in order to organize a campaign in order to preserve not only the shipwreck, but also the whole Navajo Bay. Well, the challenges of this campaign, of this project, was first the steep and inaccessible terrain of the area. The bay is surrounded by high rocky cliffs, accessible only by boat or from a distant plateau, posing challenges for both visitation and documentation. Also, the wave stress and stunt blasting and the 45 years without preservation have severely damaged the shipwreck, endangering its structure. As I said, a large interdisciplinary team of the National Technical University of Athens undertook the preparation of a study for the rescue of the shipwreck and the safe visitation of the beach as the sea and weather conditions destroy the remaining of the ship, while rocks often fall from the steep rocky slopes surrounding the bay. Here now in this presentation, I focused on the geometric documentation of the whole area, the bay, of course, the shipwreck, starting with a photogrammetric campaign with data collection using various methods and techniques. During March last year, 2024, NTA undertook the spatial data collection. The objective of this campaign was to create detailed geometric documentation and provide accurate spatial data for the other disciplines. And the products were the high-resolution spatial products, including point clouds, DSMs, texture and 3D models, and orthophotos. First, we used a UAVs, as a matter of fact, for data acquisition. We took more than 10,000 nadir and oblique images using 2 UAVs. And here you can see the image footprint at the broader area of Navajo, and especially at the Navajo beach. Also, we use a terrestrial laser scanner in order to scan the bay, and particularly the shipwreck, and using both the photos from the UAVs and the scans from the terrestrial laser scanner, we make a 3D reconstruction of the whole area and of the shipwreck. Okay, we also use topographic methods in order to georeference the data, the images. And the photogrammetric workflow includes image orientation. This procedure includes the automatic identification of overlapping images, the image matching and future tracking, and structure for motion process, then the generation of dense point cloud, and finally 3D image reconstruction and the texture mapping of the area. Also, the processing of the laser scans made using various software, for example, for the registration of the scans and for the preparation of the 3D model. Here you can see the result of the dense 3D point cloud with almost 100 million points, and some views of the 3D texture and model of the whole area of the rocks. Here, of course, the digital surface models of the area and of the bay, and orthophotos of the whole area, and especially of the bay and the shipwreck with a ground distance able of 2.5 centimeters. The next product was the 3D wireframe model of the remaining of the shipwreck. And here you can see some views of the 3D texture model of the front and the back part of the shipwreck that remains there at the beach. Also, some horizontal and vertical cross-sections of the shipwreck. And finally, we produce some visibility maps based on the produced 3D model, analyzing visibility from various observation points and angles, assessing potential viewpoints of the beach and shipwreck from elevated positions. And some conclusions, discussions. The geometric documentation products served as the basis for the preparation of studies by other disciplines within the National Technical University in the interdisciplinary research team. Furthermore, they provide a valuable, detailed, and accurate documentation and visualization of the current condition of the Navajo area. And finally, these data sets can be further utilized in a variety of future applications, including spatial data analysis and virtual or augmented reality applications, allowing visitors to explore the site either in person or remotely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ioannidis, for the very interesting presentation. The next presentation is from Vasiliki Apostolou from the Naval Architecture Department, the University of West Attica.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vasiliki Apostolou, and I am a graduate of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering of University of West Attica. Today, I will present you an innovative approach to combining naval architecture and traditional shipbuilding, and more specifically, the case of a Greek traditional yacht. We will start with a short introduction to the topic, following the presentation of the history of Greek traditional shipbuilding and the importance of additive manufacturing. We will be looking at the history of the traditional yacht Kostadis, continuing on the creation of Kostadis Lines Plan. There will also be a brief presentation of hydrostatic and hydrodynamic analysis, and as we get closer to the end, we will see how the design of the scale 3D hull model for the 3D printing was created, as well as the 3D printing and assembly process, and finally I will present you the conclusions of this work. This paper presents an innovative solution between the disciplines of naval architecture and traditional shipbuilding, thus offering a new perspective to the traditional shipbuilding industry. The aim of this work is to elucidate a methodology for integrating traditional shipbuilding expertise with modern naval architecture, science, and technology, intended to facilitate the systematic documentation of this traditional art, its evolution and survival throughout the centuries. Greek traditional shipbuilding has a history spanning thousands of years, deeply linked to maritime culture. 8th century was a turning point with Greek shipbuilders becoming key players in Mediterranean shipping. Major shipbuilding centers developed on islands like Indra and Spetses. Vessels like the Kaiki were built for commercial and fishing purposes. The craft involves local timber and traditional techniques like monochner and lofting. Today, wooden boats are still made for tourism and cultural preservation. Greek shipbuilding is recognized by the National Inventory of Tangible Cultural Heritage of Greece, symbolizing national identity and maritime tradition. Additive manufacturing, also known as 3D printing, is a rapidly evolving technology for product manufacturing. One of the most popular 3D printing techniques is fused deposition modeling, FDM, in which the material in form of a filament is deposited layer by layer onto the printer's platform until the final solid object is complete. The advantages of this technique are allows the fabrication of components and structures with complex geometries, operational flexible for on-demand and one-side production, and can create functional end-use products without the need of special tools or machines. Restricts material usage and minimizes material waste during 3D printing, reduces production costs for small batches, accelerates production compared to conventional manufacturing such as machining or injection molding. And now let's specifically look at Kostadis. Kostadis was a traditional boat built by the shipbuilders and owners Konstantinos Apostolou and Odysseas Apostolou in Salamina in the spring of 1999. And here on this table you can clearly see the main dimensions of Kostadis, with overall length 23.95 meters, maximum beam 6.50 meters, and design draft 1.32 meters. For its construction, the following types of wood were used: pine of Midland for the frames, pine of Samos for the shell, pitch pine for the keel and stern post, plywood for the superstructures and bulkheads. The yacht was cruising at a service speed of 10 knots at 1600 RPM, was propelled by two 8-cylinder engines with a horsepower of 343 bhp each. It was capable of carrying up to 187 passengers with a crew of 4. In 1999, construction was completed, and for the next 2 years, it was used as a tourist boat. For the next 20 years, it was used mainly as a passenger boat in the areas of Salamina and Thessaloniki, until the end of 2022, when a fire broke out, resulting in the complete destruction of Kostadis. The Rhinoceros program, which is based on the representation of curved surfaces, in 3D space was used to design the hull of this traditional vessel. The curvature of the lines was detected and the necessary smoothing was applied where required. The initial curve to be drawn was that of the profile. The subsequent step was the smoothing of the curve, then the design and the smoothing of the frame was undertaken. The water lines, main deck, bulwark, verticals and carina were drawn on the same philosophy. At this point, all lines were placed correctly in position, as we can see in the figure 4. The calculation of hydrostatic and hydrodynamic quantities is essential because they constitute the ship's identity. Hydrostatic diagrams are crucial for understanding how a vessel behaves in water, particularly in terms of stability and buoyancy. The calculations were performed using a dedicated hydrostatic hydrodynamic program. The resistance curves show here how the ship's resistance varies with its speed, whereas the HP curve shows the power required by the engines to achieve a specific speed. Now, starting with the hull lines plan, the surfaces that form the 3D model of the hull were designed rhinoceros. The next step was to create the scale 3D hull model of the traditional yacht, which then would be used to construct the physical prototype via 3D printing. The surface model was converted to a scale of 1 to 15 rhinoceros and then was created into a solid model, as we can see in the figure 8. The thickness of the hull was set to 5 mm in order to ensure that the physical 3D printed model would be strong enough as a mold without the risk of breakage or deformation during the subsequent construction process. The solid model of the hull with dimensions overall length 1.60 meters, between perpendicular length 1.40 meters and beam 0.43 meters was then divided into 14 parts, considering the available build volume of the 3D printer Ultimaker S5. In the figure 10, we can see the build orientation, detail of the printing simulation, and the 3D printed part right 4. The files that were created for each one of the 14 parts in the Cura software were converted to appropriate format compatible with the Ultimaker S5 printer, which included the cheat code of the FTM process, the printing parameters and material information. The 3D printing process was quite successful with smoothing extrusion of the material and good adhesion between the layers. All 3D printing parts exhibited good surfaces, quality, dimensional accuracy. Next, the pieces were sanded down and glued together. This 3D printed prototype will be thereafter used as a mold to construct the scale hull of the yacht Kostadis made from glass fiber reinforced polyester. A scale hull prototype of the yacht Kostadis was constructed with the already mentioned dimensions. Concluded, I would like to point out that this paper aims to scientifically document traditional art to ensure its preservation and evolution. This can be done by digitizing the lines plan and analyzing hydrostatic and hydrodynamic parameters. The geometry of the Kostadis vessel was optimized, providing it with a scientifically documented identity. As a result of merging traditional shipbuilding with modern technologies like 3D printing, a scale prototype of the Kostadis yacht was created using a digital solid model, an FDM 3D printer, and polymer filament material. Further research will use the 3D printed hull prototype as a mold for the Kostadis scale hull, testing it with material like glass fiber polyester and carbon fiber. The hull will be testing in a towing tug with results compared to simulation. Finally, it's worth mentioning that the cultural heritage is valuable and traditional shipyards need sustainable development throughout the integration of culture, maritime industry, naval architecture, and new technologies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Apostolou, for your presentation. The results of your project is very impressive. I hope at the end of the session we'll have time for questions. But now I want to call the speaker, the presenter of the next presentation is Mr. Saranditis.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank Professor Moropoulou for the opportunity she gave me to participate in this forum. I strongly believe that traditional shipbuilding is an integral part of our cultural identity, and efforts should be made to preserve it and pass it to the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, to proceed with the presentation. The demand for wooden vessels remains prevalent in the domains of fisheries, tourism, and contemporary sailing. This necessitates a convergence of traditional shipbuilding techniques and contemporary naval engineering. In this regard, there is a growing imperative for the scientific documentation of traditional shipbuilding practices, utilizing modern techniques such as three-dimensional documentation and representation. Concurrently, contemporary naval engineering contributes to the design of lines plan. This advanced documentation facilitates the estimation of hydrodynamic resistance through the utilization of modern calculation methodologies. The integration of contemporary naval engineering, material science, and engineering optimization of materials interventions and maintenance with traditional shipbuilding art in an arsenal has modernized, reproduced, and made viable the construction of a traditional boat. Innovative practices must be adopted to ensure the revival of the arsenals and the fusion of traditional shipbuilding and naval engineering, leading to the wooden ships that the Aegean, Mediterranean, and the world need. The aim of this presentation is to present a comprehensive action plan for the cultural, digital, and scientific documentation of traditional wooden shipbuilding art. The complete, comprehensive, and multidimensional documentation constitutes the basic foundation of the sustainable development and promotion of the Greek shipbuilding tradition. The proposed plan is not confined to the collection, recording, and study of the traditional vessels currently being preserved. Rather, it employs a comprehensive and multifaceted approach with targeted actions seeking the recognition of traditional shipbuilding as an integral part of the cultural heritage and its preservation and transmission to future generations. Traditional wooden shipbuilding is one of the most emblematic and enduring aspects of Greece's cultural heritage. With deep roots in empirical craftsmanship, it has played a vital role in the economic and maritime history of the country. Yet this rich tradition is at risk. In recent decades, countless vessels, many with historical value, have been lost. Preserving and revitalizing wooden shipbuilding is crucial to maintaining Greece's cultural identity as a maritime nation. This preservation, however, must go beyond nostalgia. It must integrate modern scientific and technological methodologies. A comprehensive multidimensional documentation, cultural, digital, and scientific, is essential not only for safeguarding this legacy, but also for fostering sustainable economic and technological development in the sector. Cultural documentation is the foundation of preservation efforts. It involves collecting and analyzing historical and oral sources, such as bibliography, archives, museum exhibits, traveler accounts, related to vessel types, tools, materials, construction methods, and shipyard histories. This data will be digitized and organized for accessibility, forming educational material for shipbuilding schools to promote knowledge transfer across generations. An integral part of cultural documentation includes analyzing the existing Greek and European legislation. The goal is to identify regulatory gaps that hinder the classification and protection of traditional vessels. However, in addition to the characterization of the traditional vessel, the legislation should also introduce a series of accompanying measures for the sustainability and development of the traditional vessel, such as establishment of public schools to teach shipbuilding, tax incentives for traditional vessels, global promotion of Greek wooden boats, modernization support for traditional shipyards, and encouragement of startups in the traditional shipbuilding domain. The development of technical specifications in the form of classification regulations is also essential. These should be written in Greek, preserving traditional terminology while introducing modern fabrication techniques. Making this publicly available in digital form will help disseminate critical know-how and promote industry standards.
Modern documentation methods allow for the accurate preservation and study of traditional vessels without the need for physical presence. Using 3D scanning and photogrammetry, detailed digital twins of vessels and shipyards can be created. This process captures precise structural data, enabling in-depth analysis and exploration of historical design evolution. A comprehensive 3D archive will facilitate educational and scientific use, helping us understand the design logic of these vessels while preserving their intangible value for future generations. Scientific documentation forms the core of the innovation strategy. It includes development of 3D hull models and virtual reality simulations, redesign of vessels with structural and hydrodynamic analysis, and durability testing of wood under various environmental conditions. Using computational tools, 3D models will be refined and tested against existing literature. Hydrostatic and hydrodynamic characteristics will be calculated to evaluate performance. These data-rich models will be used in virtual reality applications for education and research purposes. Redesigning traditional vessels involves the precise modeling of hull shapes and structural elements. Finite element method analysis will be applied to evaluate safety and performance, comparing traditional with modern vessels of similar scale. The project will also develop optimized construction models, preserving traditional forms while integrating engineering enhancements to lower cost and improve performance. Guidelines for structural integrity, checks and maintenance will be produced to ensure longevity and safety. A significant innovation in this plan is the integration of non-destructive testing. Though widely used in other cultural heritage domains, non-destructive testing is underutilized in shipbuilding. Applying non-destructive testing to construction materials will yield data for material aging, treatments and failure mechanisms. These results will support the development of a manual for maintenance and preservation of traditional vessels. Ultimately, a blueprint model vessel will be developed. This prototype will serve as a scientifically validated, yet traditionally accurate construction plan. It will be adaptable to new builds while maintaining core characteristics of heritage vessels. Construction of this vessel will be supervised by naval architects and chemical engineers to ensure fidelity to research findings. The process will be recorded for educational and archival purposes, creating a reference point for future builds. The success of this initiative hinges not only on technical excellence, but also on strategic planning that ensures long-term viability. Two primary pillars support this goal: education and training. Training materials, manuals, multimedia applications, and videos will capture and preserve traditional techniques. These will be disseminated through a digital platform which will include a website, open databases, vessel records, and interactive tools. The aim is to transfer not just skills, but also the values and collective identity embedded in this maritime tradition. Business development. A comprehensive business plan will assess the national significance of traditional shipbuilding and outline causes of its decline. Solutions will be offered to re-establish traditional vessels as commercially viable and sustainable products over a 5-year timeline. This includes market analysis for potential applications, resource planning, time and cost estimates for development, scalable implementation strategies, sales projections, and financial modeling. The goal is to transform research outputs into dateable products and services, fostering business growth and international competitiveness. To conclude, the proposed action plan will create a range of applications and ways of exploiting traditional shipbuilding. The partnership of scientists and industry will produce original, specialized, and integrated know-how, which will constitute a valuable tool for the scientific community and a legacy for the cultural heritage. The construction of a traditional vessel through the refinement of cultural, digital, and scientific documentation will be done in a way that harmonizes traditional technique with scientific analysis into an integrated whole. The expectation is that this vessel, which will be tangible proof of the excellent result
that can be achieved with the convergence of science and traditional technique will constitute a model for achieving social, commercial, and economic sustainability of the shipbuilding industry. It will constitute an original product as it has never been attempted before. Through the methodology proposed in this plan, we will be able to take all the necessary information that comes to us from the past and enrich it and channel it to future generations. It will have significant positive consequences at a business and social level, as it is expected to strengthen the dynamics of businesses in the sector, both in human resources and in logistical infrastructure. The innovation of the proposed plan is that it does not simply capture the knowledge that has been created over the centuries, but integrates and optimizes it, creating a common component, combining the beauty, grace, and aesthetics of traditional shipbuilding with the theoretical and computational documentation of science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And now, Professor Ioannidis, please, the floor is yours. I don't want to say anything more.
Yes. If the people, didn't manage to know who I am up to now, and the conference is coming to an end, then what to say? Except that I am Marinos Ioannidis, yes, but this is not my presentation. Yes, Tonya, I was not at the opening ceremony. I was listed as one of the persons to be there, but it looks like that I am at the closing ceremony, yeah? Oh, yes. Yeah. So I will report about the project which we carried out in Limassol at the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage. It was not in our plan, it was not in our work. The project came in because of the city of Limassol. So the boat that you see here, named Lambusa, from the ancient name of a village in the occupied area of Cyprus, is the name as an honor from the village of the owner, the first owner of the boat. The boat was constructed here in Greece. It's made in Greece. It's of the time Liberty in Piraeus, yes. It's 80 years old, or it was, now it has been renewed. And there is an ironic story behind, which we discovered. I learned personally a lot from the project. I didn't know it. Politically talking, we as Europeans, as taxpayers, and I was happy to hear it from the panel this afternoon, dedicated in this domain, in this area. It's a pity. Things have to be changed, and we need to learn from the past. I will tell you more stories later during my presentation. Now, yes, I'm coming from the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, located at the Cyprus University of Technology in Cyprus. And yeah, it's all about the boat Lambusa. Is the last fishing trawler. Oops, yes. No, the thank you is, I mentioned that. The thank you was not at the end of the presentation. No, that the thank you for accepting to be here with you together and all this. But I say that already. So, UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, for those who have no idea who we are, very quickly, our name is Mnemosini. Mnemosini, I mentioned that yesterday, was the mother of the 9 ladies, 9 muses. All the 10 ladies had a certain job to play in the Greek mythology. We are there to keep alive the memory of the ancient Greeks. They had a special place, a special temple, and that temple was named museum. That's why I said earlier, the Greeks invented the museum. Yeah? So, and it's really, the word museum was born here, finished. It's, that's a part of our story. And this is a unique word because it is used worldwide. So, mnemosini. And what we are doing? We are working exclusively in the area of developing new approaches to heritage digitization. We don't see digitization as a job to create XYZ or a nice color. No way. We say there is something more behind that, and that's the greatest challenge. That's what? To create knowledge and memory. If this is not the case, then it's not all about the past, it's all about the current time period. We are engineers. I am an engineer, and I'm coming from the reverse engineering, and that's the reason why I'm working also here. And here is where we need to recover at the same time with the geometry, also the knowledge, the story, the memory. Building innovative, tricky cultural heritage methodologies and experiences, promoting, of course, the use and reuse of digitized collection, and that's a nice example, what we are doing here. And believe it or not, world-class impact research collaborations in this domain. We have managed since 2012, the year when Cyprus declared bankruptcy, when we financially collapsed. Since that, up to now, to bring to Cyprus exclusively from Brussels and from Luxembourg, 15.6 million euro. 15.6 million euro from high competitive grants of the European Union. We are totally financially independent from the university as well as from the Cyprus government as of the first day of our work. In 2013, with a special exception of the minister, exception from the Minister of Finance, we were the first and only institution, state institution in Cyprus to make a recruitment, to give a job to Cypriots to work, because it was a recruitment stop, no money. So, setting standards in digital cultural heritage, we talk about paradata, for example. We talk that without the paradata, you cannot prove that you have a high quality of results. For example, one of that. And of course, we don't see an object in humanities as something solid. We see it as a piece of knowledge. If it's a building, then it's a monument. If it's an object in the museum, then it's an artifact. And out of that, we try, and this is what we started to work. It's a very complex mathematical project behind a system that we are trying to create, the so-called memory twin. So now, a call from the mayor. One day I was at the office, I was teaching, mayor called, secretary came, brought me out of the lecture. Is the mayor? You have to come out. Yes. It's very urgent. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, what can I do for you? I'm teaching. No, Mr. Ioannidis, I'm sorry, but it's a decision of the council of the city, of the municipality, to call you and ask you the following. We have a trawler, and his name is Lambusa. And we need to decide by tomorrow if we will demolish it or if we restore it. So Mr. Mayor, that's the wrong person. Probably there is another one, Marinos Ioannidis in Cyprus. That's the wrong person that you call. Said, no, you are the correct one. And it's the following. Let me finish, okay? What's all about? Said, listen, we managed to talk to all the engineering offices on the island. A majority of them told us, go to the Cyprus University of Technology, find the person, talk to the person, ask him, he is the only one who can do the job for you. So, okay, said, we are not naval engineers again. That's a job for naval engineers. Yes, but if you cannot digitize that, then nobody else can do that. Therefore, let's go to see the boat. I told him, where is the boat? I don't know about the trawler. It's the second symbol of the city of Limassol, he told me. I told him, I'm sorry, I don't know the second symbol of the city of Limassol. In 5 minutes, I am outside of your building. You go out, you cancel your lecture, and we go to see the Lambusa boat. This is the Lambusa boat. On that day when we visited the boat. The gentleman on my right-hand side is the mayor of Limassol, or the former mayor of Limassol, Mr. Nikolaidis, who was also the chairman of the subcommittee of cultural heritage of the Council of Europe. He was also the minister in charge of cultural heritage in Cyprus years ago, and in the meantime, a very good friend, because we created a very good relation during this project. So that was the boat on that day. The boat was a catastrophe. A catastrophe, you were not even able to be on the boat. The boat was for several years standing there. It was ready really to be demolished. So, I will show to you a couple of images about the surface. You are a surveyor, you know very well what it means to digitize such a kind of nice surfaces, yeah, or even that here and so on, yeah. So, nevertheless, okay, it was a very difficult time to decide if we go to do the job or not, but we say we will try and do our best, and we did it. And this is what we managed to do out of that, and I have to say, the municipality of Limassol didn't pay even 1 cent for all the work that we did. Those of you experts in the domain, and I see few of you here, they know how much, and they can make an estimation of how much it costs such a project, okay? So out of that, we managed to cover the entire expenses from our financial support that we got from the European Union. That's extremely important, even to support the city of Limassol. So this is the point cloud, as we got it out of that, out of the several digitizations. We haven't done it one time. We went several times, it was windy. We went another one time, it was raining, it was humid, it was the hell. And then even we had μέχρι ποντίκια βρήκαμε, μέχρι τα πάντα. Δεν θέλω να τα πω στα ελληνικά αυτά. Το λοιπόν, okay. If you have a device with a scanner on it, a QR code scanner, please scan it. It's extremely important. I will show to you. There is another one. 2 QR code codes. Please scan them. Extremely important. Out of the boat, we use the opportunity, because we said, if the city of Limassol is giving us the opportunity to do something out of that, then we will do our best, of course, to accomplish that, but we go beyond that. And this is what we do always in all of our projects. So we created, even based on the study that we carried out on behalf of the European Union on 3D digitization, for the quality of 3D digitizations, a set of guidelines, step to success, even under extremely different conditions, to digitize and to be in the position to know, yes, my results are good, so-and-so, or are very good. So, nevertheless, pathology, examples, and you see here what we had. We monitor even during the entire time the process of the boat reconstruction and so on. We did several digitizations, and you see here, 1-to-1, the accuracy of our digitizations was 3.3 centimeters. Yep. And now I will show to you the complexity behind. We don't show the pathology as it is in our, it has been in a rhino, reconstructed freeform surfaces in their kingdom, yeah? The most complex geometrical structures to be presented here. And of course, some of the drawings here, which have been handed over to the contractor to do what? To rebuild the boat. The boat now is back in the sea. It's now a museum. It's now under preparation to be the first float museum of Cyprus. We are extremely important about that. And of course, why? And now it comes the irony behind all the things. Do you know that those boats some times ago have been financed, the companies or the people who constructed them, who produced them, they got money in some of the countries doing that to do what? To produce them. You know, it was very difficult time period. That's what we discovered, yeah? That was during the time, very difficult time period in Europe where people have to have a job, have to bring food home. So the sea was a place for several people to find a job. And what happened? They did such an excellent job. They built the best out of the best trawlers, I would say, of ever constructed, produced in Europe. And you know what they did? They got all the fish from the ground of the sea, and they didn't leave anything. And that's the reason why one of you speakers showed a very nice image before when they destroyed the trawlers. It was, I think, one of this type, Liberty type. So why? This is the Sustainable Development Goals, UN Sustainable Development Goals 17, and one of them is 14, number 14, life under the sea or the water. And you see there are 6 sub areas. One of them here, you see it clearly. Destroy them. Destroy them. And that's what the European Union did. So Lambusa is the last traditional fishing boat. This exactly model exists only one time. We crossed that information, okay, from Cyprus as well as from here, from the Ministry of Marine, whatever in Cyprus. Period 95, the boat was in business from 55 to 2004. Liberty, it's no longer built neither in Cyprus or in Greece. Activity, the boat was in active service until 2004, even during the war in Cyprus. According to that regulation, it's a directive, destroy them, don't leave one. It's a part of the memory of the European Union, and it's a representative example of the Greek shipbuilding tradition. I was very happy to see that during the panel here. And of course, history of Cyprus and Greece. The size was exactly 25 meters, and that was also exactly the replica that we managed. Capacity 48 tons, and user category. That's the multidisciplinary society. That's what it has been discussed by several speakers earlier in the last panel. And of course, we created a platform. Please visit the platform. The name of the platform is eLambusa, elambusa.eu. It's coming. The Lambusa, we digitized, we handed it over to the mayor, to the municipality. They have reconstructed that, and the Lambusa was one of the 3 objects which handed over to the Europeana on a high-level political meeting in May last year from our Deputy Minister to European. It's a part of the memory of Europe. Within 1.5 years from the disaster to the platform of Europe to be visible, and it is in a holistic one approach, including even the irony of the policy made in the EU of investing and then, to produce and then invest to destroy. So, and this is the platform, www.elambusa.eu. This is the QR code. Again, please digitize it, take it with you. There are a lot of games. The Lambusa, in the meantime, is in the schools. It's in the schools, in the elementary schools, especially in Limassol. And we are very proud of that. Why? Because from a shipyard, from an object which was, if you saw it, meaningless, ready to be destroyed, we managed to go through this, what you mentioned, sometimes circular economy, to bring it from, in such a way so that it's available for Europe, it's available for the next generations. There are a lot of games there. Please try to play them also. A lot of Legos over the different time periods that the boat went through. And this, thank you, is the last one. It was very nice experience also here. And of course, this is a part of the memory of Greece too. This is what we share together. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. And
thank you, Professor Ioannidis, for your so impressive and informative presentation. Of course, it was impossible to stop or interrupt Professor Ioannidis, so we have no time for questions. I want to thank all the speakers and all of you. And now we come to the end of the session, but also the end of this symposium. I want to thank, of course, Professor Moropoulou for his enormous efforts to organize this symposium, this 3-day symposium. Thank you very much. And we hope that the next symposium will be more successful and in 2 years.
I will
Please, okay, Professor Moropoulou, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Ioannidis. Thank you all, because due to your presence, your contribution, your perseverance to preserve cultural heritage, we are here once again in the 4th transdisciplinary multispectral modeling and cooperation for the preservation of cultural heritage. And we will be, God's sake, December 26th at the end of the project Evlogon, instead of March 27, 10 years after delivering rehabilitated the Holy Edicule to the custodians of the Holy Land. And I hope we will be able to deliver through a national network, a European forum, an international conference, to deliver know-how, motivation, and dynamics. Because this is beyond, it goes beyond our personal contribution. And the whole challenge in order to address the crisis, the war, a world in crisis, is to bring culture in the epicenter and to develop social and political alliance in order to keep heritage alive. For me, this is the message of this conference. I don't want to go to details, because the details were all the scientific papers and all the panels which were discussing critically the trends that were highlighted by the scientific work. So right now, I would like to ask you to present some, δεν έχουμε. Δεν έχουμε τα... Okay, even without showing this, I would like to say, first of all, yesterday at the panel for climate change and culture-based actions to combat the climate crisis, we decided, and we have written with the support of the Secretary General of Europa Nostra, Snežka Mihailovic and Andrew Potts, the Athens Declaration, the one we discussed in many details and aspects yesterday evening that time. So this is the Athens Declaration. I was very happy that Cyprus was co-signing this proposal, and we are going to publish it and to distribute it to the international organizations and the UN. The major concept of this is that we go to new strategies from the passive strategy to preserve cultural heritage per se, to an active strategy to reveal the role of cultural heritage and assets as a resource for soft development. That is the only way to have sustainable development which will combat climate crisis. The second call is the call that Professor Alexopoulou presented along with me and Professor Galiotis in the panel Preserving the Materiality and the Compatibility along with authenticity of materials and structures. And that is a call that a lot of the Greek colleagues present here had co-signed, which was asking Greek government to do what is necessary in order to participate in the European actions for resilient cultural heritage, because Greece is out from this. And the third call is what was suggested by the panel and this session for a call to save traditional shipyards, to save the core of our marine history, of our culture in Aegean, and to sustain and defend Aegean as a major part of our national sovereignty. That was a call that was addressed by the Women Economic Forum, addressed by the Board of Directors of the Technical Chamber of Greece. Now it is addressed by this international conference. I think we are passing to a new era. We have to undertake initiatives. What Marino said, the mayor called, we will call the mayor, and we will take the floor to address these issues to the society. I will always not forget that when I told that the tomb of Christ is alive, that brought 3 billion people, the humanity, kneeling with us in front of this unique monument. And that was the reason that we were capable within a place of huge conflict to accomplish this work. So let's keep monuments alive, and they will be alive if they are in relationship with society. Thanks to all my colleagues, my collaborators from the NTUA, from the Technical Chamber of Greece, from the support of the Ministry of Development, the collaboration of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the blessings of His All Holiness, the Ecumenic Patriarch of Constantinople, the blessings of the Archbishop of Greece, the blessings of the three of Jerusalem, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilus III, the Custos of the Holy Land, Francesco Patton, the Armenian Patriarch, and of course of all the international organizations, the ICOMOS, the CHIFA, the SCHIPA, the Organization of World Heritage Cities, the AHEPAS, the Knights of the Temple of Jerusalem, and all the sponsors, media sponsors and sponsors of this conference. And mainly thank to you that even at that time you are here. And all the people that are online, 2,000 people, and we hope some millions after the BCI Media Toronto will broadcast. Thank you very much.